This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
So you thought you were building a business in this economy, but day by day, somehow it grew. You kept going when the freezer didn't freeze, the bucket didn't budge, and the bank balance barely blinked. So you thought you were building a business. You weren't. It was building you. Because this isn't just what you do anymore, it's who you are, and you don't trust just anybody to protect it. Chat to your broker about Old Mutual Insure Business Insurance. Protect what built you. Old Mutual Insure Limited is a licensed FSP and non-life insurer.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
It's a true story. A bunch of recruiters were at a high school. The Air Force recruiter stood up and gave a beautiful PowerPoint about why the Air Force is an amazing organization and why you should join the Air Force. The Army recruiter stood up and said, no, let me tell you why the Army's better. Beautiful PowerPoint, why the Army was so great. The Navy recruiter stands up, a beautiful PowerPoint, why the Navy is so great. You know, they're all selling. The Marine recruiter stands up, no PowerPoint, no nothing. He stands on the edge of the stage, and he looks out at this room of kids. He says, no, I don't think any of you are good enough to be in the Marine Corps. He says, you have to understand the Marines is the most difficult thing you'll ever do in your life. It'll challenge you physically and emotionally more than anything else has ever challenged you. And I don't think there's a single person in this room good enough to be in my Marine Corps. If you think I'm wrong, I'll be at the back of the room. What he's doing is he's putting up a filter. He's putting up a filter saying, I'm looking for a kind of person. And if you're that kind of person, you'll do well here. And so the question is, if it's a difficult job, are we saying to people, if you're looking for a challenge, if you're looking to push yourself, or if you're looking to work at a pace that will make other people their heads spin, we might have a job for you. And if you really love to serve, if you like to serve a cause bigger than yourself, please apply. It's a filter. It keeps the wrong people out and attracts the right people in. And so there's no lies. It's going to be a difficult job, but we're recruiting for people who like that.
And that is Simon Sinek, author, motivational speaker, and marketing consultant. It's 10 after 9 o'clock. Welcome to the show. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. Quite a lot, in fact, for us to get through. Yesterday, of course, I think it was a good day out at the National Transport Conference, and certainly good to hear what some of the plans government has around consolidating, bringing alignment within the transport sector. The stories that people were sharing, right? When you look at how a fractured and a broken transport system affects people's daily lives, the impact that alignment, the impact that efficiencies can have will make such a big difference in people's lives. It will change the way in which they're able to work. It will change the way in which they're able to even provide for their families and build connections and links with their families. Because sometimes people have migrated to different provinces. They hardly ever go home, not because they don't want to, but because it's just so expensive. Because it takes so much out of their monthly budget that they rather save to go home, once every 4 months, once every 5 months. But if we're to improve efficiencies around transport, imagine what a difference that could make. If you knew you could just hop onto a train and it could get you to Cape Town, or it could get you to Mahikeng overnight with ease, how much more integrated would our lives be? So certainly hoping that it is something that is going to become more fruitful. Well, this morning we're going to continue our coverage at 9:30 of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And I know, like me, many of you are really awaiting with bated breath to hear what it is that Sergeant Fanny Nkosi is going to have to say or continue to say today. Yesterday, of course, he rendered evidence that was really, I think, quite devastating to the evidence given by the National Commissioner General Sibiya, in as far as the relationship that he had with Vusimusi Cat Matlala is concerned. The question of the impalas, you heard there, Advocate Matthew Shaskelson deliberately taking him step by step through some of the things that Sibiya had said. And of course, Fanny Nkosi has refuted that. He says he was never told not to accept those animals. He was never instructed not to communicate on his behalf when it comes to Cat Matlala. But I think there are other things that are emerging out of that testimony. And it really speaks to the level of power and influence that I guess some of those in this network have, especially when you look at the details surrounding Musa Kaula's arrest, the social blogger. The extent that they went to, the background work that was being done. And you just have to ask yourself, all of this effort because somebody was tweeting information that you didn't like, that you felt was offensive. What is the real story? I can't help but think that surely there must be something more than what it is that we have heard so far around the details surrounding Musa Kaula's arrest, and why it is that there would be pressure on General Sibiya, as was said by Fanny Nkosi, from these, whether it's the Minister Fikile Mbalula, whether it's some of the individuals, why there would be so much pressure for the arrest of this one individual. And hopefully today will unearth more of those details, and I hope also put to bed, right, some of the speculation that has emanated from yesterday's evidence, in particular around our own reporter, Natasha Piri, and this question, and perhaps it's part of what maybe is a bit unfair about how the evidence comes out sometimes, that there has been a big question mark put simply because the evidence leader questioned Sergeant Fanny Nkosi about whether he had paid Natasha to pass on information to him. That answer has not been questioned, that question rather has not been answered, but the question mark in and of itself has been significant, and it's caused a lot of reaction. And I'm not saying wrongfully so, I think rightfully so, but let's give the opportunity to hear what the actual evidence might be, because I see that it's drawn all sorts of reaction, and we don't even know yet what it is fully that we're dealing with. So today will help I hope at least in helping to fill in some of those gaps. So we'll take your calls then on 086 000 2032. That'll be for the open line. You can put whatever matter of national interest you want to discuss on the National Roundtable. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. And on X, it's at SAfmRadio, the hashtag there, SAfm Talking Point. And you're more than welcome to raise any matters on the national agenda. So we'll take a quick break and I'm back with your calls.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Savor the best of the Cape Winelands without leaving Gauteng at the Indaba Hotel tasting room at the Indaba Hotel. Perfect for romantic dates, fun outings with friends, or unique team builds. Enjoy guided wine tastings, hand-pulled pizzas, and gourmet tapas on the leafy terrace. Bookings are essential. Visit indabatastingroom.co.za. Your wine story starts here.
Call us on 086 000 2032. Kathy Motlatlana on SAfm.
All right, we continue the conversation on the talking point here. Apologies, I am slightly congested, and so it got in the way of my reading this morning. But yeah, nonetheless, the show goes on. Let me go to the phone lines, and I'll start with Dwaisa. Dwaisa, good morning.
Good morning, Sis Kathy, and to the SAfm listeners.
Yes, sir.
Sis Kathy, yes, last week you said something I found it very interesting in your opening remarks, that the witnesses who have testified so far, their English data bundles said something along those lines, that they run quickly. I would like to add that, in fact, it's my advice that they should laugh. They should laugh and smile while it lasts, because it disappeared quickly. You know, when it comes to the cross-examination phase, everything just goes no more smiles, no more laughing. Anyway, my take today is looking at these three generals who have appeared before the Madlanga Commission, that not only them have benefited its activities, but it runs up to their families and up to their extended families. Three quick reasons, starting with Sinona. Sinona's son wanted a business venture to buy a two-bedroom flat. The next thing is father, Sinona Senior, hooks him up with Matlala. Second example, we are told that in the engagement party, Sbia's son's engagement party, the Matalas were invited. I doubt in my mind that they did not contribute anything. And lastly, Shibiri last week told us that his son's car also broke down and he needed repairs, which will cost around 70,000. Next thing, boom, Matlala offered him an interest-free loan. But what also interesting is that Matlala himself, in one of his cases interrogation, said, in fact, it was not a loan, but he gave the 70,000 Shabiri to buy liquor. Just imagine, to buy liquor for between 80 to 100,000 for his family's Thanksgiving ceremony in Sanin. Then I said, wow, what is this? So those are my points. That's my take.
And you know, the reality is that there's clearly something much deeper going on. And as I listen to Sergeant Faninkosi continue with his evidence, I think about how
yes,
he doesn't seem to see necessarily that there was anything wrong with the conversations that he was having with civilians about the arrest of another civilian in a matter that should really be the privy of police
Yes.
officers. And it makes me think about, well, is this part of what the culture has become? Is it that those who have access and influence are able to influence, call the shots in a way that is not even jarring to the police officers themselves?
Sophisticated, these generals and even Sergeant Court, as you have rightly said, they tell us these things, with a straight face, with the confidence. I don't know where on earth are they getting this confidence. It doesn't seem to me that they saw anything wrong.
Yeah.
But then I asked myself one question: if General Mkhwanazi did not have that press conference on the 6th, we wouldn't have known all of these things. Nothing, and it's shocking.
Let's leave it there.
Cannot afford to be angry every day. Let's leave it there.
Okay. Zola, you're in Bloem. Good morning.
Morning, Katie.
Yes,
Katie,
sir.
without wasting time, we are very much concerned about the work of the police in Bloemfontein. There's a Kasang police station whereby we opened a case of fraud. Since February, nothing has been done. At Park Road police station, another case of fraud was opened by these scammers against them. Since 2023, we are getting no feedback, nothing. We have tried to phone the iPad. We'll get back to you. Nothing is happening. Is there a way in which you can help us, Katie? Because these police stations are really frustrating us.
What's the name of the police station, Zola?
The first one is Park Road Police Station, and the case number is 705.
Look, you don't have to give me the case numbers. What we'll do is that I'll ask Lebo to follow up. Who is the case of fraud against?
It's against 3 guys. Can I mention their names?
Maybe just give me the context.
Okay. It's 705 stroke 7 2023.
Yes, but I'm asking you, the fraud case, what is this? What is it essentially about, Zola?
Okay, these guys, what they did, there's a guy who's working for the government. He came with a person to me, said this person is at a funeral. This person is working with him. Then I loaned this person money. After giving this person money, he said, I'll pay you back a month end. When I waited my money, only to find that the guy is not working for the provincial hospital, as this guy said. 2 people that he did with me. I opened the case against him, and the other guy wrote a statement to say, no, this man came with me to you because he also wanted to benefit out of this money. We spent the money together. He also got his share.
Oh, Zola, sounds like you were taken for a ride, hey?
Yes.
How much did you loan them?
10,000.
Oh, okay. Okay, Zola, we'll get your details. Let's pass you back onto Lebo there. Yeah, this is why you must always stay alert, eh? Must always be alert. Tsukolo, good morning.
Good morning, Asketi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Asketi, I don't know. Can you maybe even you guys help us and talk to anybody who maybe who can listen to us? You know what I was thinking? This Madlanga thing, if we can keep this Madlanga, I'm praying. I said this before and I'm still saying, if we can keep this Madlanga thing alive so that we can see maybe how this corruption can solve. You understand? I'm just praying out, Katie, if you can, even you guys, you can talk to those who are up there maybe, because I think they can't listen to us down here. They're going to listen to you maybe, you guys say. Really, because we had a lot of things that are not right. And even on this municipality, I think this Madlanga, there is a lot of things that are happening in municipalities. A lot of corruption, even here at municipalities. I think if we can have this Madlanga everywhere. I think this corruption can come to an end.
Yeah.
I think
All right,
really.
Tokolo. Let's leave it there. I mean, the question is really, what would happen if you were to replicate similar depth of investigations into the SAPS at every province? What would be uncovered? What would be uncovered? Because this is just a snippet of what we are seeing now. But what else don't we know? What has not made it into the domain of Madlanga or of unwritten terms of reference for inquiries yet to be held? When I see this, I get chills thinking about what we don't know.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point. You are listening to the Madlanga Commission live on SAFM.
Good morning, Oskethi. Oskethi, the abuse of power that we are seeing here, that politicians can just randomly send police officers to go and arrest people because of tweets. But yet, on the other hand, see what is going on in Cape Town right now. People are being shot left, right, center. These mass shootings. But there's nobody who's shouting to the, SANDF to say, guys, go after these people with guns. Let's go in full force and take those illegal guns.
Good morning, Sister Kathy Motlatlana. Kathy, when it comes to Madlanga Commission, what comes that side is so deep and difficult to listen to. Difficult to accept that our police system has been destroyed by infiltration of criminals in it. But we need an overhaul after this Madlanga Commission. The president must take a big decision to make sure that this country is safe again. Good morning, this is Akimathe Boda.
Morning, Casey. Regarding to your first caller, when he says that the families have benefited on this, this is not the part of this is not the family benefit. Actually, this is how they work. They use their families, their friends, their girlfriends as decoy to just disrupt the system, and then they get the money. Just look at how former President Zuma, look at how Mr. Zwelimkhize using his son. This is their system. It's anonymous in Pinetown, Durban.
Good morning, Sis Katie. Begging from Perea, original from Newcastle. I want to thank you and your team, especially Lebo, ngokungisolvela i-problem yokuchange my daughter's surname from her mother's side to mine. After 2 years with delay with Home Affairs. But after I contact your team, they speed up the process very quickly. I want to thank you guys. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kathy. Bantum Chiselwa here. Recently, I contacted you and your team asking for help to assist my niece who was struggling to get a placement in a school in Cape Town. I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done. My niece is starting at her new school on Monday. So thank you so much for the great work that you guys are doing.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Misunderstanding with Sergeant Nkosi, because I think he was told that we were going to do that there would be the draft ruling there would be the ruling in relation to witness G's in-camera application. So I understand he's about to be fetched, and in fact he may be right here.
We'll wait outside. Let's adjourn.
Union has called for the implementation of exit vetting. This follows the arrest of a former Special Task Force member, Matipandi Lesoteni, for the murder of former EMPD officer and whistleblower Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D. 2 people have been shot dead in a suspected taxi-related incident in Delft on the Cape Flats. Police officers responded to the scene last night near Palm Taxi Rank, where the bodies of a man and a woman were found with multiple gunshot wounds. And smoke is continuing to rise from the remains of a drug rehabilitation hospital in the Afghan capital, where hundreds of people are feared to have been killed in an airstrike. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
There is no room for mistakes for the Cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Harry Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. In time added on, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League. Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Hey! There's something new happening on SABC2. Fresh stories, bold moves. It's just a whole new vibe, man. And I am part of that vibe in Pinville. I am Shameni Mdinda. Catch me on Monday to Friday at 9 o'clock. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign in to the app and click on Transact. Next, select Payables, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
As you're getting to wherever you're going, all these trucks you're dodging, that's billions of rands in motion. Imagine that flow stopping because drivers must swap SIMs for better signal. That's an expensive pause that your business can't afford. Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a reliable, stable network because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
They say the best kept secret is the one you already know. Welcome to Indaba Hotel Fourways, where world-class conferences and unforgettable African feasts at the Chief Boba meet pure relaxation at Moana Spa. Meetings done? Tuck into a legendary courtyard burger, create your signature gin at our gin school, enjoy a wine farm experience, or simply wander landscaped gardens. Visit indabahotel.co.za for the secret you've always known.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAfm.
Good morning, Mr. Shaskalson.
Good morning, Chair. I think that there's been a misunderstanding with Sergeant Nkosi because I think he was told that we were going to do that there would be the draft ruling there would be the ruling in relation to witness G's in-camera application. So I understand he's about to be fetched, and in fact he may be right here.
We'll wait outside. Let's adjourn.
All right, so there you have it then, an adjournment at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning as they just wait for Sergeant Nkosi to take his seat in the witness box and get ready to give evidence at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. So certainly there has been no postponement of his evidence. There has been no delay of his evidence. There just seems to have been a miscommunication around how things were going to run this morning. So what we'll do is that we will take you back to that commission as soon as it gets
Good morning, Mr. Shaskalson. Good morning, Mr. Ngwato.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Sergeant Nkosi.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Ngwato, it was explained to us that there was confusion regarding the possibility of the hand down of an order in another matter, and that you were awaiting the making of that order. So we understand why we had to adjourn after 9:30. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner, I don't understand. Can you just repeat that? There was
At 9:30, you and Sergeant Nkosi were not here, but Mr. Shaskalson explained that there was confusion with regarding the possibility of the hand down of an order in a totally different matter. So that to us explained why you and Sergeant Nkosi were not here at 9:30. So I was just mentioning that. I'm not raising an issue with you at all in that regard.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, but that's incorrect and that's misleading the Commission. That's not why I was not here.
Yes.
I arrived on time, Commissioner.
Yes.
I set my bags and nobody indicated anything to me, and I went to go and pick up my client so we can proceed in here. And I found somebody consulting with my client in my absence, amending my files in my absence, and I took serious exception to that.
So is that why you were not here at 9:30 then?
Yes, because now they are now amending my files in my absence, and I had to go through the list, and I found that the index that they are now amending includes statements I've never seen before. And when I went through my emails, I found that this bank statement was sent to me last night at around 10 o'clock at night, and I had not signed off it. But the decency of handing the documents to me was not done, and I've been here. They went and handed documents to my client in my absence and to put into the client's file. And that's what caught me up to say to go through that particular statement. But the issue that Mr. Chuckles and I have spoken about now was that there could not be any approach to my client, amend his files without me having had sight to it. Not even the decency of calling me and say, we'd like to amend the file. These are the additional documents. Because that will caught me by surprise. I will not be able to guide the client if documents have been slotted in his file without me knowing about it.
Yes.
So it was never about any particular order I'm not even aware of such an order. I'm not even know what the commission is talking about. So whatever that has been said to the commission is not what really transpired. I've put my files here. They've been aware that I'm also I'm around, but only when I went to collect my client so we can come in, then I was confronted with the situation.
So does this mean at 9:30 you were in discussion with the person you are referring to regarding the issue that you have just raised?
Indeed.
All right. Mr. Chaskalson?
Chair, I wasn't aware of this whole episode until after Mr. Ngwato returned after 9:30. what I had been told was from the Commission security officer, was that he had anticipated that the ruling was going to be handed down first. If he hadn't anticipated that, he would have ensured that Sergeant Nkosi was here at 9:30, which is our practice. So I assumed that was the reason for the delay. It turns out that there is this issue which was brought to my attention by Mr. Ngwato when he came in after 9:30. From the Commission side, there was certainly no bad intent here. The Commissioners will recall yesterday that I mentioned that certain bank statements were in error, not included in the bundle, and that we would make them available, and that I wouldn't deal with them yesterday. I'm not going to deal with them today either. Those bank statements were emailed yesterday evening together with a handwritten statement of Sergeant Nkosi, which also ought to have been in the bundle and wasn't. I understand that the attorneys were updating the witness file that Sergeant Nkosi uses and that he had with him in that room. I accept that attorneys should not be dealing with Sergeant Nkosi outside the presence of his attorney, and it won't happen again. But there was certainly no ill intent on the part of the Commission, and when I addressed the Commission at 9:30, I was under the impression that why Sergeant Nkosi wasn't here was because the Commission security thought that we would be dealing first with the ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsin. Mr. Ngwato, there's a concession by Mr. Shaskalsin that it was wrong for the attorney to have done what they did, and there's also an undertaking that it will never happen again. Is that in order?
Appreciate that, Commissioner. I indicated to Mr. Chakalson, because I've not even had time to consult with my client on these things, I will not even have a look at it. There's also additional handwritten statements that are included in the plan that I had never had sight of, so I've not even had a look at these documents today.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. At least as the further undertaking that none of those will be used today as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May we begin?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sorry, before we start, you know that drill by now, Ms. Chaskalson. We have 10 files behind us. Which ones, at least until tea?
If it's difficult to say, fine.
It's essentially the same as yesterday, but there may, just trying to, certainly to T, it is the same as yesterday. If that changes and we need to use the additional bundle files, I will let the Commission know.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Shaskalson. Or let's wait for Sergeant Nkosi.
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
Sorry? No, I was saying we must wait until your files are ready.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. You are ready now.
I'm ready, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Sergeant, we were talking yesterday about meetings you'd had with Mr. Mutsumi, and I want to look at some of the press reports and SAPS materials that you sent to Mr. Mutsumi. Can we start with page 571 in the exhibit bundle, so that will be file 2 of 4, 571. Do you have 571?
That's correct.
And you'll see that on the 26th of January 2025, at 13:54, you sent to Mr. Mutsumi an article entitled Breaking SAPS KZN in Crisis. And it's a fairly lengthy article. I'm not going to read it, but it makes a range of allegations against General Mkonazi and General Kumalo, accuses them of corruption, accuses them of posing a great threat to national security, and alleges that an intelligence report has said that they must be charged. Why did you send this to Mr. Mutsumi?
Thank you, Commissioner. It was on the media. I sent it Mr. Mutsumi because myself and Mr. Mutsumi support or love one person who's also mentioned here in this article.
And who is that person?
Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
So you and Mr. Mutsumi are fans of General Mkonazi?
Too much, Commissioner.
And then you will see that on page 154, same file, on the 2nd of February.
It can't be. The same file starts at 314.
I beg your pardon. It's file 1. It's file 1. Uh, 154. You have it?
154.
Yes.
I have it.
And you'll see there on the 2nd of February 2025, you forward to General Sabia an article headed Police Witnesses Change Statements for Promotion, and this article alleges that General Mkonazi promised witnesses that they would be promoted to colonels in exchange for arranging or assisting the dismissal of General Khan. You see that?
Not as yet. I think my learned friend here opened a wrong page.
154?
154.
154.
Which file?
It's
file 1.
File 104. It's not that one. That one looks too thick.
you have it?
Yes, I have it.
And so this article suggests that General Mkhonazi tried dishonestly to persuade witnesses to change their affidavit so that General Khan would be dismissed. You see that?
Is it 154?
154. Maybe I can read it to you. Police witnesses in the departmental case against Major General Feroz Khan, Crime Intelligence, deliberately changed their affidavits in exchange for promotion.
I see it.
It is confirmed by the three key witnesses that they were approached by the appointed departmental chairperson, KZN Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, to change their affidavit so that Major General Feroz Khan be fired and dismissed from the police on bogus and trumped-up charges. So you sent that article to General Sabia.
That's correct.
Is he also a fan of General Mkhonazi?
They are colleagues.
That wasn't my question. Does he like General Mkhonazi?
He likes him?
He likes him.
Yes.
I have to put it to you that you know that answer is false. He doesn't like General Mkhonazi. All of the evidence we've seen thus far is that he doesn't like General Mkhonazi.
I'll elaborate on that. I'm saying what you are saying to me is not true. He likes him.
Please elaborate.
My statement.
Please elaborate on it. You said you'll elaborate on it.
Yes.
Well, explain why you say that he likes General Mkhonazi.
Okay. I'm not defending General Sabia on whether he likes General Mkhonazi or not. I'm saying this because General Sabia once called me upon his office to go to General Mkhonazi and try to make peace between them because they were not getting along in the line of work at that particular time. So to me, if General Sabia did not like Mkhonazi, he would not taken that effort. That is my answer. That's why I'm saying he likes him.
So they were not getting along at a certain time, but General Sabia wanted them to get along, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
And were they not getting along at this time, February 2025?
Can you repeat that?
This is February 2025. Were they not getting along at that time?
They were getting along.
They were getting along?
Yes.
When were you sent to improve relations between the two?
Around 2024.
2024?
Yes.
So by this stage you're saying that they were getting along again? By February 2025, were they getting along again? They'd previously not been getting along, but you say now, February 2025, they were getting along again.
According to me.
I see. And did they continue getting along together for the rest of 2025?
According to my knowledge, yes.
I see. And if we go down 2 pages to 156, we see you send to General Sabia another news article at chat number 2 at 2014-53. It says, breaking, Presidency sends out stern warning to police chiefs, National Police Commissioner and Crime Intelligence Head. President Ramaphosa and GNU parties ask the ID and the Independent Investigative Directorate to probe the National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Fani Masemola, and Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo for corruption, fraud, and theft of crime intelligence funds. Why did you send that to General Sabia?
I just sent it to him because it was something that was on the news. So I'm just sending it to General Sibia, and I've also sent it to General Mkwanazi again.
You've sent it to General Mkwanazi, this piece?
That's correct.
I see. I'm going to take you through several of your pieces with General Sibia,
Yes.
and then let's look at who else you send the same pieces to. Can we go to page 160? So, before we go to page 160, can I ask you, how does General Sibia get on with the National Commissioner? General Masemola?
I would not know that, but according to me.
And with General Khumalo?
I don't know.
Do you not know, or do you know that they do not get on?
Can you repeat that again?
Do you not know, or do you know that they do not get on?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Sergeant Kosi, you are very close to General Sibia. We know that. From all the evidence that we've looked at, you are very close to him. You would know, even if it's just from your observation, you would know what kind of relationships they have, whether they get along very well, whether they avoid each other, what General Sibia's view is of them. You would know that.
I don't think I got to clear my commissioner. Can you repeat that?
What I'm saying to you is your answer that you don't know is not easy to understand because you are very close to General Sibia, very, very close, work and personal relationships. So you would know how his relationship is with General Khumalo and with the National Commissioner. I guess what I'm putting to you is it can't be true that you don't know.
The reason that I'm saying I don't know, Commissioner, is I have not seen them both on the same office or the same place that not been getting along. I'm just avoiding to say something that I don't have proof of. I might have maybe heard, or maybe, most the rumors in the passages of the police, they'll just talk, these two are not getting along, or they are pretending. So I don't want to mention that because the next question I will be asked, how did you know? Then when I say now from the passages, I don't have fact on that, but yes.
I'm happy for you to give an answer of what you've heard from the passages. So from the passages, what have you heard about the nature of their relationships?
As I just mentioned, I said the relationship is not that good. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. But I'll only say what General Sibia told me.
Yes.
About his relationship with General Mkwanazi, but he never mentioned his relationship with the National Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Well, maybe I can assist you in that regard, because let's go down to page 160. And there you see in chat 1, General Sibia sends you another one of these articles. Breaking news, NPA ID guns for National Police Rogue Unit. NPA Investigating Directorate ID raids National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola and National Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Khumalo officers after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament's Police Portfolio Committee. National Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Fani Masemola appeared weak and shaken when confronted by the ID. The ID had served him with arrest notices for 5 senior officers within Crime Intelligence Division, including its national head, Lieutenant General Kumalo. When serving the arrest notices, the National Commissioner asked the ID for indemnity from prosecution if he cooperates with them. An investigator states, the National Commissioner was very nervous and appeared to be shaking. He then blamed the collapse of crime intelligence at the hands of Lieutenant General Kumalo and KZN Provincial Commissioner Madlanga Mkonazi, developing. You remember receiving that?
That's correct.
Your response was quite interesting. You sent 3 laughing emojis and then Ziyakala Manje. Now, my Zulu is not great, but I understand Ziyakala Manje means it's happening now, it's going down. Is that correct?
Oh.
What does Ziyakala Manje mean?
It will depend on one message or what was the intention there. When General Sibia sent me this thing, I was shocked. I forwarded again to General Mkonazi. Then I was shocked. To me, when I'm shocked, I say, Ziyakala Manje.
And what do you mean by Ziyakala Manje when you're shocked?
I'm shocked. I'm shocked on what is happening. Ziyakala Manje.
But if you were just expressing shock, why did you attach 3 laughing emojis?
Okay. I'm still going back to my answer. It depends on one's reaction, on how they express their emojis. It's like that.
Well, the question remains, why 3 laughing emojis?
This is how I express my shock. I've even sent this again to General Mkonazi. That is how I expressed myself at that time.
The laughing emojis are your way of expressing shock, you're saying?
Yes.
Are you unable to find another emoji that's better suited to expressing shock as opposed to finding it very funny?
Okay, maybe the issue of emoji, by that time, maybe it was this laughing emoji. Then I just sent it. But to me, it was shocked. And if there was a problem with my emoji, General Mkonazi would have had a problem with these emojis because I contacted him after that, the messages.
Well, the real question is whether you sent laughing emojis to General Mkonazi.
Everything as it is.
Well, we can check that in due course. I want to put to you that you didn't. I'll take you to the reference. I'm not sure it's in this bundle, but I certainly have the chats with General Mkonazi. And there were no laughing emojis on that chat.
But
that you sent to him.
Okay. But did you also see this thing that I sent to him?
Commissioner, just an objection to what my colleague indicated. In the entire bundle, there are no charts between Sergeant Gosi and General Mkonazi. They have not disclosed that to us.
We have certainly disclosed the chats. We just didn't put them in the bundle. All of the chats have been put on a memory stick and given to my learned friend.
Commissioner, I will not raise an objection if I had the documentation. That's why he's saying they've put it into memory stick, but they're not in the bundle. Why have it in memory stick and not have it in the bundle? If you wanted us to be able to do it, why have others in the bundle and not in the memory stick? We cannot play dynamics here. Fact of the matter is, my client will not deny having a lot of charts with General Mkonazi, but the evidence leaders have not included that into the bundle.
I remember, Mr. Shaskalsin, when we started, there was mention of 4,000 plus pages, and you said you are only going to be using, I think you said 1,300 plus pages. So the chats between Sergeant Gosi and General Mkonazi in the rest of the 4,000 plus pages?
They are. How we proceeded is we had a whole series of chats. We put them all on a memory stick, made them available to Mr. Ngwato. We then indicated to him which were the chats to which we would refer in the meeting, in the hearing. And that is the difference between what's on the memory stick and what's in the bundle. I didn't intend going to General Mkonazi's chat. The witness referred to General Mkonazi's chat. He raised it, not me. He put forward a proposition that is in fact contradicted by his chat with General Mkonazi. If Mr. Ngwato wants to see the chat with General Mkonazi, I can pull out the relevant extract, give it to him at lunchtime, and we can come back to this if it's necessary after lunch. For now, I just want to put to the witness that he never included laughing emojis when he forwarded this particular message to General Mkonazi.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsin. The questioning at least is fair because it arises from what Sergeant Kosi has said. Likewise, I think it is fair to place reliance on the chats between Sergeant Kosi and General Mkonazi. Of course, fairness dictates that you should have sight of those and consult with the witness if you want to, with regard to those chats. So I would imagine, how long would it take you, Mr. Shaskalson, to share the chats? Or by when do you think?
They're 35 pages. I can have them printed out by tea time. By
tea time, all right. That sounds quite fair to me, unless you want to make further submissions, because it is the witness that says he sent chats of a particular nature, and Mr. Shaskalson takes a different view, and he says, but for what the witness has said, he wouldn't have gotten there, or he wouldn't have gone there. It seems fairly fair to me. Your response?
Thanks, Commissioner. As soon as they made them available, I'll have a look at them.
Yes.
But what I was trying to stop is
Yes.
not to then insist on saying, but you did not send this and I can show it to you in the bundle, once he knows he did not send them in the bundle. Because now when you insist on saying, but I can prove it to you by showing it into the bundle, once you know very well that the client never had an opportunity to reference on that one. You can't insist on a documentation that you have not disclosed. And it's the same thing that goes back to yesterday on the bank statements. You want to question on the bank statements as you have not disclosed the bank statements.
I think the point of substance is more reference to those chats. It doesn't matter much where exactly they are located. The point of substance is reference to the chats. And as I've said, because of Sergeant Kosi's response, it's perfectly fair to refer to those chats and to question the witness along those lines. I will close the debate now. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson?
Sorry, Chair, I've lost my place here.
In the meantime, or whilst you are looking, or you are there already, I just wanted to say, Sergeant, ordinarily, one would not use laughing emojis to denote shock. Do you agree with that? Ordinarily, I'm not talking about Sergeant Kosi now, I'm just talking ordinarily. The two do not seem to go together. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, Commissioner.
How can it be then that in your case you would have used laughing emojis to denote shock?
As I've said earlier, Commissioner, that you might have at that particular time, maybe the laughing emojis were there. And
where? You say were there. They were where?
In my phone when I was opening the emojis. So maybe it was the laughing stock. Maybe I might have maybe wanted to put the crying or the emoji that eyes being wide open. I think it was that matter. Not that I'm changing
I'm not sure I follow that because There will be, right at the top where the emojis are, right at the top, there will be those that you have used previously and from which you can then select, and you only go to the lot that's below when you're looking for an emoji that you have never used before. So there is a number of emojis at the top. So I don't quite follow what you say. They were there. The laughing emojis were there, as if they were there all by themselves. I don't get that.
My answer is still that one, because if I don't want to say something that will sound a bit bad to the commission.
No, say anything. I have a thick skin, even if it's bad. I'll be fine.
I'm still going back to my answer, Commissioner, that this is how I put it. This is how I expressed.
You expressed it with laughing emojis. You expressed your shock with laughing emojis.
At that time, it was me, yes.
What do you mean at that time?
Shocked.
At that time, because you were shocked, you denoted your shock with laughing emojis. And then my question, why, will still stand. You can't explain it.
At that time, Commissioner, this is how I put it. I don't want to justify something that is unjustificable.
You're quite right, it's not justifiable.
Yes, but at that time I've put it like that.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Do you ever send emojis to indicate shock, special emojis that indicate shock? Do you ever use them?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware that there are emojis that indicate shock?
Yes.
Or surprise?
It depends on how one expresses him or herself.
But when you want to express shock or surprise, do you ever use an emoji that's designed for that purpose? Yes or no?
Depends on how one expresses their shock.
No, my question is different, have you used an emoji that is specifically designed to express shock or surprise?
I can't remember.
Let me help you. Can you go to the new bundle, file 2, at page 435? It's your chats with someone who you have saved as Galito, EFF spokesperson.
You said which page, Mr. Shaskelson?
It starts at page 434, in fact.
Thank you.
And just to refresh your memory, I mean, we'll get to this in some detail later when we deal with these chats. By the way, who is Galito, EFF spokesperson? What is the name of this person?
It's Galito.
No, what is his first name and what is his surname?
Okay. I don't know his first name or surname, but I know Galito because I know him from the farm. He was Baba's cook.
Sorry, he was Baba's?
Chef. Baba's chef. Yes.
Chef?
Yes.
Is his name Siabulela Sibande?
I'm not denying or admitting to that, but I know him as Galito.
You know him as Galito.
That's correct.
You're
And
not
since
denying
I've
that he's Mr. Sibande.
Since I've known him, I've addressed him as Galito. Everyone is addressing him as Galito.
But you don't know his surname.
I don't know his surname.
And you describe him as EFF spokesperson. Why is that?
I just saved him like that.
No, we went over this yesterday, Sergeant. It cannot be. It cannot be a thumbsuck. You use this for a reason.
Okay.
Does Mr. Sibande hold a position in the EFF?
No, he doesn't.
Is he seen marching in a red beret with the EFF in videos in your chats?
He's always with the EFF. I can say he's a member of the EFF.
Why do you have him as EFF spokesperson?
I might have saved him as EFF spokesperson, but he's not an EFF spokesperson. Maybe the problem is how I save these people.
Remember yesterday when I engaged you on exactly this, because in response to questions by Mr. Shaskalsin, you suggested that Mr. Zenzile Mumalo, you said you said EFF, and you just said that, and you were basically suggesting that that was for no reason whatsoever. But when I engaged you, in the end, you said that was because you had seen him with a cap written EFF.
Yes.
So eventually you gave a reason why you had EFF in brackets after his name. So surely there must be a reason here, and that is what Mr. Shaskalsin is trying to establish. So please respond to the question by Mr. Shaskalsin. Why EFF spokesperson in brackets?
I did respond to that, Commissioner. I said he's a member of the EFF, but he's not a spokesperson of the EFF.
Why spokesperson then?
He's not a spokesperson. I don't know who is the spokesperson.
Yes, I hear you on what he is not. But why the descriptor spokesperson?
This is, I don't know that. Maybe my answer will be of satisfactory to the commission. I said maybe this is how I saved them. I saved them wrongly.
You can't, you cannot suggest to us that you just do things, or things just happen through your finger and you just type for the sake of it. It can never be. You are not automated, or yes. You are not a machine. By the way, even machines are programmed in a particular way to act in the manner they do, because they are programmed in a particular way. So in your case, it should even be better because you use your mental faculties. So it cannot be that you just wrote spokesperson.
But Commissioner, we know that the spokesperson of EFF is not Galito.
But why did you wrote? I said about 1.5 minutes ago that I've heard you on what you say is not the position, is not the position.
Yes.
Why did you write that which you know not to be the position?
You know, when we interact with him most of the time, EFF things always come out from his mouth. So just, I decided to save him as EFF spokesperson.
Why was it so difficult to say that? Right from the beginning, when the question was first asked by Mr. Shaskalsin, what was so difficult simply saying that? It was the case with the cap and EFF on the forehead as well. It took forever for me to extract that answer from you. So it's the same now. It took forever for you to say you wrote EFF spokesperson because he always talks about the EFF, not that he's a spokesperson of it. It took forever for you to say that eventually. Why is that so?
I'm sorry about that.
And this is on a very simple and innocuous issue. I don't understand why you should be cagey about it.
Understood, Commissioners.
Mr. Shaskalson.
Do you know if Galito is a friend of Mr. Matlala?
They know each other because Galito was a chef at the farm. Mr. Matlala was the head of security at the farm. Obviously, they know each other.
And of Mr. Molefi?
That's correct.
And of Mr. Mutsumi?
That's correct.
If we look at this page, page 434, you'll see at 1048, chat.
Page, which page?
Page file 1 of 2, page 434.
Okay, I see.
At 1048, you'll see that Galito sends you a screenshot.
Yes.
And if you go down to page 455, you'll see what that screenshot is.
Page, which page?
455.
Okay.
It's a call log.
Yes.
And you'll see that you seem to be on it because at 9:21 there was an outgoing call to 007. Does he also call you 007?
Where is that? 455.
455, yes.
Yes.
You see 007 at 9:21.
Yes, that's correct. I see it.
And that's what he uses for your number, is it not?
Okay, yes.
And you'll see that around the call that he made to you, he's highlighted 2 incoming calls. One before that call from Mr. Motsumi at 8:40 and one after that call from Mr. Motsumi at 10:47.
Yes.
And then if we go back to the texts at page 434, can we go back to 434? Are you on page 434?
That's correct.
You see that above the call log, there's a one-word message, again. So did you understand that message and the call log to mean that he was concerned that Mr. Motsumi had phoned him again? He'd phoned him twice now.
Okay.
Do you recall what the issue was around which Mr. Motsumi had called Galito twice around a call that Galito had made to you as 007?
I don't recall.
Maybe your next message can jog your memory. You respond to Galito by giving a phone number and the name Tebogo.
Yes.
Who is Tebogo?
I can't recall who is this Tebogo.
You can't recall who Tebogo is?
No.
His response to you is, it's not working. And then if we go over the page, what's your response? In chat 1. What do those emojis denote that you sent in chat 1?
I want to see clearly, but they are black and white.
Sorry, Sergeant, I didn't hear that.
Oh. Yeah.
Sergeant, it looks better there on screen.
No,
Did
I
you
see
look?
them. Thanks, Commissioner Kumalo. I see.
What do those emojis mean? Wide eyes.
I can't explain that emoji.
You see, I want to put it to you that that's the emoji you send when you're shocked or surprised.
I'm not denying it, but you know, I know that emoji. I can't explain that.
Well, what I want to put to you, Sergeant, is that as long ago as 2022, you knew what emoji to use when you were shocked and surprised. It's a very different emoji from a laughing emoji. What's your response to that?
I don't know how to respond to you because I've explained the understanding of the emojis. Like now, you know, this 2022 emoji and 2026 or 2025 emoji, I don't know what's.
Well, let's leave it there. Let's go back to what you send, what you've been exchanging with General Sabia. We can close this file for a while. It was a lengthy diversion. But we're back with file 1. And now on file 1, can I ask you to go to page 185? Do you have page 185 in file 1?
Yes.
And if you can go to chat number 5 at 15:01:15.
Yes.
There you send a photograph. I've lost my cross-reference, but do you recognize what this photograph is?
That's correct. I recognize it, Commissioner.
What is that photograph? Well, I'll get you the cross-reference to the big photograph in the bundle in due course, but...
It's someone who's in the police cells.
And which someone is it? Is it General Kumalo?
No, this does not look like him.
Is it one of the crime intelligence officers who was arrested with him?
That's correct.
Why did you send that to General Sabia?
It was on public news, and it was on the public platform, one, and it was circulating amongst police officials. Then I sent it to General Sabia as well.
Why would General Sabia be interested in it? What did you think his interest in it would be?
It was not the matter of General Sabia's interest. It was something that was circulating on police platforms. So I sent it to him.
Can I ask you to go to page 190, where the bigger picture is in the bundle?
190.
Sorry, it's 190 of the annexure bundle. It's a separate bundle. It's file 3 of 4. File 3 of 4, page 190.
Mr. Chaskalson, are you still going to come back to this page 180?
I will come back to file 1.
What page is that?
190.
190.
You see it on page 190. Can you identify the person now?
No, I can't. He's facing the back.
And you say this photograph was circulating already?
That's correct.
Where was it circulating?
In police chats, police groups.
I see. And to whom did you circulate it when you received it? To whom other than General Sibia did you circulate it?
I can't remember, but it was quite people that had that photo, and I've circulated too as well.
Sorry, General, Sergeant, I didn't hear you. You said you couldn't remember, but I didn't hear what came afterwards.
I said I can't remember, but many people had this circulation photo.
No. My question was, to whom did you circulate it, not who else had it? To whom did you circulate it?
General Shibiri.
And who else?
General Mkwanazi, if I'm not mistaken, but we've spoken about this on that day, this particular picture or particular scene.
And to whom else that you remember?
I can't remember.
Did you circulate it outside police circles?
I can't remember. I can't remember. Maybe if you can remind me.
Well, if you go to file 2 of 4 at page 603. You see that you circulated it to Mr. Motsumi at 15:01:15.
Yes.
Mr. Motsumi didn't understand why you were doing this or who this was, because he said back to you, Kimangu. Now, my Sesotho is good enough to know that he's asking, who is this?
Yes.
And you called him back,
Yes.
presumably to tell him that it was General Kumalo, or General Kumalo, people arrested with General Kumalo in crime intelligence. Do you recall that?
I don't recall myself telling him that it was General Kumalo or General Kumalo's people, no.
Well, what would you have told him?
I've never told him anything.
Well, when he said Kimangu, you phoned him back at 15:51. That's that call at 15:51, presumably to explain why you'd sent this picture.
I would not say that because Mr. Mutsumi is someone that I talk to more often. So I would not necessarily remember what did I say. But one of the things that I do remember is that I did not discuss General Kumalo or his people.
Well, is Mr. Mutsumi someone you respect?
Definitely.
And if he asks you a question, would you ordinarily answer it?
If I know, yes, I would answer.
And so if he says in a text, Kimangu, would you not answer that?
Yes.
And what would you say to him?
It's the people who were arrested.
And presumably he'd say, well, which people? Why are you sending this to me?
I would explain which people.
And which people would you explain? Which were the people who were arrested?
The same people who were arrested there, Commissioner.
The people in crime intelligence?
That's correct.
Including General Kumalo?
Yes, because of he's there. If he's there, yes.
And you knew that General Kumalo was one of the people who had been arrested there?
That's correct. It was breaking news on that day.
Why did you send this picture to Mr. Mutsumi?
Okay, to explain it further, I did not send this picture specifically that because it is members of intelligence. Something that is happening, maybe is breaking news. There is something that is happening. I just sent, he sends.
But this is not sending a breaking news story. It's sending a picture of one person being taken into custody or being held in custody. What is the value of that picture in terms of breaking news?
To myself, it had no value, and I don't even think that it had any value to Mr. Mutsumi. As you see there, he even asked, Kimang, who is that? It's because of even himself, he does not know who is that.
But why did you send it to him then? If it would have no value to him?
And if it had no value to you too, that's how I understand you. Please respond to Mr. Shaskalson's question.
Commissioner, your question took me off. I don't know,
Maybe forget about my question then. Please respond to Mr. Shaskalson's question.
Why would you send it to him if it had no value to him?
I just sent it to him because if it was something that was flying all over the news, News 24 had it, then I just forwarded it to him.
I have to assume that you intended to communicate something to him by sending this picture to him. It's just a picture, there's no message, just a picture. What were you wanting to communicate to him?
Nothing that I can remember of, nothing.
Let's leave it for there and let's, can I just go back?
Before you move on, can I just ask my question? Sergeant Gossi, Mr. Mutsumi is not a member of the SAPS, so you have to have an explanation why you're sending him information about SAPS members being arrested. and these particular members. It's not good enough to say it was of no interest to you. It was of interest to you. That's why you're distributing it. It had a particular interest to you. You considered it to be of interest to Mr. Mutsumi. That's why you're giving it to him, who is not a member of the SAPS. So this is not a random distribution. You have to share with us the reason why you thought he might or he will be interested in this. You didn't send this to other members of the SAPS. You didn't send it to Brigadier Macheng. You didn't send it to General Sintumule. You didn't send it, you can tell us you sent it to them as well, but he's not in that category of people. He's an outsider. The only reason you would have sent it to him, and I put this to you, the only reason you would have sent it to him is because you knew he would be interested in this story. Now the question is, why would he be interested in this story?
I would not know, Commissioner.
No, you know, Sergeant. You can say you've given your answer, you're not prepared to say more, and that's what we have to live with. The answer is not you don't know. You know why you sent it to him, you're just not telling us.
No, Commissioner, I'm telling you everything to the best of my understanding. But that picture, to be honest with the Commission, Mr. Mutsumi had no interest in that picture.
Why did you think he would have interest in it? He may or may not in the end have had an interest in it, but you decided he would be interested to know this. And the question is, why did you think he would be interested in this? What were your considerations? What is it about this story that made you think that Mr. Mutsumi would be interested in this story? You share a lot with him of SAPS matters. This is one of them.
Yes.
Why did you think I send this to him because he will be interested? What was your reason for thinking he would be interested? And there is a reason, Sergeant.
I don't know if the Commission can allow me to park that question, and then I'll answer maybe at the later stage when I've got a clear answer.
I would like to get the answer now, and for now I'm going to say you've given your best answer. If you want to come back to it later on, that's on you. But as matters stand, you have failed or refused, made a decision not to give us the reason. That's where it stands now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaskalson.
Well, in anticipation of a possible answer to Commissioner Baloyi, let's go back a little bit. Let's go up to page 573.
Page?
573. And there you'll recall that press report, police witnesses changed statements for promotion that we saw you exchanging with General Sabia. You also forwarded that report to Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
We go down to the foot of the next page, 574. Breaking, Presidency sends out stern warning. You recall that report. The developing story that that General Masemola and General Kumalo were being probed for corruption. You sent that to Mr. Mutsumi.
That's correct.
And if we go down to page 160.
160.
Sorry, 577, 577. You see that the ID Guns for National Police Rogue Unit, you also sent that to Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
What did you understand Mr. Mutsumi's interest to be in all of these investigations into General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi?
My answer on that is Mr. Mutsumi and myself, we are the friends of General Mkhwanazi. Each and everything, whether it's bad or it's good about General Mkhwanazi, we share it and we discuss it.
So this was because Mr. Mutsumi was a fan of General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
But at least one of these pieces, if you go back to 574, doesn't mention General Mkhwanazi. It's just about an investigation, an alleged investigation into General Masemola and General Khumalo for fraud. So why would you send that one? That's chat 6 on page 574.
Okay, I see it.
Why would you send that chat that doesn't mention General Mkhwanazi? It just mentions General Masemola and General Khumalo.
Because it mentions no, this one, sorry, Commissioner, I just sent it. But most I sent where General Mkhwanazi is involved. But this one, I sent it.
The question is why?
I just took it like those ones that I've sent to him. So I sent it to him.
You said General Mkhwanazi is a mutual friend of yours and Mr. Mutsumi's, and that's why you would share something relating to General Mkhwanazi with him, that is with Mr. Mutsumi. So question is, this has nothing to do with General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
Why did you share it with Mr. Mutsumi? I don't quite follow what you are saying in response.
Okay. Because of Scott General, okay, let me just maybe explain it so that the Commission can understand it better. It's because that is my view now, or that is what transpired. General Khumalo is close with General Mkhwanazi. So now, each and everything that we think that it might affect the emotions of General Mkhwanazi, we just share it. If it affects him directly, we share it. Vice versa to him, General Mkhwanazi now. And to go back to the issue of, not an issue per se, the statement that says we are friends with General Mkhwanazi. Mr. Mutsumi is not a friend with General Mkhwanazi. He just likes him. I'm the one who's close.
Oh, fans, F-A-N.
Oh.
Did you say fans?
I thought you said friends. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
thought,
sorry.
No. I thought you had said friends.
Fans, yes.
Commissioner Khumalo is correcting me and says you had said fans.
Yes.
F-A-N.
Yes.
My apologies. My apologies.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaskalsin?
Can we go down to page 604? And there you'll see, this is now after General Khumalo and the crime intelligence officers have been arrested. It's later on that day of the 26th of June. And at 22:40, you send to Mr. Mutsumi a screenshot of a conversation, of a WhatsApp chat that you had with General Mkhwanazi. You'll find that WhatsApp chat on page 191. So maybe let's go to 191.
I see it.
Can you give us the page number again?
191. It may be in the original. Sorry, let me just check. I've got if it's the right. Yes, I apologize. It is at page 191 of the annexure bundle. So it is at that would be file 3 of 4. File 3 of 4. I apologize. And it's a screenshot that just shows an exchange of voice calls, mainly from you to General Mkonazi, but two from General Mkonazi. And the significance of the WhatsApp seems to me that, bear in mind that you've sent it around about 20 to 11 on the 26th. And at 10:30 you were called by General Mkonazi. And then immediately after your call at 22:32, he sends you a link, a YouTube link, to a song of Tupac with a great title that unfortunately I can't mention publicly. But that rap, what are the words to that rap? Do you know it?
I suppose the best you can do is to flight the screenshot. Then people can see it for themselves without you saying anything, Mr. Shaskalsin.
If you're willing for me to say it, I'm happy to say it myself. And if it's going to be flighted, I may as well say it. It's Last Motherfucker Breathing. Now, what is Last Motherfucker Breathing about? What do the words say? Why would General Mkonazi send it to you? What does that rap communicate?
I think the reason is myself and General Mkonazi, we love the same artist, that is Tupac. So now, on the day when we were discussing about this arrest, hey, my man, how are you feeling about this thing? And he said, no, I'm feeling nice. I'm even cruising. This is what I'm listening. So he forwarded to me. So that, no, don't worry, because I was worried that General Mkonazi was stressed about what happened earlier. So I phoned him that time, hey, my man, how are you feeling? He said, oh, I'm fine, I'm good. Listen to what I'm listening. We are listening to our song. So he sent me this.
Now, as a Tupac fan, you'll know the words to Last Motherfucker Breathing, won't you? Do you?
Can you repeat that question?
Do you know the words?
What?
I'm not going to ask you to rap it for us out here, but
yes.
Do you know the song?
Yes.
And what's it about? What's Tupac saying in Last Motherfucker Breathing?
He said, I'm the last man standing.
He's saying, I'm the last man standing.
That's correct.
I'm going to fight until I'm the last man standing. Isn't that what that's about?
That is Tupac, yes.
Yes, and General Mkonazi is sending that to you on the day that General Khumalo has been arrested.
That's correct.
And isn't General Mkonazi saying to you, I'm going to fight to the bitter end on this one? General Khumalo may have been arrested, but I'm going to fight to the bitter end.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but at that time, it was someone who was cruising at night. He sent me this thing. And this is how I understood it, because of...
Well, if you were just exchanging your shared sort of fondness for Tupac, why would you share this screenshot with Mr. Mutsumi?
Mr. Mutsumi was also worried. And the reason I've sent it to Mr. Mutsumi, on Sunday, that time, you remember now, his bike and my bike, they've got music. So I was playing Tupac all day, so he was getting irritated. So now, when General Mkhwana sent me this, I sent it to him, said, no man, look, even our, he's playing the same music. Tupac is the goal.
That's a great story, Sergeant, but I want to put it to you that it's not a true story.
No, it's a true story.
You see, what it seems to me is that for several months now, you've been sharing with Mr. Motsumi stories about the demise of, let me describe it as a faction in the SAPS. General Khumalo, General Masemola, and General Mkhwanazi. And on the day that the position of that grouping within the SAPS probably looks weakest because General Khumalo has just been arrested, you speak to General Mkhwanazi, and his response is to come back to you with Tupac and essentially say, I'm going to fight to the bitter end. And you were sending that to Mr. Motsumi because Mr. Motsumi needed to know that General Mkhwanazi was going to fight to the bitter end. What's your response to that?
I differ with your statement. One, Mr. Motsumi, he loved General Mkhwanazi with everything. So there is no way that I will send Mr. Motsumi for Mr. Motsumi maybe to celebrate or something. No.
Sergeant, you corrected the chairperson and said Mr. Motsumi is not a friend of General Mkhwanazi, but a fan.
Yes.
Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
Why would he be worried about how General Mkhwanazi is feeling if they are not friends? He's just a fan. Why would he be worried about? General Mkhwanazi is not arrested. General Khumalo is arrested. Why would Mr. Motsumi be worried or concerned how General Mkhwanazi is responding to the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo? It doesn't make sense.
Can I answer?
You may try.
According to me, Commissioner, when you care about someone and someone is in, or you think that that person is not, emotionally okay, and whether you are friends or not, but for the mere fact that you care about that person because of you are a fan, you would have interest in, man, how is this person feeling after all?
You've said they're not friends. You've said he's not a friend, he's a fan.
Yes.
Yes, so why would he care? In fact, let me use your language. Why would he be worried how General Mkhwanazi is responding to the arrest of Lieutenant Khumalo unless there's been other conversations that you are not sharing with us? But you telling us this simple story. He's a fan. That's all he is. That's why I'm sharing all of these stories with him about what's going on. Why would he be worried? To be worried, there has to be more to the relationship. Or you are sharing this for another reason, not because he's worried about General Mkhwanazi.
Commissioner, that man loves General Mkhwanazi. So I don't want to add something that did not happen that particular time. That man, the way I love General Mkhwanazi, loves General Mkhwanazi. So that's why I'm sending him, because of myself and him, we're worried. That is the reason I even called him that time, that my man, are you okay?
So
That is my
after the arrest, you did discuss with Mr. Mutsumi. I thought earlier on, when that WhatsApp exchange about the picture that you sent to Mr. Mutsumi, which was followed up by a telephone call from you. You remember that exchange where you sent a picture and then Mr. Mutsumi said, Kimango.
Yes.
You then did a call, and I thought you said you did not discuss these arrests with him. So at which point do you get to know, and how do you get to know that Mr. Mutsumi FN is worried about how General Mkhwanazi is responding to this if you did not discuss the arrests with him?
Maybe okay. Can I answer? Maybe there is along my answering line there is a misunderstanding. I said the reason that I'm sending Mr. Mutsumi to Park's lyrics is because on that weekend we were riding and I was busy annoying him with Tupac's songs. So when this thing happened, when General Mkhwanazi sent me this, I sent it to him. I said, you're just criticizing me, even our man is listening to the same thing.
And you're changing your reason for sending this to Mr. Mutsumi. You first said you sent it to Mr. Mutsumi because he was worried about General Mkhwanazi, how General Mkhwanazi is reacting to this. That's why I've had this engagement with you. It's because of that answer. Now you say I sent it to him because the previous day he was annoyed that I'm playing Tupac, and I just wanted to show him that even General Mkhwanazi plays Tupac. They can't both be true. They can't both be true. In fact, I want to suggest to you both attempts at explaining this are untruthful. They are not the reason you sent this to Mr. Mutsumi. You sent this stuff and all the exchanges to Mr. Mutsumi because you knew he has an interest in what's happening to what Mr. Cheskalson refers to as affection in the SAPS. That's the only explanation that makes sense. It's because he had an interest in it. And you're not being truthful in your answer. You can comment if you want to. Otherwise, Mr. Cheskalson, thank you.
No comment.
Perhaps at that point, let's adjourn and resume at 11:25.
Thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Mutsumi, and of course these forces within the SAPS, right? These two separate forces amongst members of the SAPS, and who was in cahoots with who was working for whose side effectively is what the evidence is pointing us to. On the other side of the country, in Cape Town, the National Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola, is giving evidence in front of the ad hoc committee. On that note, let's take the latest 11 o'clock update, but it is 5 after 11.
Thank you, Kathy. On the top stories, Iran seeks to move football matches to Mexico and more communities called to fight TB. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Iran's Football Federation says it's negotiating with FIFA to relocate the country's World Cup matches to Mexico from the United States. The team had been due to play their first games in Los Angeles and Seattle before Donald Trump's war against Iran. The Federation's president had said Iran would not travel to the United States. The case against Bellarmine Mugabe, son of former Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe, and his co-accused Tobias Matonje, has been postponed to next Tuesday by the Alexandra Regional Court. The pair face charges of attempted murder, defeating the ends of justice, unlawful possession of a firearm, and contravening the Immigration Act following the alleged shooting of Mugabe's gardener in Hyde Park in February. Proceedings could not be finalized today due to the absence of a senior prosecutor. However, the state and the defense say the plea agreement is at an advanced stage. Mugabe's attorney, Sinenhlanhla Mnguni, says discussions are close to completion.
The negotiations between the states and the defense are at an advanced stage. I think Prosecutor Mapiri stated something to the effect of 98% of the way done. Unfortunately, the senior public prosecutor wasn't available today to attempt to conclude at least the negotiations so that we could then proceed with the plea. Of course, now the understanding as stated by the state is that we will then be able to finalize the plea next week, where the matter has been remanded to the 24th of March.
Police are investigating a break-in at a popular tyre shop in Musgrave, Durban, after criminals struck in the early hours of Sunday morning. The suspects allegedly bypassed security before stealing computers from the premises. The incident has raised fresh concerns about business security in the area. Beria Musgrave activist Dees Ahmed visited the scene shortly after the break-in. He explains the plan ahead to curb the influx of car guards and beggars in the Musgrave vicinity.
The guy just picked up stuff and ran. He wasn't into the heavy stuff. The jacks were there, the drills were on the floor, everything was, you could have taken it, whatever it was. So it was a quick pick up and go, and he was looking for valuable stuff, and he took the 2 laptops that were there. And we always tell the residents from there, it's a petty crime, go and open a case. At least now, if the guy is caught up with something else later on, we can pin the case numbers. If you don't have a case number, he walks free. All the hard work we do, the investigations, getting the officers to come, all that goes to nothing. It equates to absolutely nothing.
The Independent Policing Union has called for the implementation of exit vetting. This follows the arrest of a former Special Task Force member, Madlanga Lesoteni, for the murder of former EMPD officer and whistleblower Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D. Van der Merwe was killed outside his home in December last year after testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Police believe Soteni was hired to kill Van der Merwe, raising concerns about task force members being recruited by organized crime syndicates. IPUSA General Secretary Mpho Kwinika.
IPUSA believes that what we call exit vetting needs to be instituted to each and every police officer who leaves the service. And it's important to do that to those who are employed in specialized units such as this one, because of the skills that they possess, which include sniping. We need to have units that are going to continue to monitor their activities and their lifestyles outside there, so that they do not end up getting into the environment which they find themselves in now.
The Arts Cape Theatre in Cape Town is set to host a memorial service this afternoon in honor of South African comedian and actor Solly Philander. Philander passed away in Cape Town earlier this month at the age of 65. He has been described as a cultural icon and a pioneer for young comedians, particularly from communities on the Cape Flats. He was widely known for his work across television, radio and theatre, including productions such as Lyric Garai, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, and Arends Flay. Experts are calling for more community involvement to fight the scourge of tuberculosis in South Africa. March marks TB Awareness Month under the theme, Yes, We Can End TB, led by countries powered by people. According to the World Health Organization, South Africa's multi-pronged efforts have led to 53% reduction in its TB incidence rate since 2015, while treatment coverage has increased from 58% to 77% since 2020. However, it is still the second greatest killer worldwide due to a single infectious agent. A non-profit company specializing in TB and HIV, TB HIV Care, says the cure rate for the TB remains low at 83% in South Africa, largely due to socio-economic factors. Their Western Cape spokesperson Nomza Movali elaborates.
TB in South Africa remains one of the leading infectious diseases, and also globally. But in South Africa, we continue to face a high burden of TB, largely linked to factors such as poverty, overcrowding, and also like there's high prevalence of TB and difficulty to have it cured, even though treatment only takes 6 months.
Recapping the top story, Iran's Football Federation says it's negotiating with FIFA to relocate the country's World Cup matches to Mexico from the United States. I'm Mondolambana for SAfm News.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
There's no room for mistakes for the Cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Harry Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. In time added on, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League. Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Safety begins in our homes, our streets, and our communities. Government is working to ensure that every person in South Africa feels safe. Based on the President's commitment during the State of the Nation address, the South African National Defence Force is being deployed to support the South African Police Service in crime prevention operations across selected areas in Gauteng, Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and the Northwest. Their role is to support the South African Police Service to protect communities and strengthen safety where it matters most. Fighting crime needs all of us. If you see criminal activity, speak up. Report it to your nearest police station or call Crime Stop on 0800 10 111. Working together for a safer South Africa. A message from the Government Communication and Information System, the GCIS.
The Red Bulls and the Krijgkouwers are on a mission to finish the season as high as possible. With ambition driving every pass and every tackle. The question is simple. Who wants it more? This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Witness the thrilling battle between RB Leipzig and TSG Hoffenheim. This Friday, 20 March at 9:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Get ready for something exciting. SA's biggest celebration of innovation is here. The SA Innovation Week brings together innovation, investment, research, industry and public sector priorities to shape the future of South Africa. From the 16th to the 20th of March, SAIW presents breakthrough technologies, live demonstrations and powerful collaborations, including provincial innovation engagements across South Africa. Brought to you by the Technology Innovation Agency, an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connect you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News airs weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3. This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Kathy Mohlahlana on SAfm.
Get ready for something exciting. SA's biggest celebration of innovation is here. The SA Innovation Week brings together innovation, investment, research, industry and public sector priorities to shape the future of South Africa. From the 16th to the 20th of March, SAIW presents breakthrough technologies, live demonstrations and powerful collaborations between provincial innovation engagements across South Africa. Brought to you by the Technology Innovation Agency, an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
There is no room for mistakes for the Cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Aaron Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. In time added on, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League.
Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, it's 18 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the third hour of The Talking Point. We, of course, are still continuing our coverage of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. We know that they will be coming back from their tea adjournment shortly. And as I mentioned earlier, while we're watching that, at the ad hoc committee, the National Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola, is continuing to give evidence. He's back at the ad hoc committee this morning. So we'll take some of the WhatsApp voice notes you've been sending through to the show this morning before we take you back to the Commission of Inquiry.
Good morning, Sis Katie. We are speaking to Tumzani from Mashisin in Potchefstroom. Hey, Sis Katie, today I don't know how I can divide myself to be in two places at the same time, because I want to be in Parliament, watch Parliament, our General. I also want to be at Madlanga ad hoc committee. Excuse me, Commission of Inquiry. So I think I will go with Madlanga now. Parliament, they will repeat this, I know, and then I will catch it later. But I'm so focused on the testimony of Mr. Nkosi. Mr. Nkosi is caught, and he knows it. He knows it. He must just admit and wait for his day when he's appearing in court. Thank you, Sis Katie.
Hi, good day, Sis Kathy and SAFM listeners. It's Isaac here. Yo, how's Kathy? You know, these ANC thieves, now they don't have any place to hide, to run. Correct. These guys, they've been stealing and stealing. Now they can even lie and lie and keep on lying. They even forget that they are lying. These ANC guys, my body, man. Correct. Now you don't even know how to encourage your brothers or your family members to join the subs. Man, I just hope man.
Morning, Siskith. Listening to Sergeant Kosi is so painful. Very, very painful. I mean, I just can't understand. What is it that he's trying to say to the commission? You know, like you can tell from afar that this guy is lying through his teeth. You know, in some instances, he's trying to cover up his actions. It's clear that he was working with General Sibia, but there are a lot of things that he was doing behind General Sibia, which General Sibia does not know of. See, that's the problem with thieves. There's no honor among thieves. They've been lying to each other while also being involved in criminal activities. This is exactly what is happening right now. And he's at pains now trying to explain everything. It's just so painful, man. I don't know. Yo, icon. This is important for you. Thank you.
Hi, may I ask this question? Why almost all people who are testifying here would fail to answer the questions properly and would, at the end of the day, be implicated some sort of? Why would they agree to start with to come and testify? Because I find it very strange because they are now suffering a lot. Thanks, Willie and Kuma.
Morning, one kid. I'm sorry from Guatemala. You see another growing pandemic, Manje. Bullying at schools. That thing is growing. It's becoming worse. Worse. You see trending videos. Abantwana beshayana. Okanye the bully is beating up the powerless one. And at that time, that person is videoized, being beaten up. So I don't know what's gonna happen in the next coming years, Mamkete. It's very sickening. It's very sickening and disturbing indeed.
Hi, morning, Kathy. My simple question is, these corrupt officials, they are busy with their activities, criminal activities, at the expense of the government. When are they doing? They are supposed to be doing the work they are paid for. Yeah. No, man, this is not fair. No, they are taking us for a ride, but we've got a useless government, to be honest. Thank you. Good day.
Hi, this is Kathy. I don't know. Can you please clarify one thing that maybe the whole of South African maybe fail to understand? Why all of these guys, all of them, if they see something that they did, they are all shocked. Can you explain this emoji? Oh, I'm also shocked. Why did you put this emoji? Oh, I was shocked. This even our leader. Thank you, Miss Kathy. Mwele to Cape Town.
Good morning in studio and also to the rest of the country. This is Christian from the Garden Route. I'd just like to agree with the previous lady who asked, why don't the government go after these people with...
Sergeant, can we go to page 161 of file 1? File 104. And there you'll see that on the 12th of February 2025, General Sibia sent you a document, and the document is in file 3 of 4 at page 104.
the file number?
104, file 304.
304.
Uh, 104.
Are you there, Sergeant?
Yes, according to my keep of day. Thank you.
All right. 104, yes.
And the document is an email from a journalist, not actually addressed to General Sabia, but addressed to a third party. And the email says, "It has come to our attention that you've had a relationship with alleged kidnapping kingpin Ismail Nangi. Can you confirm if you've ever dealt with Nangi, and if so, in what capacity? Did you ever receive money from Nangi? If so, how much, and what was this money for? We understand that Major General Shadrach Sabia was briefed by you about donations received from Nangi as a donation, about monies received from Nangi as a donation. Can you explain? Do you or your company have any memorandum of understanding with SAPS? Please note my deadline for comment is Thursday, 13 February 2025 at close of business." Do you recall this email?
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you know why General Sabia sent this journalist's query to you?
I think he wanted me to send to Mr. Matlala.
He wanted you to send it to Mr. Matlala.
That's correct.
Why would he want you to send it to Mr. Matlala?
For Mr. Matlala to see it, I think.
Why would he want Mr. Matlala to see it?
I think General Sibia would be in a better position to answer that, but the reason he sent it to me, it was based on that instruction that I must send to Mr. Matlala.
Does Mr. Matlala, to your knowledge, have any relationship with Ismail Nangi?
Can you repeat that question?
Does Mr. Matlala, to your knowledge, have any relationship with Ismail Nangi?
No, I don't know.
Do you know who Ismail Nangi is?
I heard about him. I don't know him personally. That is a Mozambican kingpin.
Now, you've been part of an anti-kidnapping task team. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And is it in that context that you heard about Mr. Nangi?
No.
Where did you hear about Mr. Nangi?
I heard about Mr. Nangi when I started to work closely with Brigadier Ramangwa. Mr. Nangi's name was being discussed time and again, even not directly with me, that there is this person by the name of Nangi who's busy with the kidnappings. But unfortunately, by that time when we discussed it, or when it was discussed, the kidnapping case were already moved from Brigadier Ramanga, were being investigated by Major General Khan.
So it was while you were working with Brigadier Ramangwa after he'd been taken off kidnappings. Is that correct? That he spoke to you about, or that people spoke to you about Mr. Nangi?
That's correct.
And were the people who told you about Mr. Nangi people who had worked in Brigadier Ramangwa's team when they were investigating kidnappings?
That's correct.
And now, did any of those people speak to you about Mr. Matlala in the context of their kidnapping investigations?
Can you repeat that question so that I must...
Did the people who had been investigating kidnappings and who spoke to you about Mr. Nangi, those people, did they also speak to you about Mr. Matlala?
I don't know if it will be right when I say point of correction. I said, by the time I heard about Mr. Nangi, it was when the kidnapping docket were no longer being investigated by Brigadier Ramangwa, were taken to Major General Khan.
No, I understood that, but there were people in Brigadier Ramangwa's unit who were speaking to you about Mr. Nangi from their past investigations. Is that not correct?
I wouldn't say in past investigation, they were just talking about him.
And has anybody mentioned, any of those people mentioned Mr. Matlala to you in the context of kidnapping investigations?
During the Mr. Nangi's conversation?
No, in any conversations. Are you aware of allegations against Mr. Matlala in relation to kidnapping?
That's correct.
And what allegations are you aware of?
There were allegations that he kidnapped Mr. Jerry Bushoka.
Are you aware of the allegation that when Mr. Matlala's house was searched for Jerry Bushoka?
Sorry, before you move there, can you, if you are able to assist at all, Mr. Shaskelson, who was the addressee on this email? One can't tell from the email address.
I can refer you, I don't want to mention the name, because, if you go to the preceding page, you will see who the addressee is. So it is...
I do see it there too. And the address ending with .net, I do see it. I guess
that's the addressee.
It was more in interest in who that person is, but if you don't want to mention it...
I'd rather not mention the names of those people.
All right.
Can we maybe do this for the transcript? Just say that it's an email of 11 February 2025 at 15:45.
Indeed, Chair, and we can give the page reference as well. It's page 103 of the Annexure Bundle file.
304.
304.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you aware of an allegation that when Mr. Matlala's house was searched for Jerry Bushoka, that Jerry Bushoka had in fact been moved to Mr. Nangi's house? Are you aware of that allegation?
No.
Was General Sabia aware that there were allegations against Mr. Matlala that he was involved in kidnapping?
Yes.
Why then would he invite you to send an inquiry about an alleged kidnapper to Mr. Matlala?
Can you repeat that question?
Why would he, your evidence was when General Sabia forwarded this document inquiring about Mr. Nangi,
yes,
he forwarded it to you so that you could give it to Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
Why would he want you to give it to Mr. Matlala if he knew that Mr. Matlala was an alleged kidnapper?
Thank you. I take it, even though I did not ask him then, but because of previously it was communicated between myself and General Sibia together with Matlala that anything that he wants from Matlala or Matlala wants from him, and he can't get hold of General Sibia, it must go via me. So when General Sibia sent it, that set document, I knew, he said it was for Mr. Matlala. So it was, he will be in better position to answer that in why did he send such document, but I can confirm it was from him. The instruction was to send it to Mr. Matlala.
Did he not say to you why this is being sent to why you are sending this to Mr. Matlala?
No, he didn't.
You didn't ask either.
Most of the time, I would not ask. I would just forward, Commissioner.
What did you think was the reason that you're sending? I mean, you've read it.
Yes.
What did you think was the reason you're sending this? You're being asked to send this to Mr. Matlala.
My understanding, I think maybe he was asking Mr. Matlala, what is this now? That is me thinking to myself because of the way the questions were raised here. So this is how I understood the document. So I immediately forwarded it.
When you say you thought he may have been asking Mr. Matlala, what is this about? Is it because, if you look at page 103, it tells us who this is addressed to. Is it because of who it's addressed to? Do you know the person that's the addressee there?
Where is that, Commissioner?
103?
Yes, Commissioner.
There's a name there of who this is addressed to, the media inquiry. You see the name there?
Yes, I know.
Do you know the person?
Yes, I know the person.
Okay.
This person is working in. When I came to organize crime, when we're still working on kidnappings, this is the person whom we were given to work with. According to the head office, he's an expert in kidnapping cases, this person.
Okay. All right, thank you.
An expert in kidnapping cases?
Yes.
And who at head office instructed that you should work with him?
No, I found him there in head office. Everybody was using him.
And using him for all cases or just kidnapping cases?
Kidnapping cases.
And was he, as it were, a kidnapping negotiation expert?
Most he will work closely with General Khan and some members of intelligence kidnapping team.
When you say to work with him, is it because he helped to solve problems of kidnapping, or he himself was considered to be part of the kidnapping community?
Okay. Can you? I want to give you a straight answer. Can you repeat that, my commissioner, please?
My question is, when you were told or when you found that he's actually the person that the SAPS works with on kidnapping cases. In what capacity was he? They worked with him to solve kidnapping cases, and so he's sort of like an expert advisor to the SAPS, or he's an informant, if you like, an informer, because he himself is involved in that community of kidnappers, if there's anything like that.
If I may put it this way, he was a so-called advisor to SAPS.
Thank you.
Just, Sergeant, remember a few minutes ago, Mr. Chaskalson told you about the allegation that Mr. Boshocha may have been moved to Mr. Nangi's house on the date that the police raided Mr. Matlala's house on the 6th of December 2024. You remember that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. One of the allegations, or maybe I should say it's a suspicion and not put it higher than that, based on the evidence that we have heard in this commission, there is a suspicion that on the day, the 6th of December 2024, Mr. Matlala was tipped off by somebody within SAPS that GCI Ops will be raiding his home. And there is a suspicion that you or somebody else may have tipped him off. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that. Did you tip off Mr. Matlala that police are coming to his house?
No.
But we've seen from the chats that the day before, on the 5th and the 4th of December, you were in constant contact with Mr. Matlala. I counted about four phone calls the day before they raided his house. What were you talking to Mr. Matlala about the day before, and I think on the day that his house was raided on the 6th of December 2024? Do you remember?
Very clear,
Yes.
Commissioners. Okay. Firstly, to explain further about my constant communication with Mr. Matlala on that particular days, I remember very clear. It was the 4th, 5, 6, 7. There was a kidnapping, Commissioners, in Copperleaf of ABD, can I not mention maybe? But there was a kidnapping of a child there and his mother. I was phoned by the complainant together with my unregistered informant. They gave me a pin. Quickly respond. I went there on that particular scene of crime. So as the scene was processed, the investigation carried on, where we received, or I received an information that the victims are kept in Atteridgeville. I immediately contacted General CB. I said, hey, there is this case here. I've got the location, I've got the victim. We need to act swiftly. By then, we did not know who the suspect was. General CB said to me, he's in Cape Town, but as soon as he lands, he will make a plan. Indeed, as soon as he landed, he instructed Brigadier Ramangwa to form a team. A team was formed. We followed up the information. Then we went to the set address, maybe after 2 or 3 days. And then it was around those times. And then, but unfortunately, with task force and NIU, but we did not get anything in those set address. But as we were continuing, because I was personally involved there, Mr. Matlala's name kept on popping out. But unfortunately that the complainant was, skeptical to talk exactly what is happening, because he was also closer. He was Mr. Matlala's friend. I then advised the complainant, the relevant person here is Brigadier Ramang. I even maybe prefer if even you don't even give me anything because there are a lot of police officials here. We can't trust that who is leaking information to who and how. That is how I connected the complainant directly now to Brigadier Ramang, telling the complainant now that it's best and better to whatever that you have, give it to Brigadier Ramangwa so that the information must not leak in anyhow because we won't know what is happening. On the same press, Commissioner, I've informed Mr. General Sibia that Kat's name keep on popping. We need to move. Now we need to move on him. We must investigate further what is happening. I went again to inform Brigadier Ramang about that. Then Brigadier Ramang said, no, we are going to go and obtain the statements and then we'll take it from there. Now, the issue of Jerry Boshoga pops in now. So, there was a team that was investigating this Jerry Boshoga issue and so forth. But according, they were just investigating maybe verbally, but on the docket there was nothing. Then Brigadier Ramangwa and another colonel, I'll just remember him now. They moved in, they met with the family, they've interviewed the family. That is when they've decided to take the docket. And then from there, they've interviewed the mother thoroughly, the wife, the docket started to move. So now, as it moves, now it starts to be between 4 and 5 of December now. Brigadier Ramanga said to me, we must call in Kat. He must come in for the interview. That is when I communicated with Kat. Imran, you are wanted in our office. You need to be interviewed, Brigadier Ramanga, and this can, but I'll remember this case. Colonel Mashabela, they were having the docket. I said, come in, you need to be interviewed. When you're supposed to be interviewed, the following day, Brigadier Ramanga and Colonel Mashabela were summoned again to the family. So the meeting had to be cancelled. Then on the following day, Mr. Matala phoned me and said, hey, I seated and waited for those people to come and interview me. Then I said to him, no, it was wrong of my part of not saying it was human error that I did not inform you that there were changes. Then on the 6th, that day, Brigadier Ramangwa phones me. He said, tell Kat that we are waiting for him in the meeting. I said, but you've never made any appointment. Maybe Scott Arara said, no, tell him we don't need appointment. He must come here. So during my call with Mr. Matala, I heard him. He said, hey, drop the phone. Task force is in my house. Task force is in my house. I'll come back to you. Then the phone went mute. Immediately, I called General CB and said, hey, I was talking to Kat, making an appointment for the following day. This is what he said. I phoned Brigadier Ramangwa, informing him that when you have tasked me, during my tasking, this is what I have encountered. That now is the 6. And then after that, I'm putting it there. Now I'm coming back on the tip issue. The only reason that I've been communicating with Mr. Matala on that day is those particular reasons, the cases. And then 2, I didn't know that there was another team that was investigating Mr. Matala parallel. The people who were there is Special Task Force, and most of them is from KZN. I don't know anyone from KZN except General Mkwanazi, and Office General Mkwanazi is not that low to tell me to defeat the ends of justice. So I put it there.
Let me then ask you this question. based on your answer, it would mean either on the 4th or the 5th of December, you told Kat Matlala that the police want to interview him in relation to the Jerry Boshoga kidnapping.
Yes.
So he would have known from you that the police regard him as a suspect in the Jerry Boshoga case.
I want to put it in a more understandable and
Put
decent manner.
it in your own words.
Yes, because now when my honorable commissioner says he might have heard it from me, it was on the basis of investigation. Because now he's the businessman. I can't be saying to him, come to the let's say police station without any reasonable explanation why. So I had to inform him.
So you told him that the police want him to come in for an interview in relation to the Jerry Boshoga kidnapping?
Not Jerry Boshoga kidnapping, the Dikale kidnapping, even though there was a Jerry Boshoga on the back, but I did not inform him about that. So I don't want this to be taken out of context that maybe I was tipping him. It was on the basis of the investigation was in process at that
And
time.
because we also heard, I can't remember if it's from witness A or witness B, that when the task force arrived at Mr. Matlala's house, he was on the phone with a SAPS member, and their suspicion is that that SAPS member would have tipped off Mr. Matlala. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And you've just confirmed that when you were speaking to Mr. Matlala on the 6th, he told you to drop the phone, put down the phone, because the task force is at his house, which means they would have already identified themselves by then. Is that correct?
It's not correct, but not coming from you,
Yes.
coming from the source.
Correct me so that I don't get it in.
Yes. He said, I'm watching them through the window.
Oh, okay.
And now, I think when they say it was a SAPS member, no. They knew it was me because of when he was instructed to lie down, they've taken the phone. Who are you? I've identified myself from head office on that particular day. They did not know whether it was SAPS or not. No, it was me.
So they knew that it was you who was talking to Mr. Matlala because they took his phone, and from his phone they could see that he was talking to you.
Yes.
And they even spoke to you and you identified yourself.
Definitely.
And you said you are from where?
Head office organized crime under the immediate supervision of Brigadier Ramang.
So let's forget the tip-off then.
Yes.
But let's just accept that they are correct that on the day and at the time when they raided Mr. Matlala's home, he was talking to you. On that score, they are correct. That on the 6th of December 2024, when they were raiding Mr. Matlala's home, he was talking to you.
On work-related.
No. I said forget what you were talking about and forget about the tip-off. Let's just focus on the day and at the time when they raided Mr. Matlala's house. He was talking to you on the phone. Yes or no? You'll give me your reason after.
Yes.
Yes, give me your reason then. I will be fair to you. I won't trick you.
Yes, he was talking to me. I just want to distance myself from this tipping off nonsense. Hey, that thing is painting me bad. So, but you understand that it was on the basis of work. As I explained, I even gave reference, even to those people that it was Brigadier
Now,
Ramang.
Sergeant Gossi, I'm trying to be fair to you because an allegation has been made at
true.
this commission.
That's correct.
And it became clear to me that the people who are making the allegation are saying it was either you or General Shibiri. And since you are here and we were dealing with this topic, I wanted to give you a chance to address that allegation. And you have addressed it. Mr. Chaskalson might still come back to it, and I will leave it there for now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just follow up on this discussion. So you were involved as part of the team under Brigadier Ramangwa.
That's correct.
To investigate the allegations against Mr. Matala, or the possible involvement of Mr. Matala in the kidnapping of Mr. Bushoha.
Okay. To put it in this manner, they were investigating that docket of a missing person of Mr. Bushoha. So Mr. Matala's name kept on popping. So that is when they said, I must invite him. But at that time, he was never informed that it was about Mr. Bushoha. I only informed him that it was about that kidnapping of the child and the mother.
So, yes, my question really is, when they say you must invite him to come for an interview,
yes.
It's because you are a member of their team that's looking
correct.
at this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Now, given your close relationship with Mr. Matala, which you have described, you go biking together, you visit each other, did you not see a problem of a conflict between, in your role as his close friend or brother, whatever relationship, which you have described it as a very close relationship, and we have no reason to not accept that, and you are intimately involved and therefore have access to substance information relating to that which the team is investigating, or the allegations against him. Did you not see the conflict position that you held, and therefore that it was inappropriate that you should be involved at all in investigations to do with Mr. Matala?
At that particular time, Commissioner, I was not directly involved. I would pop in and help because I was caught up there in Musina on another matter. So I did not see it as a conflict because of the docket carrier. It was Colonel Mashabela, and I would not know what are the real contest or how close are they maybe to solve that particular matter. So at that time I did not see any conflict of interest because I was.
But you would have had a discussion. You know, for example, and this is from your evidence, you knew that the original team that had the docket relating to Mr. Bushoha didn't do much. That's what you said earlier,
yes.
That the docket, there was nothing in the docket.
Yes.
So you've got that kind of access to information. And if you wanted to, you could tell Mr. Matala, don't worry, there's nothing in the docket, if you wanted to,
yes.
because you have access to that kind of information. And then now it's with with Brigadier Ramangwa, and when they say call him so that he comes to an interview, there's been a discussion. Yes. You say they interviewed the family, you know what they've said to the family because you're part of that. You are not part of the interview maybe, but because you're part of a team, you know how Brigadier Ramangwa gets to a point where he says to you, call him to come in. So you do have information about what's happening in this case. That places you in a conflict position already against your brother. And I refer to him as your brother only because he's so close to you. I'm not saying he's your, I'm not putting anything to it other than you have this obviously very, very close relationship. So you are put in a conflict position. You did not see or think that you should actually not be involved with this. You didn't see the problem. I see the problem, and I would have seen it from day one, and I would have said, please excuse me from this investigation. I don't want to be involved, but you don't see that, is what I'm asking. Are you sure you did not see this conflict position?
I did not.
Okay. All right, thank you. And thank you on that. Let me ask you a question, follow-up, arising from what Mr. Chaskalson put to you earlier. He asked if you were aware of the allegation that on the day of the operation against Mr. Matlala at his house, the allegation is that by the time the police arrived, Mr. Bushokga had been moved to Mr. Nangi's house. You remember you asked of that, and I think you said, yes, you are aware of the allegation being made. Now, we've had evidence from General Sinona that Mr. Nangi lived, I don't know if he still does, lived in the same complex, I think, or estate as Mr. Matlala. Do you know that to be a fact? It was about a discussion about why certain warnings about Mr. Nangi being released were sent to Mr. Matlala by General Sinona, and he said, I just wanted him to know that this dangerous person has been released because they live in the same neighborhood.
I don't know.
You don't know where Mr. Nangi lives?
No.
You know where Mr. Matlala lives? You must know. You have a very close relationship with him.
You know, some relationships, they are very different.
Is your answer that you don't know where Mr. Matlala lives?
No, I'm trying to answer you to the best of my ability.
No, you either know or you don't, Sergeant. You don't need to think hard. You don't need to think hard about it.
No, I'm not thinking hard. The house that I know of Mr. Matlala is not a complex. It's a standalone house.
Okay.
So that is the reason I'm saying, I would say I don't know. You find out I know that standalone house.
Okay.
And I don't know, that is the complex.
So you don't know that he has a house in midstream?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskas.
Can I take you, just flowing from those questions, to file 3 of 3? 3 of 3. It's the additional exhibits file.
We have 3 of 4, not 3 of 3.
3 of 3. It's the last additional chats and annexes.
It's written file 3 only.
3 of 3.
No, 3.
What our problem is, our files are just marked 1, 2, 3. It's not 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3.
And do they go up to 8 or 7 or? Oh, it's the file that has pages 861 to 1320 on it.
Yes, it's file 3.
File 3.
Only, yeah.
Okay. And can we go to page 1032?
Page?
1032. Do you have 1032?
Yes.
And these are your chats with Mr. Josie Bagnoni.
That's correct.
And are you aware of the allegation that Mr. Matlala had tried to kill Mr. Sibagnoni?
That's correct.
And did Mr. Matlala and Mr. Sibagnoni ever make peace after that?
I don't know.
But you were in communication with both of them?
Yes.
Can I take you to the top of page 1032?
Yes.
At 2:14 in the morning, and this is a forwarded message,
Yes.
You forward to Mr. Sibanyoni a message saying, sure, STF have arrived at the address awaiting results. Do you remember who sent you that? Well, do you remember which address that related to?
That is 2 a.m.
2 a.m. on the 6th of December 2024.
I can't recall.
Who would have forwarded you a message? Who would have sent you a message telling you that the STF have arrived at an address? Which commander of yours?
Which one?
Which commander of yours would have sent you a message at 2 in the morning on the 6th of December 2024 saying the STF have arrived at an address?
I can't recall. I can't recall.
Would it possibly have been Brigadier Ramangwa?
To send me this message.
To say STF have arrived, sure, STF have arrived at the address awaiting results. Let me maybe refresh your memory a little bit. On the night of the 5th December, 6th of December, you had injured your foot and you were at a Netcare hospital. Does that refresh your memory? You were at a Netcare hospital getting treatment to your foot. I think it was your left foot. Do you remember when that happened?
I get injured more often.
It doesn't really narrow it
I
down.
was injured, but hey, I wanna remember. Netcare.
It was a Netcare hospital. I'm not sure which one. Can probably find out which one it was. That's not helping you remember.
Sergeant Nkosi, a person is only at a hospital so many times. It's not a place you go to every week. Surely you would remember if you were in a hospital because you had injured your foot.
So, Sergeant Nkosi, a lot happened. Very important things happened in that period. That must remind you something. Mr. Matala was arrested, or there was an operation rather, on Mr. Matala. It's 2024, the PKTT was disbanded. So it's all about that same period. You must remember where you were, what you were doing in December, including were you ever injured or not in hospital.
I can maybe narrow it down a little bit. Netcare Acacia Hospital.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The hospital was the Netcare Acacia, A-K-A-S-I-A, hospital.
Hey, you know, commissioners, I'll be seen as I get injured. You, hands, legs. So I'm just trying to remember exactly what might have been the problem.
Well, the hospital's a side issue. Someone sent you a message saying, a commander would have sent you a message saying, STF Special Task Force have arrived at the address, awaiting results.
Mr. Chaskasen, maybe as a reminder also, is it not preceded by the bottom message at 10:31?
Well, let's go where Commissioner Boloy has taken you. Your previous message on the 5th of December at 11:08 p.m. You message Mr. Sibanyoni, it's today, Laduma, and there's some fists there.
Which page is that?
That's 1031. Do you see that? At the
Yes.
foot of 1031.
Yes, I see.
Can I put to you what it looks like to me?
Yes.
It looks like you didn't leak this to Mr. Matlala. Because what it looks like is that you were preemptively celebrating with Mr. Sibanyoni that the special task force were about to raid Mr. Matlala. That's what it looks like. Do you want to respond to that?
No. No, I can't respond to that. You know why? Honestly, I did not know. And there is no way that I would have celebrated with Mr. Sibanyoni about Mr. Matlala. I did not know.
What would you, well, why would you have sent a message to Mr. Sibanyoni saying the special task force have arrived at the address and you're awaiting results, or someone is awaiting results?
No, I would not.
What matters relating to the special task force have you discussed with Mr. Sibanyoni?
Okay. Most of the time, when Mr. Sibanyoni would travel, especially to KZN, he would send a message that I'm traveling to KZN. I don't trust that place. Can you inform the PC that I'm coming that side, for in case he must know in terms if I need help? You know, the taxi industry, how does it goes? I will be help quickly. Then I would inform the PC that he can organize that day. Mr. Sibanyoni, they are having a meeting there, and they are requesting the assistance. Then General Mkwana said it must be a formal request. Then I'll revert back to Mr. Sibanyoni, and they'll write a formal request from the Santiago offices. Then that is where they will be provided whatever that they want. So I would assume maybe it was on those bases that we're talking about the task force, but I can't quite remember.
At the time of the raids on Mr. Matlala on the 6th of December 2024, was Brigadier Ramangwa involved in any other matters relating to the special task force, to your knowledge?
When Mr. Matlala was raided?
Indeed.
No. It was, you're talking about when it was alleged that I've tipped him off.
No, I'm not saying you tipped him off.
No. I'm just asking that it was that time. Yes or no?
Yes, that time, the 6th of December.
No. Brigadier Ramangwa had no clue at all.
Sorry, had?
He had no clue that there was another investigation on Mr. Matlala. So he had no knowledge about this.
Was Brigadier Ramangwa in charge of the raid, well, aware that there was going to be a raid on Mr. Matlala's house on the 6th of December?
According to me, he did not know.
Who was in charge of the special task force in relation to the raid on Mr. Matlala's house?
I don't know.
We'll come back to Mr. Sibanyoni much later, but for now, let's go back to Mr. Nangi.
Yes. Can I close this file?
The Sibanyoni file can be put away. This whole line of questioning started when you said that General Sibia forwarded that email about the Nangi inquiry to you because he wanted you to send it to Mr. Matlala. Did you send it to Mr. Matlala?
I think so.
Did you send it to anybody else?
I might have sent it maybe to General Shibiri.
And to anybody outside the SAPS?
I can't remember.
If you can then go to page 578 in file
578,
file 2. It's the Mr. Mutsumi file because you sent it to him.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll see that on the 12th of February 2025 at 17:25:57, you forwarded that same email to Mr. Mutsumi, and you'll find that email on page 188 of file 3. That's the email that was attached to your chats with Mr. Mutsumi.
The email about Nangi, the one we
It
just
is the
looked
Nangi email. It's the same email. It appears twice in the bundle. At 104, well, 3 times in fact. At 103 with the header, the email header, at 104 where it comes from General Sabi, and at 188 where it is sent to Mr. Mutsumi.
104, yeah.
So why did you forward this email about Mr. Nangi to Mr. Mutsumi?
Oh, can I answer?
Sorry?
I'm saying, can I answer?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Maybe to put it on a bigger scale. I might have not maybe explained at first that one of the reasons that I constantly, other than General Mkonazi's things and what so forth, the reason that I'm sending some of the stuff, especially on crime, to Mr. Mutsumi, one is because of he's the businessman, and being a businessman, he also has interest on the safety and security of the inheritance of South Africa. So most of the time, when I'm with him, we'll discuss about crimes that are happening in South Africa, specifically. Maybe most is KZN, Johannesburg, and so forth. So I sometimes I feel the importance that whenever there is something that is happening, I forward to him, we discuss it, and I've sent him on those bases that, hey, there is this thing that is happening again of the kidnappings. And okay, one of the things that Mr. Mutsumi is always concerned about is when police are implicated in wrongdoing. So his interest is there. He does not want when police are implicated in wrongdoing, because according to him, he's got the best interest of South Africa and its inheritance. So when a police official is mentioned in wrongdoing, he gets worried, and we discuss about it. Sometimes it's the matter of what is happening around.
What's the police wrongdoing here?
Because now, as you see this file, is that we understand that Major General Shibiri was briefed by you about monies received from Nangi as a donation. Where police are usually implicated in wrongdoing. So,
but the allegation here, as I read it, is not that the police were paid by Nangi. It's that this expert, so-called advisor, who the police were engaging, was paid by Nangi. Does that indicate police wrongdoing?
Can you repeat that question?
So you said this was about Mr. Motsumi's concern about police wrongdoing. But this email doesn't raise any police wrongdoing. Email, remember, was not addressed to the police at all. It was addressed to this advisor. And the allegation was that the advisor had received money from Mr. Nangi.
I'm not particularly maybe talking about this document per se. I'm just explaining why do I always send Mr. Mutsumi the sensitive information or something. Before you proceed, Commissioners, I'm pressed.
Sir Jen.
communicated to you, ladies and gentlemen. The PKDT this way until the report we will discuss.
Did you not meet at all before the portfolio committee presentation that was made by Lieutenant General?
Giving a correction, you might have met normally only about sometimes meet sometimes.
Okuhlula mina kuyabikwa angikhathali leyo nto phela isuke inzima hard work I am ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo kumele ngabenza njalo I owe myself
So,
impumelelo
on the 5th of March, when Lieutenant General Khumalo presented to the portfolio committee, that effectively
Statement that I was referring to, that to be knowledgeable about what is happening around.
You wanted him to know that the media is asking questions because this is a media inquiry. Is that what you, when you say to be knowledgeable about what is happening around, all it is a media inquiry. You wanted him to know that the media is asking questions about this.
Not that I wanted him to know about what media is asking. I was just to have information that what is just happening around the area.
The email has got questions.
Yes.
It's not. It's asking for comment on these, but you want him to know that the media is asking the addressee in what capacity the addressee has dealt with Mr. Nangi. Is that what you wanted Mr. Mtsumi to know? That's the first question there. You wanted Mr. Mtsumi to know that the media is asking that person what his dealings are with Mr. Nangi.
I think so, Commissioner.
Okay, and you wanted him to know that the media is asking the addressee whether he received money from Nangi. Your answer?
I think so.
Okay. You wanted him to know that the media wants the addressee to explain where they say that Major General Sibia had briefed the addressee about monies received from Nangi as a donation. You wanted Mr. Mtsumi to know that. You thought he was interested in something like that, which I've listed.
That's correct.
And also whether the company of the addressee has a memorandum of understanding with SAPS. You wanted him to know the media is asking those kind of questions.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Then it brings us to why. Why did you want him to know the media is asking these kind of questions? You say you wanted him to know what is happening around. And we've just gone through what it is that's happening around. It is that the media is asking these specific questions. And I'm asking you, why did you want him to know that the media is asking these specific questions?
Okay. Because of the statement just as said before.
Which is what?
That I sent to him because he's got an interest in what is happening in the country.
Yes. You see, I'm sure you didn't send him everything that's happening in the country that came to your attention. I mean, otherwise you would not have been sleeping. You would be WhatsApping him quite a lot, many hours in a day. So you were, I think it's fair, and you can say to me I'm wrong, I think it's fair to assume that you were selective in what you sent to him. You didn't send him everything and anything, right? That's a fair assumption to make. You chose what it is that you sent to him. Of everything that comes to you or in your way or in the public space, you chose what to send. You didn't just send anything and everything.
Yes?
Yes, so this was quite a deliberate choice of this message. It doesn't make reference to him, doesn't say anything to him. And it's not clear, because I don't know anything about him and his life, it's not clear that any of this stuff here is his business. Doesn't look like it, that it involves his business. And I may be wrong, it's for you to say that, well, he was interested in the topic of Mr. Nangi, in fact, for reason A, B, C, D. He was a fan, like he was of General Mkwanazi, maybe. Maybe you and him have discussed Mr. Nangi in some context. Maybe they know each other. There has to be an explanation why you sent this. Sergeant, it's a very specific line of inquiry here that has nothing to do with the SAPS. It's not addressed to the SAPS. So there has to be an explanation. You didn't just share it for the sake of it. And your answer that you were just sharing because he's interested, no, it's not the real answer. It's not the correct answer. Well, let me not say correct. It cannot be. It's improbable that you shared this because he's interested in what happens in the country. Do you want to try again with an explanation, or you stand by the unsatisfactory, and I want to say it's an unsatisfactory explanation that you were just sharing with him because he's interested in the safety of the inhabitants of this country. This doesn't deal with safety of inhabitants of this country.
Okay, Commissioner, if I may say now, let me try again, or let me come out with, I don't want to create stories, because stories, they go and bite you there, so.
You've heard me that your answer is not set. It's improbable, the reason you give why you shared, but also it's an unsatisfactory answer. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskasi.
You see, there is quite a lot of information you share with Mr. Mutsumi that raises questions. We've been through all of those press reports describing the troubles of the grouping within SAPS linked to General Kumalo, General Masamola, General Mkwanazi. Right back in February, we looked at that fingerprint kit relating to the cash in transit case in Musina. You'll see it at page 556 of your chats with of Mr. Mutsumi. You remember that this was the fingerprint kit in relation to a cash in transit case, and you forwarded to Mr. Mutsumi a copy of the fingerprint kit and a copy of the letter identifying the particular forensic examiner to whom that fingerprint kit would be sent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
We've just seen this email about Mr. Nangi. Yesterday we were looking at the audit report in relation to Mr. Matlala's contract that you also sent to him. If you go to 595 of that file, file 2, you'll see that you forward to Mr. Motsumi an internal SAPS report about a series of arrests relating to business robberies in Moinoi in the northwest, an internal SAPS report. There are a lot of materials from inside SAPS that you're sharing with Mr. Motsumi. Why?
Can I answer?
I mean, you have addressed, you've explained them one by one, but what I want to put to you is that there is a great deal of confidential SAPS information that you share with Mr. Motsumi. And certainly from the outside, it looks like you are leaking SAPS information to him. And you're leaking SAPS information to him so that he can take advantage of it in his own activities. That's what it looks like. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
I mean, we've been through them one by one. I don't want to take them further. But what I do want to do is to go back.
Commissioner, just the witness requested that can I answer? And he was not afforded that opportunity to then answer.
Sorry, did you want to amplify your... I didn't hear you say I wanted to answer. If you do want to say more, please do.
I wanted to say that it is not as it looks that I'm sending sensitive information to Mr. Motsumi. Mr. Motsumi's got no interest in these criminal reports that I send him, whether either from SAPS or from the media. According to me, Mr. Motsumi is an old man with his various businesses. He's got no interest. I'm just sharing with him because of the love for the country and his concern about the safety and security of the Republic.
That's not the answer you gave yesterday in relation to the audit report. You said you shared the audit report with Mr. Motsumi because you knew that Mr. Matlala owed him money and that he would be concerned if Mr. Matlala's contract with SAPS is terminated because there was a risk that he would not get paid. And I specifically asked you, for whose benefit were you sharing that audit report? And you said, for Mr. Motsumi's benefit. So the answer you're giving now, that when you are told about these examples, you say he had no interest, it differs from the answer you gave yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes?
They do not differ. It's an additional.
It's additional.
Yes. I'm just elaborating further that some of they've got different meanings. This one is owing this one, that's why I'm sending this one, is because of. So.
But for the audit report, I've summarized your response correctly.
Yes.
And you stand by that response.
That's right.
Thank you.
Regarding the issue that was raised by Mr. Ngwato, may I say this to you? You don't have to ask for permission to answer questions. So once you've been asked a question, you should just answer the question, Sergeant Kosi. Don't say, may I answer? Just answer. So the issue raised by Mr. Ngwato would not arise at all if you just simply answered the question. Do you understand?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, is your answer to Mr. Shaskalsin that you shared this because Mr. Mutsumi has a particular interest in what goes on with regard to criminality in the country? Did I understand you correctly? Is that what you said or not really? Or what was your answer? What was your answer?
Oh, no, my answer is because Mr. Mutsumi is concerned about what is happening around the country as a business.
With regard to crime?
Any crime, Commissioners.
There are so many South Africans who are interested in that. Why don't you then just post publicly? Because they too have an interest. Why don't you publicize such documents for all those South Africans who have a particular interest in what goes on in the country with regard to criminality? Why Mr. Mutsumi only? Or let me take out the only. Why Mr. Mutsumi?
I think it is on the basis that I often discuss with him about this thing that is happening around. We discuss crime, we discuss progress, we discuss, growth and so forth. That is the reason sometimes I see it fit to only send to him, even though I know that there are many people who are concerned about crime in South Africa. But because of this particular one is the one that I'm always interacting with. That's why I'm...
Wasn't this a confidential subdocument?
Come again, Commissioner?
Was this not a confidential subdocument?
No.
Page 595.
No.
What was it?
It was already flying on social media.
Sergeant, it's addressed to a general. Good morning, General. This is not a media publication. It's internal subs communication. Somebody reporting to someone internally. You didn't pull this from the media.
Yeah.
It's an internal subs write up.
It's a communication to a general.
Yes.
Good morning, General.
Yes.
Was that not a confidential subdocument?
Commissioners, on each and every scene of crime, major scenes, and the reports like this, let me just make an example. If, let's say, the scene happens at 10 in the morning, and then there are photos there, and then there is a report, maybe, let's say, by 12, being addressed to the general. Good morning, General, this and this and this happened. By 3 o'clock, that thing is no longer a confidential document because of now it's all over the news.
Let's leave out leaks. Was this not a confidential subdocument? Please answer the question directly.
At that time, when I received it or when I sent it to you, it was not.
No. When the writer wrote this to whoever the general written to was it not a confidential document? Let's leave out what had happened by the time that you picked up the document from wherever it is you picked it up from. Was it not a confidential subdocument?
I don't want to shy away from answering, but when I sent it, it was no longer...
No, that's not my question. And towards the end of my question, I made it clear to you that what you are answering is not what I was asking.
Yes.
So at the time of writing, was this not a confidential subdocument? Not at the time of sharing.
I don't know if we pack it and...
No, General. I'm Sergeant. I don't know how many times you've said that. I'm asking you the question now, and I want a response now, please.
But I was never given an opportunity to pack issues. Maybe this time you can give me the opportunity to pack this one.
No. Look at the document, its nature, and I'm sure from the time Mr. Shaskalson drew your attention to the document, you saw what the document is. You know what this document is. Surely you should be able to say, yes, it was, no, it was not. Was it a confidential subs document?
Can we pack it, Commissioner?
Why? Why should we pack it? Why should we pack it?
So that
Is it because you are not able to glean from the nature of the document whether or not it was confidential? Why should we pack it?
So that when I answer, I must answer to the satisfaction of the Commissioner, because of
I will actually be satisfied if we don't pack the question. If we pack it, I'm probably not going to be satisfied. I will take the attitude that you were avoiding the question.
And I don't want to answer as well for the sake of passing the question, because
Is it because you cannot tell from the nature of the document whether or not it was confidential, which is why you may require time? I just want to understand your thinking.
Commissioner,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes, Mr.
may I request a 2-minute stand down just to provide an advice to the client?
Not in the middle of a simple question like this, Mr. Ngwato.
And especially for that, that's why just so that I can assist.
No, then you can say right across us and say it's a fair question for you to answer right in front of us, Mr. Ngwato.
I find it that he does
Especially if you say it's, yes.
I think he struggles to understand what we're saying. You're not saying at the time of him sending, was it a confidential or not? You're saying
No, that's exactly
Yes.
what you've just said is exactly what I'm not asking. I'm asking at the time this document was written. I'm going to move on to the stage when he then shared the document. Yes. So
and that's what I wanted to assist the commission on, therefore, so that he can have the distinction between.
I'm sure you understood my question. If Sergeant Kosi says he doesn't understand the question, then I would not understand, because I've asked the question a good few times, Mr. Ngwato.
Commissioner, I'll leave it there. I was just trying to help, and that's it. We can move on.
Thank you. Sergeant Kosi, not once did I understand you to suggest that you did not understand my question. My question is, as at the time of writing and transmission of this email from the writer to the general to whom it's addressed, was this a confidential subs document? Or was this the sort of document that the writer would have intended to be posted out there for public consumption? I'm talking as at the time of writing and transmission.
I want to be honest with you, Commissioner.
You see, I will tell you why you have a difficulty. The difficulty you have is the function of you having shared this document. I suggest to you that you are not able to answer my question exactly because of that. It's because now, after the event, you have to try to justify why you shared what is obviously a confidential document. So you are having the difficulty you are having because you shared it when you ought not to have shared it. Do you wish to respond?
I can't respond, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Is it not practice that suspects are not identified in public before they appear in court? Is that not SAP's practice?
Please?
Do you identify suspects before they appear in court?
Can you repeat your question so that I must understand it, Commissioner
Is
Kumalo?
it SAP's practice that suspects are identified publicly before they make their first appearance in court?
No.
No. Now, looking at this document, it identifies suspects, and remember it's the 27th of May when you share it with Mr. Mutsumi.
Yes.
Now look at the bottom of that email on 598-96. Having identified the suspects, the last part of it says all suspects will appear in Brits Court on the 29th of May, 2025. But you, on the 27th of May, have already shared this document, including the details of the suspects, with Mr. Mutsumi. So you cannot be correct when you say it was already in the public domain, because the public would not be notified of the suspects and their identities before they appear in court. Do you want to comment? Do you now accept that it was confidential?
Commissioner Kumalo, can we park it and I'll answer?
And to add to what you've just asked to be parked, looking at the nature of the document, which as Commissioner Kumalo says to you,
yes,
was confidential. Now, assuming that you are correct, that somehow it was in the public domain, must you, as a SAPS officer, perpetuate an unlawful leak? Assuming that you are correct, I'm not saying you are, but assuming that you are correct, that this had been leaked and it was now in the public domain, must you as a SAPS officer then perpetuate the leak by sending to, for example, Mr. Mutsumi?
No, the question is valid, but it's just that I just want to find the right way to answer my honorable commission. I don't want to answer for the sake of answering, so I must answer to the satisfactory of the commission.
So when will you answer? Because I want an answer now.
No, I'll answer.
Do you want to answer now, or can I ask my question? Because I have a question on this same document. Do you want to answer the chair first? No, I'm not saying you should answer, Sergeant. I'm just checking. Can I go ahead and ask my question? Which I won't do if you're still thinking about your answer to the chair and you want to answer him first.
I think maybe you may.
Yes.
Maybe you may
Ask my question. All right. Let me raise with you what I want to raise. You see, I want to point out to you why this document could not have been in the public domain when you distributed it. And then I will raise my concern about the fact that what my concern is about the fact that you've raised it, you've distributed it to a member of the public. At 595, this document has the name and the address of the complainant. This document. It tells Mr. Mutsumi who is the complainant. It gives him the address, and it gives him the cell phone number of the complainant. You see that in paragraph 3, after scene of crime. So you're sharing that kind of information with a civilian. And then it also has the details of a witness, gives the name of the witness, and says where the witness is. That's information that you share with a member of the public whose interests you haven't clarified to us. And then when you go further down in the middle of that so that's not information that SAPS would share with the public. Do you accept that? The cell phone number of a complainant, for example, the address of a complainant, is that matters that SAPS would put in the public domain? And I would be surprised, I must tell you, if you say yes.
Okay, Commissioner, indeed SAPS cannot disclose.
Yes. Okay, let's go further down with the document. It lists, there's a heading there, properties stolen are. In the middle of the page, you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
It lists the details of what exactly was stolen. The truckloads of chrome, pistols. It even gives serial numbers of pistols and the number of rounds. It's 2 pistols and both of them have serial numbers in the rounds. And then you go to 3, it lists cell phones that were taken and how much they are worth. And then when you go to the last paragraph, which is what Commissioner Khumalo raises with you, it has names and dates of birth of suspects following their arrests. And it tells you some are Lesotho national, some are South African. It also says they are involved in certain case numbers, and it gives those case numbers. It lists them at the bottom of that page, and then at 596. And as Commissioner Khumalo says, it also says when the suspects will appear, it says investigations still continue to track the buyer and tracking of the stolen chrome. So you're telling a civilian that police are tracking the buyer and where the stolen goods ended. You give all of that information, which is obviously internal information of the SAPS. And the question is, why would you give this information to Mr. Mutsumi? And I want to put to you that you haven't been open with us about why you have shared this information with Mr. Mutsumi, this kind of information. This is internal SAPS information that's never shared with the public. Names of witnesses, I think it doesn't require much debate to say, well, witnesses are protected. The public can't know who is going to be testifying about these things. Here you are, you've shared with Mr. Mutsumi. It cannot be because of his interest in crime that's happening in the country that you give him the name of a witness, for example, and the cell phone number and the address of a complainant and of a witness. There's another reason you gave it to him, and you are not open and frank about why you gave him that information. Do you want to comment, if at all?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm requesting that I make it one package. Commissioner Khumalo, the chair, and one, I'm not shying away from sending a classified document. It is alleged now. In another way, I'm sending this to Mr. Mutsumi to praise the good work that the police has done, because of his got concern that police are not working, people are not protected, the inheritance of the republic. I'm sending this that in a sense that even though I send you allegations against the police, I'm also sending you good things that the police has done. And this was already it was already in public, but for me, I'm sending it in that sense that the police has done a good job, or at least they've arrested people and so forth.
But why did he not need to know the witness name and where they are to be found? Why did he need to know the complainant's name and cell phone number and address? Why did he need to know that? Why did he need to know that the police have recovered pistols with serial numbers? Why did Mr. Mutsumi need to know that kind of information?
As I've said earlier, commissioners, I just sent it him as raw as it was, where I got it from the public, and I sent it.
That's your answer. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, we've run past 2 o'clock. Sorry, 1 o'clock. Can we take the break at this point?
Yes, let's adjourn, and I won't say which one of my co-commissioners said so, but one of them has suggested that we resume at 2:10. Let's adjourn.
Services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As you're getting to wherever you're going, all these trucks you're dodging, that's billions of rands in motion. Imagine that flow stopping because drivers must swap SIMs for better signal. That's an expensive pause that your business can't afford. Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a reliable, stable network because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
They say the best kept secret is the one you already know. Welcome to Indaba Hotel Fourways, where world-class conferences and unforgettable African feasts at the Chief Boba meet pure relaxation at Moana Spa. Meetings done? Tuck into a legendary courtyard burger, create your signature gin at our gin school, enjoy a wine farm experience, or simply wander landscaped gardens. Visit indabahotel.co.za for the secret you've always known.
Get ready for something exciting. SA's biggest celebration of innovation is here. The SA Innovation Week brings together innovation, investment, research, industry and public sector priorities to shape the future of South Africa. From the 16th to the 20th of March at SAIW presents breakthrough technologies, live demonstrations and powerful collaborations, including provincial innovation engagements across South Africa. Brought to you by the Technology Innovation Agency, an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It is indeed the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAFM as we begin the show on a very wet and rainy Johannesburg afternoon. Judging from the weather forecast via my telephone, not SA Weather, just now you hold them accountable for the rest of the week, but from my cell phone, it looks as though we are in for some gloomy, wet weather for the remainder of the week. I think it's safe to say we're in the middle of March, and I think it's safe to say that autumn is slowly creeping in, and I, for one, am not complaining. So I hope that wherever you are enjoying a fruitful day thus far and missioning along with whatever it is that you need to get done for the day. We are back from that Buy Local Summit and Expo that was happening at the Sandton Convention Center yesterday. But it's still there today. If you missed yesterday and you want to go through, it's definitely on for day 2. From our end, we're going to catch up with Usbatle Mota, SABC News reporter, who is live at the Madlanga Commission. They've just taken a recess for their lunch break as to be expected. So we're going to find out what we have missed thus far, what has come out of intrigue from day 79. And then we're going to have a conversation around empowering rural communities through agri-tech innovation. So that conversation is coming up as well in this hour, as well as the role of the Automotive Industry Development Center. I've never heard of them, so it should be interesting to see who they are as an organization and what they preoccupy themselves with. Our lines are open if you want to weigh in on your thoughts around the conversations that have transpired, particularly at the Madlanga Commission over the last 2 days. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you want to share your thoughts, your observations, your perspectives, you're more than welcome to do so. That's 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line. A quick pause and we come back with Sbahle Mota.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right. We are back with Sbahle Mota. We are live streaming. It's always more fun when you listen to the show and watch it live stream, if you're able to watch it live stream, because you get to see all the characters that are in studio and all the mayhem that happens behind the scenes. Sbahle, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Much appreciated. So we couldn't chat properly yesterday because I was out at an outside broadcast with a client engagement. So we kind of touched base just a little bit. So maybe let's just rewind back to day 78, which was yesterday, and how it brings us to day 79.
Yes, definitely. I think the most important thing that has come out from Sergeant Ngosi's testimony is just how apparent it was that, police officials were actually sharing very confidential information with members of the alleged criminal cartel. And we saw even, how these members of the alleged criminal cartel, or those who have links rather to the members of the alleged cartel, actually use their influence to sort of drive a certain narrative and have certain things done for them. And this was seen in how, Musa Khawula, the entertainment blogger, was wanted, and how businessman Zen Malo had actually roped in the assistance of the SAPS. They had 6 police officers trying to arrest Musa Khawula in the Free State in Kroonstad, but he was not found. And we saw Commissioner Sandile Khumalo actually putting it to Sergeant Nkosi about, the abuse of resources. Why would you need 6 police officials to arrest somebody who has probably, broken the Cyber Crimes Act, which is not even, it's serious, but I mean, it's not like he's a killer or anything like that. And why would you need 6 officers? And what has actually emerged is the fact that Zen Ngumalo actually paid for the 6 tickets that, that these officers would use to get into the events that they thought Musa Khawula would be in. So these are some of the things that we are seeing, and also we've seen how Sergeant Ngosi freely gives confidential police information to the likes of businessman Steve Mutsumi, as well as Vusmuzi Cat Matlala, and even him forwarding an audit report regarding Vusmuzi Cat Matlala's company to Vusmuzi Cat Matlala, just warning him that his contract would actually be cancelled. So this is sort of the testimony that we are hearing, and how police officers are sharing very confidential information for the benefit of these alleged criminal syndicates.
I mean, it's quite disturbing, everything that is transpiring and coming out at the commission, but also notable for anyone who's been watching the commission since Sergeant Nkosi, who is the supposed middleman who's doing all the running arounds, connecting these SAPS, high-ranking officials with these criminally associated individuals. What we have noticed is he's, I guess perhaps the observation is whether or not he makes for a reliable witness. He seems to be skirting a lot of just plain sort of questions that are directed to him, not necessarily trying to draw a connection between certain individuals, and as far as, especially when they ask him about how he saved people on his phone. He seems very reluctant to answer that, because it becomes very simple. How do you know Sbahle Mota? Oh, I've saved at Sbahle Mota SABC because, she's a contributor on my show and we work together at SABC.
Definitely. I mean, he's not really forthcoming, especially about his contacts. And we even saw this with even him, saving contact using D.D. Mabuza, the late D.D. Mabuza's name. And he actually testified that actually it's his nephew and it's not the real deputy president. And I think also what has become apparent is when he was even asked about the relationship between Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi as well as General Shadrack Sibiya, and he claims that Shadrack Sibiya is actually quite fond of Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. He likes Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And I mean, that speaks to his credibility, because what we do know is that both Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi and General Shadrack Sibiya are not the best of friends. I don't even think we could push it to a point to say that General Sibiya actually likes Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And I think it also speaks to his credibility. I mean, if he's unable to answer such a simple question, that we have the evidence that points to the fact that they are not best friends, they don't really like each other, then what more with the evidence and the testimony that he's presenting regarding other bigger testimony, if I can put it like that? Because, I mean, we've seen he's evading questions, he's asking the commissioners to park certain things. So I think a lot of his credibility has been tested, and I don't think he's really come out quite favorably among the commissioners as well as the evidence leader.
We're also hearing more names being implicated this morning. Sergeant Nkosi saying that Kat Matlala told him that a Brigadier Glenda Bokabi at head office was amongst the officials that were sympathetic to him. What do we know of such individuals?
So basically, I think what we can draw from it is that, I mean, in as much as he testifies that, certain police individuals were sympathetic to him, it also speaks to the allegations that have been made, right, before the Madlanga Commission, as well as the evidence that has been presented before the Madlanga Commission to show that people like your Vusmuzi, Kat Matlalet have actually tried to capture some top police officials so that can work in their favor. I mean, we've seen it with the likes of General Sentimole, who may have distanced herself from Vusmuzi Kat Matlala, but there were allegations made against her for a sort of benefits. We've seen the likes of Rachel Mateng as well, who has benefited from Vusmuzi Kat Matlala, where large sums of money were deposited into a friend's business account. So what I think we can draw from this evidence is the fact that it seems like Vusmuzi Kat Matlala had fingers in all pies, especially regarding these police officers. So the infiltration of criminal syndicates in our law enforcement agencies ran so deep, and he couldn't have done it without them, because he needed them to actually advance his own interests.
He is coming back later on today, and of course that testimony continues. But the other thing that I wanted to touch base on, Spatley, which was happening yesterday, parallel to the Madlanga Commission, of course, is the matter around Matipandile, is it? Soteni. Who appeared in court yesterday. And this is the fellow that is a special marksman for the Special Task Force. And he's accused of killing witness D and currently in custody of the SAPS.
And I think the most surprising thing when I heard Glenda Mate speaking is the fact that, he actually shot, witness D from such a distance and while he was in his car. And I think it also speaks to the caliber of these former police members who are in the task force. So I think what has emerged and the videos of him circulating is really, really, really quite scary, and how they are being attracted to the private security industry. And I think a lot of debate has been going on social media, saying that the government should make it, or should prohibit members of the Special Task Force going into the private security industry because of such. So I think what had emerged yesterday is something that I did not even expect at all regarding the suspect that had appeared in court.
Yeah, it opens up some interesting conversations. I mean, I don't think in the world that we live in any governments around and I get where the public sentiment is, but just thinking about governments around the world who have special task members and special forces and people who are specifically trained for specific defense skills, when they exit those government structures, you can't really, tell a person what to do or what not to do with all of that skill that they have and how to put it to service in the private sector. I guess it's just disturbing that we're finding the association with criminal elements, of course, and learning that this was the person, because SAPS is quite certain indeed that they have a strong case against him, that Soteni was the person who in fact assassinated witness D and currently in custody. Usbahle Mota, thank you so much for your time. That was SABC News reporter Usbahle Mota. I mean, the developments of the Madlanga Commission in and around the actual commission room itself and the commission venue are really just disturbing and scary, as Usbahle has just pointed out, because here we are, skills for hire, right? Skills for hire. One single bullet in witness D is no longer. And this is someone that was trained by the Special Task Force. A lot of money, millions going into training these individuals by the South African Police Services so that they could be of benefit to society at large, not to become licensed to kill, license for hire. But hey, here we are. 20 past 1 o'clock. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back on the other side.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas, girls, let's take a break. We are going to a one-day
Take a break with us. Get your one-day cup domestic cricket 50-over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wozana with It's Family Time.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, we're talking around empowering rural communities through agri-tech innovation. Ubongiwe Nyawo joins us now, founder and director of Nyawo Zendalo Air, which is a purpose-driven agri-tech enterprise. We'll find out more about the work that they do as well. How are you doing this afternoon, Bongiwe?
I'm well. How are you, Bridget?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. So hunger and food insecurity, due to multiple factors, including, of course, the impact of climate change, are affecting around 21% of South African households. That's about 18 million households. And this is in accordance to the National Food and Nutrition Security Survey. And before we even drill down on how agri-tech becomes an important agitator in this space, let's maybe get some context around your company, Nyawo Zendalo Air.
Yes. So, hello everyone, all the listeners. Nyawo Zendalo Air is an agri-drone service provider or business that is situated in a rural area called Queen Reserve in KwaZulu-Natal, just outside of Richards Bay. So how I established it was after I actually realized that there's so much that could be done with the drone technology within the agricultural space, especially considering the effects of climate change, how it can help alleviate or mitigate the effects that we are currently facing, especially when it comes to food security production that is quite lacking in our day and age. And so I came up with the business idea and I went with it.
Yeah. I mean, talk to us about this drone technology that you say could be of use or is of use in the agricultural space. How does it work? How does it mitigate? How does it affect? How does it sort of begin to solve a problem?
Okay. Basically, what drones do within the agricultural space, they offer alternatives to farmers where they are able to actually cut down on cost, which means food production will be elevated and the cost of producing the food will be decreased through precision farming, where we are able to actually tell or give insights on data-driven decision making, where a farmer is able to tell that within their farm, a certain portion of their area needs more attention in terms of water or irrigation, or even fertilizer application, or even having a proper analysis on the health of their soil that they farm in. And so it goes beyond that. It's actually aligned with the UN SDGs, where we are looking at the climate change effects that we are currently facing. So it helps with even helping other companies within other strategic industries like the construction part of our economy, where we are helping them reduce the emissions of the greenhouse gases. Our drones are actually very practical and save time and are very cost effective.
Yeah, but Bongiwe, speak to me like I'm so daft when it comes to technology and innovation, because in my mind I'm trying to envision. So we put the drone up in the air, right?
Yes.
We put the drone up in the air, and then what does it do better than a human resource on the ground?
Okay, so for example, let's take a football field. If you were to plant on that football field and you had to spray fertilizer or pesticides to kill pests, it'll take you maybe, let's say, 2 days to finish that plot, maybe having 2 or 3 workers. But with a drone, you are able to actually cover that football field within an hour, and you are done with the application. So that will save you actually time and the resources that you actually use on the field. And also, it reduces the amount of, for example, as I've stated, pesticides being used. So it actually sprays the right amount within a short time.
I see. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Then the question becomes, because we have a lot of farmers and a lot of people who are farm laborers who listen to the show. And then the question becomes, okay, we get innovative, effective technology, right? We live in a technological world that's advancing innovation in different spaces. How does this begin to then affect those who actually work the farmland, or are we then reassigning that human resource, those hands, those skilled hands, to other other panels down the value chain of farming?
It depends on the work that needs to be done, I would say, but most definitely we're not replacing the farm workers. We are actually lending an alternative helping hand that is going to actually increase the productivity of the farm. For example, let's say you have 58 hectares. 58 hectares, maybe you have 20 workers. It is going to take a long time for them to cover that space. So with drones are actually going to come in and help cover that portion or that area within a short time, whilst they actually focus on other human activities or activities that need people to actually apply their knowledge and their skill. So it's a helping hand to what already exists within the agriculture.
Got you. You say this goes, using drone and AI technology goes a long way in recognizing the urgency of implementing adaptive and regenerative solutions to secure future food systems. Unpack that for us a little.
Okay. When we're using the drone technology or AI-driven technology, we are actually encompassing a more intelligent advantage towards our businesses. And so with that, we are able to actually gather more information or more data that is actually going to elevate our decision making. So I believe that with the technology is actually able to help us navigate far more better what the challenges that we face currently, and help us actually come up with ideas or solutions that are preventative for the future generation to experience the same that we're experiencing, and also improve on the quality of our production and our revenue generation as a whole.
Well, listen, it sounds like you're onto something there, absolutely, and quite befitting as well, considering that I was just reminding the folks to mark in their calendars South Africa's Innovation Week. So these are the kinds of solutions that we need presented out there, especially to the farming community who are facing a whole host of challenges. Anything that makes it more effective and more sustainable and resilient for the future is definitely something in the right direction. Bongiwe Nyawo, thank you so much for the time. That was founder and director of Nyawo Zendalo Air, and she is behind a purpose-driven agri-tech innovation, as you've heard. It's just gone 1:30. It's time to catch up with Ondela and the headline news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, a mobile screening plant operator working at the WMA Manganese Boskop mine in the Northern Cape has died after getting caught in a conveyor belt. A member of the Gauteng Organised Crime Unit, Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, has denied allegations that he tipped off attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Madlanga about a raid at his house on the 6th of December 2024. And Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that Iran security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in an overnight airstrike. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up. S3.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Without insurance, saving on your car insurance feels like finding money in that jacket that you forgot about. 27-year-old Liam saves an awesome 640 Rand on his 2020 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash by simply SMSing out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OutSurance. It's a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, we are catching up with Asanda Mzinyati now, Head of Business Development at the Automotive Industry Development Center. It's day 2 of the 14th Annual Buy Local Summit. It's currently underway at the Sandton Convention Center, and it's bringing together government, industry leaders, labor organizations, and entrepreneurs to examine how illegal trade and global online retailers are affecting local industries, jobs, and economic growth. Let's talk to the Automotive Industry Development Center around this. How are you doing this afternoon, Andile?
Good afternoon. It's Asanda here.
Oh, sorry. It's Asanda. Yes. And I just said Asanda, and then I glanced and I saw Andile in my old script. How are you, Asanda?
I'm doing well. And you on your side?
We are great. Thank you so much for the time. Okay, let's talk about the Automotive Industry Development Center. Maybe just a little context for us as to what AIDC is preoccupied with by way of what you oversee or look after. And of course, you are one of the stakeholders that are present at the summit over the next 2 days.
Yes. The summit started yesterday. It's promoting Buy Local. Just to give a little bit of background who the AIDC is. AIDC is an agent of the Gauteng government under the Department of Economic Development, a subsidiary of GGDA, Gauteng Growth Development Agent, and our mandate is in the automotive space, where we are mandated to transform this space throughout the entire value chain, looking from the component manufacturers up to the aftermarket, where you look at the entrepreneurs in the township, the backyard mechanics. We transform and uplift those individuals.
Mm-hmm. So if you are preoccupied with the entire value chain of the automotive industry, I guess one then would ask, the importance of this conversation plugging in when we're talking about localization and strengthening South Africa's manufacturing ecosystem.
Yes, we've got, the government went into a strategy session where they came up with what is called the South African Automotive Master Plan 2035, where it had pillars. One of those pillars is the localization aspect, where they say by 2035, we need to have about 60% of the components in the vehicle being manufactured locally. Currently, we're sitting at 39%, meaning that there is a gap of 21% until 2035. And remember, 2035 is 9 years away. So we have to promote localization of the components to be made local. When you localize these components, there is quite a lot of job opportunities that are actually created. I'll give an example. With the impact of what has happened in the U.S. With the tariffs, it has affected the South African automotive market, whereby it led to volumes being dropped that were produced by our local OEMs, and that actually has a ripple effect to the component manufacturers. Within this space of 24 months or so, there have been about 12 suppliers that have been closed countrywide that were supplying components, and plus minus 4,000 jobs have been lost onto it. And this is continuing because there is an influx of Chinese products into the South African automotive market, and these products are coming fully built up units, meaning that there is no added value that is being done in producing them into the South African market, and they've got a serious impact on the original OEMs that are in the country because they are taking up the market space. Give an example, VW was number 2 in the NAMSA stats, of which now they've been overtaken by Suzuki. Suzuki is a Japanese product that is manufactured in India and comes fully built up. Now, the space where you'll be actually be procuring or buying a Polo Vivo, which is produced in Utenek, in Kabeja, in the Eastern Cape. Now, a fully imported vehicle like a Suzuki is being bought, and because of the affordability of it, that leads now to VW dropping the volumes of the vehicles that they produce. That leads to layoff and retrenchment in the factory itself. Also, with the component manufacturers that produces those parts that go into that vehicle. So localization is very crucial. We're looking at the incoming automakers that are coming from China, and we're emphasizing with them that you can come into the space, but respect the rules of the game, meaning that the government of South Africa is pushing for local content. So when you come and bring your products, there must be value that is generated within the South African ecosystem.
I think a lot
those are the things.
I think a lot of our listeners, Asanda, as they were listening to you, bells went off, ding, ding, ding. When you talk about the goal to reach 60% of components that are manufactured locally by 2035. And then, sort of go on to highlight that, and we have seen, and people have asked, what is going to be the impact of this influx of Chinese and Indian automotive vehicles coming into the country, given the investment that has been put in by, the Germans, setting up plants, setting up manufacturing chains in the country to fulfill this mandate you're talking about around localization. So did we not move backwards in this regard? And I'm no economist at all, but before we even open the doors to other people, should they not have committed to fulfilling this? Come in, set up plants, set up manufacturing, set up your value chain here significantly, and then come in, instead of coming in first, flooding us with cars that are already built, and then wanting them to take the necessary steps to adhere to this mandate, because that's going to take some time.
Yes, you're quite right. And, it's one of the things that we put across when we were called in January by the Portfolio Committee for the DTIC in Parliament, whereby we said you need to put some strict restrictions, or you put some terms when an investor is coming into the country. What type of local content will they be producing, or will they be generating in terms of investing into the country? Bringing a vehicle that is affordable, fully built up from somewhere else in the world, in the East most probably, what value are you doing, are you adding into the country? Because you are taking away a market share from those OEMs that have already invested billions of rands into their facilities in South Africa, who are actually generating, creating jobs for the locals. And once those new incomers take that market share, it forces them to reduce. I'll give an example. If you look into the police fleet, they're among the biggest fleet owners in the country, owned by government. Now you'll notice that there's a trend of moving towards the fully imported vehicles. You'll find the police driving in the Mahindra. There's nothing wrong with the Mahindra. There's nothing wrong with the GWM. But you should be considering the OEMs that are producing locally, because they're generating jobs. You've got the Ford, you've got the Nissan, you've got the Isuzu, you've got the Toyota. Now, those particular OEMs have invested and are actually creating job opportunities for our people, not only in their factories to assemble the vehicles, but in the value chain where the components are being made.
Yeah.
But once you take a vehicle that is coming from overseas, fully built up, you are only skipping the entire upstream of manufacturing this vehicle. You are focusing on the downstream, which is the aftermarket sector, where they would need to get the replacement of tires, they will need some body work, and so forth. So you need to be in a position whereby with government we say, let's work together, let's assist our local OEMs, and the issue of local components, localization should be key. It should not only be price.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I just hear this conversation as just a normal South African, a normal citizen, and I go, it's very sad when government's left hand is moving one way and their right hand is moving another way, even right down to the practical example that you put, that you're going to procure a vehicle purely based on price and forgetting those who've put the investment in the country and the agreement that they've had with yourself and your citizens. But we have to leave it there for this afternoon, Asanda. I think you've just given us a gateway conversation to another conversation down the line. But for today, we'll leave it there. That was Asanda Nzinyati, Head of Business Development at the Automotive Industry Development Center. A quick pause, and then we come back with our next guest, Judge Dennis Davids, Chairperson of the Companies Tribunal.
SMS SAFM now on 41391. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, a quick conversation now with Judge Dennis Davis, Chairperson of the Companies Tribunal, as we look at raising awareness about the services of the Companies Tribunal. How are you doing this afternoon, Judge?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. A quick recap as to what is the Companies Tribunal and the mandate that governs it.
Well, the Companies Tribunal was set up under the Companies Act of 2008, and it was basically modelled, if you wish, on the same arrangements that the Competition Act has, with a Competition Commission and a Competition Tribunal. And the idea was that disputes which are sourced in the Companies Act should be resolved, if they can't be resolved in court or parties choose otherwise, to have a cheap and expeditious way of resolving disputes amongst directors or other issues with regard to companies. And a statutory body called the Companies Tribunal was set up precisely to do that job, so that people could come before it, they could get a speedy decision, it wouldn't cost them, and ultimately the company would then move on, having had its dispute resolved.
Let's talk a little bit about the significance of the appointment of retired judges to the tribunal.
Well, there are two reasons for that. Number one is our jurisdiction is now going to be expanded. That's the Companies Tribunal. Before, we could only deal with big companies when it comes to things like name disputes. In other words, if you borrowed the name of a public company and they disputed it, we could deal with all of those. But when it came to particularly directors' disputes, we could only deal with small companies. And there was a general tendency to believe that we didn't have sufficient expertise, because amongst the bigger companies, they rush off to private arbitration, which costs them a fortune, and in which either retired judges or senior counsel preside. And I felt for a long time that if we were going to sort of do our job, because we are now going to be the only body that can mediate and arbitrate on companies' disputes. You can't, once this particular provision is enacted by the department, you can't go anywhere else other than us unless you want to go to court. We needed, as it were, some very experienced lawyers on our panel, and the significance of having these retired judges is that we can now offer the public at large the same quality of adjudication as private arbitration does, but at absolutely a minuscule amount of the cost.
I mean, we had your colleague here just a few days ago expanding on some of the issues that the tribunal deals with, some of the disputes that you'll deal with, and the decisions that you'll take and how binding those are. And I guess as we begin to wind down, just perhaps what should companies and stakeholders expect now going forward? And how do folks access the tribunal's services?
Well, they can certainly access us by simply Googling Companies Tribunal, and there's a website, and they can approach us therefore directly through that. What they can expect now is that within a short period of time, when the amendment goes through, if you don't want to go to court, and court's going to take a long time, we all know how full the rolls are, then there's an opportunity to come to us and get an expert to mediate your dispute, or if necessary, arbitrate it. And let me put it this way, within a couple of months, the matter will be resolved, rather than a long-winded court process with all sorts of appeals. And in effect, it's not going to cost you. So that's the big difference. And effectively what we really are saying, companies who ultimately derive their power from a statute, in other words, the state grants them certain status, well, now they've got a body that will be able to resolve their disputes without any delays and in a way which is accessible.
Fantastic. Judge Dennis Davis, thank you so much for the time. Chairperson of the Companies Tribunal, and you can find them on www.companiestribunal.org.za. We're going to take a ad break, and then we'll come back on the other side of that break, and we'll get into our mandatory programming by way of Kids Corner, which will run us to the top of the hour, and then Ondela is going to bring you the 2 o'clock news.
Don't pay more than you need to for car insurance. 27-year-old Outsurance client Liam is saving big bucks.
Saving so much every month, around 640 Rand.
That's an amazing 640 Rand saving on Liam's 2024 Ranger. SMS out to 30754. Let's hear how 45-year-old Nivan feels about saving 461 Rand a month on his 2025 VWT Cross.
Save me so much money, 461 Rand.
Nice one. And after 3 claim-free years, you get an out bonus.
So much money.
Get a quote now and see how much money Outsurance could save you. SMS out to 30754. If you don't save, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Savings or cash. You have nothing to lose with Outsurance. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. Today we're talking about taking care of our nails and keeping our hands clean. How do you usually cut your nails? With a nail clipper? Or do you sometimes bite them? Why do you think it's important to keep your nails clean and short? How do you often cut your nails? What do you think can happen if we bite our nails or keep them very long and dirty? And who usually reminds you to cut your nails at home? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, my name and surname is Abdullah Mpembe and I am 9 years old. I actually cut my nails with a nail clipper because it's safe and keeps them neat. Biting my nails is not good. It's important to keep nails clean and short to prevent germs from building up under them, which can make you sick. I try to cut my nails every week to keep them clean and short. Biting my nails could cause danger them and let germs enter our mouths, while long, dirty nails can hold more dirt and bacteria. My mom or dad usually reminds me to cut my nails and to make sure they stay clean and short. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley Kavamba. I usually cut my nails with a nail clipper instead of biting them. I think it's important to keep our nails clean and short because dirt and germs can collect under long nails. And if we touch food or our face with dirty nails, those germs can spread and make us sick. I try to cut my nails about once a week so they stay neat and comfortable. Biting nails can also damage them and sometimes cause infections around the skin. Keeping nails trimmed help us stay clean and healthy. At home, my parents sometimes remind me to check my nails and make sure that they are neat.
Good day, friends. My name is King David Eze, and I turned 12 this year. And today we'll be talking about cutting my nails. I usually cut my nails with a nail clipper. I don't really bite them. The reason it's important to keep my nails clean and short is because infections can come into the long nails and get stuck, and they can bend and look dirty, making you look like an unclean being or Homo sapien. I cut my nails often. The thing that can happen if I bite my nail or keep them very long and dirty is if I bite it and swallow it, I can choke from it, and if I keep them long and dirty, I'll be seen as a dirty Homo sapien, and infections can come easily. No one reminds me to cut my nails at home. I do it for hygiene. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Praise Ziba.
Today I'll be talking about basic hygiene. I cut my nails with a nail clipper and I do that to keep them clean and prevent germs. I do it once a month or in 2 months, and we get germ infections if we do not cut our nails. The person who reminds me to cut my nails is my mom. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ndruwe. I usually cut my nails using a nail clipper. I did used to bite my nails a lot, but now I have gotten better at not doing so, and rather I use a nail clipper. I think that it's very important to keep your nails clean and short because a lot of times having untidy nails makes you look very unpresentable, and sometimes we may be lazy to do our nails, even if they are in a horrible state. So, continuously being on track with keeping our nails clean is very good and healthy. I cut my nails probably once or twice a month. I usually remind myself to cut my nails because they look good when they are short and well trimmed.
Hello everyone, it's me, Oketra Munyayi, and I am living in Bulukwane City. Biting your nails is not good for you, it is unhygienic, it is not healthy, you can get sick. So I prefer cutting my nails with a nail clipper. So if you do not cut your nails, if you keep them long and dirty, you can get sick, you can develop a disease because when you touch your food, you're spreading the bacteria on the food and you eat it. So you can get sick, and no one usually reminds me to cut my nails. I usually remind myself because they're on my hands, so I should be able to see them myself. Bye.
Good day, my surname is Probush Mpembe. I am 11 years old. I usually use a nail clipper because it keeps my nails neat and tidy. I try not to bite them because it can damage my nails. Keeping my nails clean and short is important to prevent germs from gathering under them, which can help us stay healthy. I cut my nails about once a week to ensure they stay clean and manageable. Biting nails can harm them and bring germs into your mouth. Long, dirty nails can hold bacteria, which is unhealthy. My parents usually remind me to cut my nails and to make sure they stay nice and clean. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Lubanzi Hlongwane. I usually cut my nails with a nail clipper. And cutting your nails is very, very important as it helps prevent germs and keep our hands clean. And it's also not very presentable when you have dirt in your hands. It doesn't look nice at all. So cutting them nice and short prevents all of that. I usually cut my nails every week, but some weeks are different than others because I'll realize that this week they're okay and then next week they're still okay, so maybe I'll miss a week. But sometimes they grow insanely fast and sometimes they don't grow as fast, so I just cut them when I notice that they're getting a little too long. If we bite our nails or keep them long and dirty, germs can enter our bodies and we can get infections because you are taking all of the dirt that has been in your hands. Imagine all of the things that we touch every single day. And I think that's something that we're not very cognizant of. We don't really realize how many germs we interact with every single day. So imagine you don't wash your hands and you don't cut your nails. Now all of those germs are stuck in there and then you bite your nails. So you are literally feeding yourself poison and that can make you sick. No one reminds me to cut my nails. I always see them, I observe, I'm like, okay, how do they look? And then if I see a problem, I cut them. I do not need anyone's help at all.
Hi everyone, my name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Honestly speaking, I don't use nail clippers most of the times. I usually bite my nails. I think it is important to keep your nails clean and short because it's part of your hygiene system. I often cut my nails after 3 days. It depends on how long and dirty they will be. If we bite our nails and keep them dirty and longer, you might have bad smell, and it's not something that you should get used to because it's not healthy for your body. Thank you everyone. I hope you have a wonderful and great special day.
Thank Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Taking care of our nails is an important part of good personal hygiene. Fingernails and toenails grow all the time, and if they're not trimmed regularly, they can become long, dirty, and uncomfortable. The safest and healthiest way to cut nails is using a nail clipper or nail scissors, which help trim the nails neatly without hurting the skin around them. Some children may sometimes bite their nails, but this is not a healthy habit because it can spread germs and damage the nails. Keeping nails clean and short is important because dirt and bacteria can easily hide under long nails. When we play outside, touch objects, or eat food with our hands, germs can collect under our nails and enter the body. Clean, trimmed nails help prevent infections and keep hands looking neat and healthy. Most people should cut their nails about once a week or whenever they start getting long. Regular trimming helps keep nails strong and prevents them from breaking or scratching the skin. Washing your hands with soap and cleaning under the nails also helps remove dirt and germs that may collect during the day. Biting nails or keeping them very long can cause several problems. Nail biting can lead to germs entering the mouth, which may cause illness. It can also damage the nail bed and make nails grow unevenly or become sore. Long nails can easily break, scratch the skin, or collect more dirt and bacteria. At home, our parents and guardians often remind us to cut our nails because they care about our health and cleanliness. These reminders help us as children build good habits that will last a lifetime. Learning to take care of our nails is a simple but important way of looking after our body. Good hygiene habits such as trimming nails, washing our hands, and keeping the body clean helps us as children stay healthy and confident. By taking a few minutes each week to care for our nails, we prevent germs, protect our health, and develop responsible habits that support overall well-being. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
On the top story, Sergeant Ngosi denies tipping off Cat Madlanga and another fatal mining accident in the Northern Cape. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. A member of the Gauteng Organised Crime Unit, Sergeant Fanny Ngosi, has denied allegations that he tipped off attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Cat Madlanga about a raid at his house on the 6th of December 2024. Evidence before the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria shows that Sergeant Ngosi was in constant communication with Madlanga a day before and on the day of the raid. But Sergeant Ngosi says the reason why he was in constant communication with Madlanga was that his name kept popping up after a mother and child were kidnapped in Copperleaf in Gauteng.
A team was formed. We followed up the information. Then we went to the set address, maybe after 2 or 3 days. And then it was around those times. But unfortunately, with task force and NIU, but we did not get anything in those set address. But as we were continuing, because I was personally involved there, Mr. Madlanga's name kept on popping out. But unfortunately, that the complainant was, skeptical to talk exactly what is happening. He was Mr. Madlanga's friend.
A mobile screening plant operator working at the WMA manganese Moscow mine in the Northern Cape has died after getting caught in a conveyor belt. A statement released by the mine says the 28-year-old man worked for a subcontractor at the mine. It says the deceased and a colleague were replacing the conveyor belt's bearings when the incident occurred. He was declared dead at the scene. An inspector of mines has been deployed to the mine and is conducting an in-loco investigation. The second accused in the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial at the High Court in Pretoria, Bongani Ntanzi, has accused the state of relying on insufficient evidence. This follows Ntanzi's denial of being the author of a statement submitted as part of his bail application. He claims he was assaulted on 3 separate occasions and not just once as put to him by Baloyi. Ntanzi testified that police allegedly took him to a dumping site, assaulted him and forced him to sign a prepared statement. He also accused Advocate Baloyi of misleading the court during cross-examination.
I don't understand what the prosecutor is putting before the court when he said I was assaulted when the car was on motion. How can somebody be assaulted when the car is on motion on the road?
Mina lapha ekhothe ngikhuluma amahlandla amaningi la ngokushawa kwami ngathi zi-18 zi-19 zi-24 ingakho nje nazo bangithende ngathi udukisa ikhodi ngendlela owenza ngayo lapha phambi kwekhodi udukisa le nkulumo eqoshwayo lapha ekhodi uthatha inkulumo nge-18 uyenza inkulumo nge-19.
That is why I had mentioned before the court that you are misleading the court.
New research from the University of the Western Cape suggests high levels of stress and psychological distress among police officers and paramedics drives them to alcohol abuse. The study surveyed over 400 experienced police officers and paramedics in the Western Cape. Lead researcher Anita Padmanabanuni.
In our South African sample of police officers and paramedics, harmful alcohol use was associated with anxiety, with symptoms of burnout, fatigue, and insomnia. This suggests that alcohol use actually needs to be understood in relation to broader mental health challenges. We also need to consider workplace culture because expectations around toughness and emotional control can discourage people from actually seeking help. The findings point to the urgent need for accessible, confidential and stigma-free mental health support for first responders.
Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in an overnight airstrike. Earlier, Israel's military said it had also killed the commander of the Basij paramilitary force. The BBC's Yolandi Nell.
Ali Larijani is widely seen as being a number two behind the newly appointed supreme leader Mujtaba Khamenei, and he is somebody who is well known on the international stage, somebody who was formally involved in negotiations about Iran's nuclear program. And certainly if the US and Israel were looking for ceasefire talks or negotiations with Iran directly or indirectly, he is somebody who they could have approached. So this is seen as being very significant on that basis.
Recapping the top story, a member of the Gauteng Organised Crime Unit, Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, has denied allegations that he tipped off attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ketmatlala about a raid at his house on the 6th of December 2024. I'm on Lambana for SAfm News headlines at 2:30.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
So get ready for something exciting. SA's biggest celebration of innovation is here. It is the SA Innovation Week that brings together innovation, investment, research, industry and public sector priorities to shape the future of South Africa. From the 16th until the 20th of March, SAIW presents breakthrough technologies, live demonstrations and powerful collaborations, including provincial innovation engagements across South Africa. This is brought to you by the Technology Innovation Agency, which is an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, we have a lot of running conversations that we've tried to sneak in the last hour, and one of those was with the Automotive Industry Development Center. Very interesting, in fact, that they essentially were formed as per government instruction to oversee a significant change that speaks to localization of the value chain in the automotive industry, trying to meet that goal of having components that are locally manufactured. Over 60% of components in the automotive industry being locally manufactured by 2035. And as you heard from Asanda, finding themselves in a very precarious situation right now with the influx of fully made vehicles ready to access market that are actually hindering on the existing automotive manufacturing industry in the country, because they're not assembling here, they're not creating components here, they're not building parts and elements here. They're bringing a fully assembled product into the market. And so, as I said, it's interesting that government's left hand is not moving in collaboration and partnership with their right hand, and it will take a while to catch up on exactly that. And then we also delved into matters of the Madlanga Commission as well, of course. And our WhatsApp line is open for you to share your sentiments and your thoughts around all of that on 061.
To a screenshot that I raised with you back in February. It's the screenshot from Jerry Kazi that's in the chat with the man saved as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President. Now the screenshot, if one goes to page 697 of the chat file, which would be file 2. Six nine 696 on the 17th of January 2024. And it's the screenshot. It's two versions of the same screenshot sent at 5:36 and at 5:57. The screenshot itself is at page 230 in file 4. And maybe we can just look at the screenshot, just remembering that it's sent on the 17th of January 2024. So if we can go to file 4 of 4, file 4 of 4.
Said 230 or 404?
230 in file 4 of 4. It's near the. It should be near the front of the file. Sergeant, you have the screenshot?
Yes, I have it.
So when I asked you about this screenshot last time, firstly you explained that this wasn't the late Deputy President who was involved in these chats, it was his nephew. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said it was his nephew Sipiwe, and I said, was that Sipiwe Mabuza? And you said yes, but In fact, we've now established that it's actually Spiwe Mashile. Is that correct? That Spiwe's surname is Mashile, not Mabuza.
Fortunately, we won't have time to take your comments around that conversation on the manufacturing of.
According to him.
Well, we can, if you don't know, then
no, I don't deny it.
You won't deny it. Yes. Then Jerry Kazi. We zoomed into the screen, the profile picture of Jerry Kazi, and I knew I'd seen that face somewhere before. Can we just display it? Because I think you'll recognize it if we zoom in.
No, I recognize it.
Who is Jerry Kazi?
Is Gerard Mnis?
The CFO of Tshwane, the current CFO of Tshwane.
That's correct?
Yes. And he is saved in your chats as Mpumalanga CFO, or CFO Mpumalanga, is he not?
That's correct.
Sorry. The zooming in, was that for the consumption of
it was just for confirming.
Nkosi only. Oh.
I mean, if people want to see, that's the zoomed in picture.
Thank you.
But Sergeant has confirmed that it is in fact Mr. Mnisi.
Thank you.
If we hold that screenshot available, not the zoomed in one, just the regular full screen one.
Aren't we able, there's a person that looks like a child, aren't we able to, hide the face, or we could shade over it or something like that?
Well, we do need to identify that person.
That's
Mr. Mnisi. And
I meant right across the face. It looks like a child.
Sorry, apologies to Mr. Mnisi. He has a very young face. Well, let's not display it then. Let's not display it. But do you have do you have that screenshot at page 230 in to hand, as it were? Because I'm going to take you somewhere else, but I want you to still have access to 230 at the same time. So maybe just put a marker on it. And then if you go to 533, which will be in file 2.
What page is that?
533.
File 2 of 4.
Yes.
So there you'll see that shortly after receiving the screenshot from the late Deputy President's nephew, you forwarded it to Mr. Motsumi. You see that at the top of 533. 2401 17 1739 29.
see that.
Now, if we go back to the screenshot, let's look at what it was that you were forwarding to Mr. Motsumi. So we have a message that says, okay, Kazi, I've got an issue. So that's Mr. Mashile or Mr. Mabuza saying to Mr. Mnisi, I've got an issue. Sorry, other way around. Mr. Mnisi saying to Mr. Mashile, I've got an issue. Then there is a voice note and a voice call. Then Mr. Mnisi sends back a picture of his calendar saying, I have an urgent special exco now at 6. And Mr. Mashile says, you'll indicate. And then Mr. Mnisi says, let's meet 007 tonight. After my meeting, it's urgent. And then there's a fist to confirm assent from Mr. Mashile. Why would you send this screenshot involving an exchange between Mr. Mnisi and Mr. Mashile, or person who you knew as Mr. Mabuza, concerning a meeting with you? Why would you send that to Mr. Motsumi? What was Mr. Motsumi's interest in that meeting?
Mr. Motsumi had no interest in this meeting. The reason that I've sent to Mr. Motsumi, if I can recall better, I was supposed to go and meet him. So I'm sending this message that I'm caught up in a way. I have to attend this one.
So this is just a message to Mr. Motsumi to apologize for standing him up, as it were.
Because, yes, I confirm that.
And do you recall why Mr. Mnisi wanted to meet you and Mr. Mashile in January 2024?
Yes, I recall.
And what was that about?
It was a peace meeting where I was supposed to coordinate between Mr. Mnisi and Mr. Lukukela.
Sorry, Mr. Is the second name, Mr. Mokopela?
Lukukela.
Lekukela.
Yes.
Mpo Lekukela.
That's correct.
In relation to what?
When Mr. Mnisi started to work at Tswane, Mr. Lekukela was already there. So they were not getting along. So it happens that Mr. Lekukela, I grew up with him in Soshanguve, and I know Mr. Gareth Mnisi, and I had to intervene in their conflict.
And were you able to make peace between them?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Then if we can move off the screenshot and go to page 797, which is in new file 2. Is it in new file 2? No, sorry, old file 2.
797.
It should be the same file then, if it's 2 or 4.
2 or 4, same file. Yes. Same file that you were in, page 797. and I don't want us to display this, but what we see at page 797, do you have it?
I'm still opening it.
Do you have it now?
Yes, I have it.
What we see at page 797 is a photograph that was on your phone, and it's a photograph of a picture on another phone, and the picture on the other phone looks like an extract from a SAPS record, some sort of personnel record for an individual who is employed by SAPS, and I don't want us to mention that person's name. But I do want to know how you came to get this photograph. From whom did you get this photograph to begin with? Well, let's start there. From whom did you get this photograph?
I got this photograph from the informant that was brought to me by General Shibiri. The informant's name is, I don't know if I can mention it, but...
Don't mention that name, but maybe put it down on a piece of paper that the commissioners can see and that I will be able to see.
Can I have a piece?
Yes, Mr. Shastovsky.
When did this informant bring you that information? Or that picture, not that information, that picture.
During the collecting of information,
Yes, but when? When are we talking about? When did this happen?
I can't remember exactly when, but if maybe the commission can just allow me to explain when did it started. That's why they must just get a clear picture.
Certainly, if you can't give me an exact or even an approximate date now, maybe explain the context or what you wanted to say, and then we can ask further.
But be careful not to mention the name on that picture.
Or the name of the informant?
Yes.
Not my informant, General Shibiri's informant.
Even so, one shouldn't mention the name.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner, I was seated in my office when I received a call from General Shibiri telling me to come to his office. On my arrival to his office.
Just, do you mind speaking up? There's a complaint that you cannot be heard, so.
Please just pull them closer to you.
Okay, on my arrival to General Shibiri's office, he introduced me to this 1-1, and then upon introduction, it was vis-a-vis, and there and there he further informed me that this one is got information of the kidnappers. That was according to General Shibiri. And also got the information about the illicit cigarettes that are being sourced from Zimbabwe to South Africa. He said he's handing that informant to me, and then that informant will show me or point me the addresses of the said people who are involved, some who are kept, and the said cigarettes. Immediately, myself and the informers, we went out from General Shibiri's office because automatically that was all about that, the introduction. Then the first operation was in Limpopo when I went to verify or spot the address where there were Pakistanis who were kept there against their will, and the illegal cigarettes from Zimbabwe. Immediately when I arrived there, as I was observing, I took the photo to General Shibiri. I sent the pin location as well to General Shibiri, so that to prove that indeed I did follow up the set address. On the very, then we came back very late because of it was far there in Limpopo. On the very same week, the same informant contacted me about these alleged kidnappers or who kidnapped one Chinese guy. One of the addresses now was this. The 797. But then I did not have this. I went there. I did the same what I did in Limpopo. I took picture, location, sent it to General Shibiri. I went to another address again, in Centurion. I took picture, location, sent to General Shibir. Now, after 2 or 3 days, this informant sent me now this. I go back to the sender now. Who is General Shibir? I said, this is what I received from the informant. But before I could go to him, I also sent it to him. As I received it, I forwarded. So I went there to explain to him now, personally, that this is what I have. What do you know about it? He said, according to what the informant is telling you, that people are kept against their will there. But I said to me, according to me, that address, it needs the intelligence to make an observation, because there is no movement. I've spent plus minus an hour or two on 2 of the addresses, that one of this and the other one in Centurion. So it was different than the one in Limpopo, where you'll see that it's a shop, is busy, that people are working there. So I recommend to General Shibiri that no, there must be an observation here, the intelligent one. According to me, it's not something that we can act upon it. So that is where I stop. It came about that.
So this informant with the name that we saw on the piece of paper was an informant who was, as it were, given to you by General Shibiri.
I confirm.
And the informant came from Pakistan. Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you have more than one informant with that name who comes from Pakistan? Or is there just one informant with that name that you have who comes from Pakistan?
I'm not sure that I get your question.
So let's call the informant John, okay? Because we know his name isn't John. Okay?
Yes.
And you say John comes from Pakistan.
Yes.
Do you have another informant called John from Pakistan, except not John, this, the real name of this informant? Do you have several informants from Pakistan, all with the same name, or just one?
This one was not my informant, but that John name, according to my knowledge, is only one in my phone, the John name.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So there's only one informant by that name who comes from Pakistan.
That's correct.
And that informant, you say, was assisting with investigations into kidnapping and into illegal cigarettes.
Yes.
And in that context, the informant gave you first pointed out an address where people were being held against their will on one occasion. And you then took a picture of that address, or you sent a pin of that address? How did you record the address on the first occasion?
I wrote it on a diary, and I took same picture and sent it to the general.
So you wrote it in your diary, and you sent a picture of it to General Shibiri?
Yes.
Talking about diaries, I presume you carry a pocketbook with you when you're on police business?
That's correct.
And do you have a pocketbook for the period 2024 and 2025?
I will check when I arrive home. But the last time I checked, I had the
Because
pocketbooks.
we would like to see those pocketbooks if they still exist.
Yes.
Can we arrange through your attorney to get a copy as soon as possible?
Yes, once I find them, I will do that.
But now we're talking, going back to this address and your informant. The first occasion, he gives you an address. Did he give you the address orally? Did he say the address, or did he show you a written recordal of the address? Did he? You had to write it down in your diary. So, and that's what you sent to General Shabiri. How did you know what to write down in the diary? How was it conveyed to you?
Okay. Firstly, about these addresses, General Shabiri briefed me first in the presence of the informant that this informant is going to show you the said addresses that he alleges that there is irregularity there. So now, after that, I go to it, the informant to those addresses.
So when he briefed you, it wasn't in the presence of the informant? You had to go to see
No,
him?
it was in the presence of the informant.
So then you didn't have to go to meet the informant, you had to go with the informant somewhere?
Can you...
So if it was in the presence of the informant, then you and the informant were together.
When we were formally introduced, I was briefed about what the informant is going to do with me.
So you have a meeting, you, General Shabiri, and the informant.
That
and
was
General Shabiri says this informant is going to point out some addresses to you.
That's correct.
When does the informant point out the addresses? On the same day, another day?
On the following day. The first address was in Limpopo. If I will check with my chats with General Shabiri, where I sent him the location and the pictures of that address.
So that's the first address. And approximately when would this have been?
Can you repeat that again?
Approximately when would that first meeting with this informant for the first time be, and then you go off with the informant to Limpopo to see an address?
The first meeting I was introduced in head office, in General Shabiri's office.
But approximately when? Are we talking 2025, 2024, 2023? What's it looking like? How do you remember when that meeting was? Sorry, not how do you remember. Have you got a recollection of when that first meeting was?
I can't really remember whether it was 2024 or 2025, but if it was 2024, it must have been maybe, let's say, around December. If it was 2025, it might have been around January. So I'm not quite sure.
And you then go off to Limpopo. The address is pointed out to you, and you make a note of what the address is. Is it an address in a town, or is it an address out in the rural areas?
Rural areas.
And so how would you have described it when you write it down? How do you... And how do you describe an address that's just out in the rural areas? Because it's not going to be a street name and a street number. How would you have described it?
Rural areas got addresses.
So this is out in the countryside, but you have a street name and a street number.
Out in the countryside?
Yeah.
It's in Limpopo.
No, I understand it's in Limpopo, but maybe we're cross purposes with rural areas. Is it in a town, or is it just a farm in the countryside?
Or emakhaya, bathi ngesizulu esase KZN abathi emakhaya lapho kungekho edolobheni.
Lokishini.
Lokishini.
Okay, so we can have a house number, as it were, to describe the address.
Yes.
And you then WhatsApp that address on a piece of paper to General Shibiri.
Not WhatsApp.
You photograph it.
Yes.
You don't WhatsApp it to General Shibiri.
I photograph, send pin location.
And you sent a pin location to General Shibiri. Okay, so you didn't actually need to, you had a very precise position for that address.
That's correct.
Now that's the first occasion.
Yes.
Out in Limpopo. Now I understand that your evidence was that this witness came back to you on a second occasion to say, I now have found another place where kidnappers are holding people against their will.
Yes.
How soon after the first occasion was this?
I think soon after, General Shibiri went to a Pakistani embassy. There was a complaint against some Pakistani asylum who were kept against their will. So it was a complaint from embassy to the head office. Then General Shibiri was tasked, because of he's the one who attended it there. And he had a memorandum about that as well, maybe can be asked. And then okay.
No, my question's slightly different. It's how long after the first trip with a witness to an address where kidnappers were holding people did the witness come to you a second time with the address that we see in the photograph? How long passed between your two meetings with this witness at which the witness disclosed addresses where kidnappers were holding people?
It might be maybe a week, subjected to be corrected based on what I've sent to General Shibiri, but I think a week or 6 days, somewhere like that.
So it was relatively quick?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, this witness, this informant, he was introduced to you by General Shibiri, you said, approximately a day before the first trip to Limpopo. General Shibiri called you in with the witness and said, this is my informant, he has information, this is what he's going to do, and then you said the next day you went off to Limpopo to find the house.
Yes.
And you had had no contact with this witness before you were introduced by General Shibiri?
No.
And then approximately a week later, this witness gave you the second address. And that second address is what you photographed on your iPhone. Well, not on your iPhone, I don't know what phone you had. But you took a picture of that second address on your phone.
That's correct. I did as I did on the first address.
Well, the first time you weren't taking a picture of a phone, you were taking a picture of some writing in a diary.
That's correct.
Now, where were you when you took the picture of the informant's phone?
In Pretoria.
And where? At police headquarters? At somewhere else? I mean, where in Pretoria?
Pretoria CBD.
So it wasn't you had a meeting with the witness, not at your office, but at some venue in Pretoria.
Just in CBD.
Just in the CBD somewhere.
Yes.
And the witness shows you this picture.
Yes.
Sorry, the informant. And you then decide, well, you photograph it so that you have a record of it yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
You see, Sergeant, I have to put it to you that that story is false for several reasons. The most fundamental one is that the photograph, as we'll see on page 798, was taken on the 13th of June 2025. Your photograph was taken on the 13th of June 2025. And what your WhatsApps will show is that you've been communicating with this informant since the 14th of February 2024. So if the informant was introduced to you by General Shibiri for the first time a day before the first trip to identify an address, and the second encounter where you took this photo was a week later, that would all have happened in the course of June 2025. And it wouldn't have been possible for you to be in communication with this witness some 14 months previously in February 2024. What's your response to that?
I might have made a mistake when it comes to the dates, but I still stick to my cards when I say the said informant was introduced to me by General Shibiri. I might maybe done a mistake, human error, by not being sure about the dates. But I started to communicate with the said person on that day.
But Sergeant, I don't think it's possible to make a mistake of this nature. I don't think one can make an innocent mistake of thinking that you had two meetings with this witness 1 week apart, when, if your story is true, those meetings would have to be 14 months apart, not 1 week apart. Can you respond to that?
I have no reason to lie, especially about General Shibiri or about the said informant. And I still put it to the commission that what I say is what transpired. I would not, no matter how evil I might be or I might look, and start to paint someone for something that you don't know or is distant from. This issue that is here by my right-hand side, I did discuss it with General Shibiri, because he is the one who introduced to me this person.
You see, Sergeant, there's a second aspect of your story which doesn't add up as far as I'm concerned. Because if we look at this photograph is of a picture taken by someone who has access to an internal SAPS personnel computer. If you look at the picture, it's a SAPS screen. It has the service number of a SAPS officer. It has the home address of a SAPS officer. It has the SAPS email address of a SAPS officer. So whoever took the original picture that you photographed would have to have been someone with access to a SAPS computer. You accept that?
Yes, I do agree.
So how would your informant from Pakistan have ended up providing you with this picture?
Not my informant.
General Shabiri's informant.
Yes. I would not know. That is the reason I've raised it up with him.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairperson, we have not been provided with the charts or cell phone records of the informant to verify the dates on our records.
Chair, again, sorry, my microphone is just stopped functioning. Chair, can we just switch around here?
Perhaps we should adjourn. My co-commissioners' mics are also not working. Just very briefly.
This microphone does work.
Perhaps please respond to that, and then we'll have to take a short adjournment here.
Mr. Ngwato is correct. We haven't. This informant's chats with with Sergeant Nkosi certainly aren't in the bundle. They may or may not have been on the first memory stick. I didn't realize they had any relevance whatsoever until this evidence was given. When this evidence was given, I went online, not online, I went to our record and went to see, one, whether this witness, the witness with the name that I remembered, came from Pakistan, and indeed the witness does, the informant does, and two, when those chats started. So I'm happy to download those chats, and Mr. Ngwato can re-examine on the basis of it. I didn't realize the chats were going to be relevant until this evidence was given.
Please remind me again, Sergeant Nkosi is scheduled to testify until when?
Well, until released. And we will certainly
No, I'm asking in the context of we usually have 2, 3, or 4 days. I'm asking in that sense, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure what the arrangement was. We still have to get to a huge number of chats about the Tshwane Police Department, which were provided to Sergeant Nkosi about 3 weeks ago.
Thank you. And
it will certainly be more than a day.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ngwato?
Chair, I have a serious problem with the response that Mr. Chairperson just indicated, and I'm getting, every day surprised with new information, new documents. And now he says to you there's still a lot of questions to come about Tshwane on documents that were provided to us 3 weeks ago. That's not correct. The documents on Tshwane were only delivered on my office this Friday. And I did not make an issue about it. That forced me to then change my entire weekend to then accommodate that. And now it comes to you that these documents were given to us 3 weeks ago, which is incorrect. They were delivered to my office just this Friday, and I made peace with it. Yesterday, new documents were now surprisingly brought up, and I raised that issue. I was promised to get the documents during lunchtime, which I did not. They sent it to me 9 o'clock at night. Now, just as we're continuing with it, new documents tried to slip into my files this morning. And now there's suddenly another file of documents. This cannot be accepted. It cannot be that they were not aware that this matter will come up. If they knew and they planned their line of questioning in terms of this witness, they should have then provided us with the necessary information. How do I then consult and guide this witness with information from time to time as we proceed? New documents have been raised, documents have been delivered at night. How do then I continue to be able to assist if I don't have the necessary documentation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mwatu.
Chair, I do need to put something on record.
Just a minute, I'll come to you just now. Yes, Mr. Shaselson.
Chair, these documents, the Tshwane documents, which Mr. Mwatu now says he saw for the first time on Friday, the documents were provided electronically. I'm about to get the exact date, but to my memory, it was 3 weeks ago. I may be wrong on 3 weeks, but it was certainly not Friday. I'm going to get the exact date.
Were they part of the 1,300 and something?
No, the 1,300 were back in before February.
Yes.
These were a supplementary batch.
Yes.
That were given once we realized the relevance of the Tshwane documents. And when we did, we made them available electronically.
No, I wanted my co-co to just check their mics. Are they still not working? Oh, okay. Yes, sorry about that.
They were made available then, but we didn't print out a hard copy bundle. What Mr. Mwatu got was the paginated bundle on Friday. The documents forming part of the paginated bundle had been sent to him electronically weeks before Friday. So his complaint that he hasn't seen these documents before is factually incorrect. Or if it's correct, it's because he chose not to look at the documents sent electronically. What he got on Friday was the paginated bundle. In relation to this...
pagination of what was given to him electronically
earlier,
already.
Indeed.
Much earlier.
What... Yeah, it's the bundle was sent to him on 3 March. It's 2 weeks. It's not 3 weeks. Why I referred to this set of chats now is until the witness explained the photograph with reference to this informant, I had no inkling that that the chats with the informant were going to be of any relevance at all. Now, what we choose to give to a respondent is in part governed by concerns of fairness and relevance. If I were to give, I'm quite happy to give Mr. Mwatu everything that we have downloaded from Sergeant Nkosi's phone. But that will be thousands and thousands of documents which he will not be able to work through in a systematic way. So we exercise some sort of filtering process based on what the witness has said in the statement and what we believe to be relevant. This chat that we're talking about is relevant only to disprove the answer that the witness has just given now, which we couldn't possibly have anticipated. And I'm not going to refer to the chat for any other purpose. The facts, the fact that the witness, that the informant comes from Pakistan is evident from one page of the chats. The starting date of the chats is evident from another page of the chats. I can give 2 pages to Mr. Ngwato and he can have all of the relevant information upon which I depend in relation to the chat between Sergeant Nkosi and this informant. But unless Mr. Ngwato wants us to give everything, and he's never asked for that, we have to exercise some sort of filtering principle. Otherwise, what we would dump on him would preoccupy him for weeks before he could be on top of it. So that's what I wanted to place on record.
Thank you, Mr. Shaswatson. Mr. Ngwato, I think we must separate issues. When you first raised an issue, it related to the questions that Mr. Chaskalson is putting to Sergeant Nkosi. But then you also raised another issue, and that is what I'm saying should be separated from the issue relating to the questioning now. That other issue is about the documents that you say were given to you only about a week or so ago. It seems to me that that issue is different, but also there's the question that Mr. Shaskalson puts before us, which is that those documents were actually given to you electronically quite some time back. I think it's 3 weeks ago?
No,
electronically.
The electronic link to all of the documents in the bundle was given 2 weeks ago.
Or 2 weeks ago electronically. And that is only later that they were given to you in a paginated form. So I'm saying all of that should be treated differently to the questions being asked now. Let me start with the questions being asked now. The questions being asked now, that issue to me is similar to what arose this morning. If you remember, that related to, was it a bank statement? I think it was. And how I resolved that was that that is an issue that arose because of answers given by Sergeant Nkosi. And it is those answers that took Mr. Shaskalson to the documents that you had not had sight of. And there is no way that we would then gag Mr. Shaskalson from going to documents that are relevant to answers given by the witness. And he had not shared those documents with you because but for those responses, there was never an intention to use those documents. So it seems to me that what has arisen now with regard to this questioning is similar to that, and that it should be resolved in the same way, which is that you should be given, in fairness, you should be given those documents. But that can never stop Mr. Shaskalson putting the questions that he has been putting to the witness. And the witness has been able to respond, but the main issue, aside of the responses that the witness has given, the main issue is that Mr. Shaskalson is following that line based on responses that have been given by the witness. And I think it's only fair that he should be allowed to ask those questions. And that's the same ruling that I took this morning with regard to the other issue that arose this morning. Now, coming to the second issue, if you were given those documents electronically, the question that arises is, what did you do with them? You say you are seeing them for the first time now, so it means when they were given to you electronically, maybe you chose not to have a look at them altogether, because you would not be saying you are seeing them for the first time now if you had had a look, unless you are saying those were never even given to you electronically, as Mr. Shaskalson says they were. So if they were given to you, it's not the same if they were given to you electronically 2 weeks ago, and not only, did you say Friday last week? So the two are simply not the same. It looks like you want to respond.
I do, Commissioner.
Yes, yes.
I do. I will not raise an issue with you if I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The documents were never shared with us. On the 3rd of March is when I responded to the affidavit that the Commissioner had requested that I should submit.
The new thing is sharing electronically. So are you saying they were never shared electronically?
They were never shared with us at all. I printed everything that I received from them. And over the weekend, I took an effort to make sure.
Perhaps we should adjourn and let's see if there won't be proof of an exchange of emails, an exchange which does show that the documents were indeed shared electronically.
But can I at least maybe finish?
Yes. Please finish, Mr. Ngwato, yes.
And the reason I raised this issue is the continuing trend that every single time a line of questioning comes up, I allow the witness to finish answering it, but then becomes an issue of credibility at the end of the line of question to say, no, you are actually lying, what you are saying is false. Because if we pull out the following documents, we'll prove you wrong. And this is what led to the bank statements as well yesterday. This is what also came about Natasha yesterday to say, have you not paid up any money to Natasha? It's the same thing that also falls on today, Commissioner. Now, Mark, what I'm raising now is that in as much as accommodative as I want to be, it is getting too much that as we continue with the process, new documents are revealed and revealed. This morning I indicated to you, it was not just a bank statement, it was also written statements. And again, it was the manner in which it was tried to sneak into my file, giving somebody who's not even a member of the law firm to go and edit my files. And now I'm continuing with this type of a situation.
Was it really sneaking in? Let me tell you what happens to our files all the time, our files as commissioners. Because sneaking has negative connotations. What sometimes happens with our files is that the attorneys will come and will insert documents, with us being aware, sometimes not, but that then gets brought to our attention. Was it not something similar, where perhaps the attorneys perhaps not putting in additional documents to your files? I know, for example, that I think it was this morning as well. This morning as well, with our files, additional documents were inserted into our files. Is that not what was happening with your witnesses' files, or your clients' files, or perhaps your clients' files? Just to see whether it was indeed sneaking in, as you put it.
the decency and the collegiality will require you come to me as an attorney of record. These are the additional records that we want to have. You don't go to my files without my knowledge and want to put in there. If I'm going to raise to say, didn't see this, but it's in your file, then it looks like I'm failing in terms of my functions. And I also do not accept the comment to say, had I been given these documents, I will not have had time to go through it. The same complaint I raised with you, Commissioner, right from the beginning. If you give me 4,000 pages, I'm going to have to go through those 4,000 pages. Don't tell me I'm only going to focus on 100. I'm duty-bound once you give me 4,000 pages to go through all of them so that I don't have surprises. And this is what I kept on complaining from the beginning. Now, the issue that I'm simply raising right now was to say I have allowed the questions to go, but it was the statement that was issued or that was made to the witness at the end that what you are saying is false because you have been communicating with this witness for the last 14 months, and this is based on the cell phone records, which I don't have. The witness could not have been in a position to answer that question because he has not been given the records. And if they wanted to make such a narrative, they should, in fairness, give the witness such a record first.
In practical terms, then, Mr. Ngwato, how do you suggest this should be resolved? That is, with regard to your access to documents. If you recall, let me again refer, I've been referring to the 4,000 pages from yesterday already, but let me focus on that again for purposes of seeing how best this could be resolved in practical terms. You were given the 4,000 pages, and as part of your application for a postponement when we first started, you referred exactly to the fact that you had been furnished with 4,000 pages of documents. But Mr. Chaskalson said of those, he was going to use only 1,300 and something thousand pages. Now, if you had not only been given the 4,000, but the indication was also that all 4,000 pages would indeed be used, we would probably have started much, much later than we actually did. So what Mr. Chaskalson is saying is that they often use their own discretion with regard to what they consider to be relevant. I assume that that will be based on what the witness has said in their statement and also on what other additional documents in addition to the statement the witness will have provided the evidence leaders, and also whatever it is the evidence leaders themselves consider to be relevant. But that does not mean that that will be all that they will be having in their possession. They may be having a lot more. It doesn't make practical sense for them to then dump everything that they have on the attorney or the client where the client is not represented. It is for practical reasons and also to expedite proceedings that they will choose what in their judgment they consider to be relevant. But proceedings being what they are, it may sometimes arise that other documents suddenly become relevant. In that case, fairness does dictate, and as you've correctly pointed out, that the documents should then be shared if and when that arises. So it is in that context that I'm asking you, practically, how do you suggest this should be resolved? Are you saying everything should be dumped on you? If not, how should this be resolved in practical terms?
Chair, dumping will not be the solution.
Yes.
Simply what I'm requiring is that if you are to refer to a particular document and you are aware that you have not shared that document, just give a heads up to say, this document I have not shared with you, and share the document with us. But to continue, and I continuously have to raise this aspect.
Yeah.
I was very clear when I met with them yesterday. I went back to them and say, I have noted that we have shared the following bank statements, but in your analysis, you included extra years, which you have not included in your bundle. Will you be so kind to provide us with that? They say, oh, we made a mistake. I expect the same collegiality from them, but I don't appreciate, and it cannot be fair that my client has been ambushed on documents that he had never had sight of, and he's been told, you are not telling the truth, because this goes into his credibility in terms of answering. He said from the beginning, I can't remember the dates, but I can give you a context in which I obtained that issue. The end of that aspect then becomes, you are not telling the truth because of in our records. Which records? We don't have. How do we argue against that? Because we don't have the records.
I agree with you 100% on the point you make with regard to documents that the evidence leaders can practically give you a heads up, but they do not do so. So I agree with you 100% on that. But I'll get Mr. Shaskalson to respond on that. That is with regard to whether they have indeed not given you a heads up where it was practical for them to do so. But I assume that you are not, in making that point, I assume that you are not referring to situations like the one that arose this morning and the one that has just arisen now, both of which arose from responses given by the witness in testimony, which then led to the evidence leaders making a follow-up and discovering that there are documents that relate to the answers that the witness has given. So there's a difference between the two. Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, the situation is in fact different. On the 22nd of January, we gave Mr. Ngwato a memory stick with every chat we have, every single chat, including the chats that I've referred to today, and hundreds of other chats. He has had every single chat we have since the 22nd of January. If he looks at that memory stick, he will find the chat with this informant. He needs to look for it by name. He'll find also the chats with General Mkonazi. He's had all of these documents. We didn't believe they were going to be relevant until the witness presented certain answers. The answers of the witness rendered these chats relevant, and therefore we referred to them. The bundle was prepared on the basis of what we intended to canvass in cross-examination. Everything in the bundle was made available to Mr. Ngwato 2 weeks ago. The paginated hard copy versions of the bundle were only made available to him on the Friday. That is the situation. There's no prejudice to him. A witness can't be entitled to testify with impunity in relation to documents which his attorney has and which I have, but which are not in the bundle because until the witness testified down a particular line, we didn't anticipate the documents were going to be relevant. If Mr. Ngwato, I'm happy to leave this topic overnight and come back to it tomorrow morning if Mr. Ngwato needs to consult his own memory stick and look for the chat of the individual. If he wants us to print it out for him after proceedings, we can do that. But this complaint of prejudice is with respect completely unfounded.
May we, unrelated to this, take a comfort break, but perhaps like we did this morning, my direction would be for the questioning to continue. If after Mr. Ngwato has had a look at this, purely on the basis that this arises from the witnesses' responses, and I do not think we should stop the cross-examination. If Mr. Ngwato picks up something when he does have sight of the documents, then Mr. Ngwato may raise a point or points that he may be minded to raise at that stage. And that, of course, will also that is the documents may also assist with the re-examination. But the stop-start with the cross-examination is affecting progress negatively. So I rule that the cross-examination should continue. But let's take the short adjournment.
What it is at the Madlanga Commission. We'll get back there as well just now, but it means a chance for us to talk to you as well. So let's get your thoughts. You're on the pulse. I need to hear you out next.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Safety begins in our homes, our streets, and our communities. Government is working to ensure that every person in South Africa feels safe. Based on the President's commitment during the State of the Nation address, the South African National Defence Force is being deployed to support the South African Police Service in crime prevention operations across selected areas in Gauteng, Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and the Northwest. Their role is to support the South African Police Service to protect communities and strengthen safety where it matters most. Fighting crime needs all of us. If you see criminal activity, speak up. Report it to your nearest police station or call Crime Stop on 0800 10 111. Working together for a safer South Africa. A message from the Government Communication and Information System, the GCIS.
They say the best kept secret is the one you already know. Welcome to Indaba Hotel Fourways, where world-class conferences and unforgettable African feasts at the Chief Boba meet pure relaxation at Moana Spa. Meetings done? Tuck into a legendary courtyard burger, create your signature gin at our gin school, enjoy a wine farm experience, or simply wander landscaped gardens. Visit indabahotel.co.za for the secret you've always known.
Horse stuff? Why is there a horse in your driveway?
You right, Savvy. Why drive a Mustang when you can ride one?
What the missus say?
Well, she had a bit of a long face, but now she's stable.
If you need a backup plan, WeBuyCars can sort you out.
Nah, Savvy, this thing is eco-chic.
Stop horsing around, cowboy. Rather get one of these from WeBuyCars.
What's the horsepower on that thing?
More than one, Doff. More than one.
Don't be Doff, be savvy. We buy cars, geared for adventure, geared for you. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, so what do you have to say, and what about? Let's hear it.
Hi, Ashraf. Great program as always. Thanks to you and your producers, Errol Durban. I think the only reason that President Ramaphosa said that Mkhunu should not be investigated like the rest is because when Mkhunu went to him and told him about that he was going to disband in the task team, the president agreed with him and said, fine, go ahead. That's my take. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. Errol, Durban.
Thanks for that, Errol. Thanks for the thumbs up as well on the show too. Much appreciated. So you're suggesting then what, the president owes him one? Is that how you see it?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gada. This is Victor here. I start to wonder, with this type of incompetence in the South African Police Services, especially with the senior officials who seem to be so incompetent in their own statements and in their own, they can't even answer things that have been asked. How many people have been wrongly arrested and wrongly sentenced to jail for things that they did not do? I mean, you can just imagine Obviously, there are people who are sitting in jail now because they did not have money to defend themselves. And now they were sent to jail by these incompetent police officials. Yo.
Okay, I hear your, well, good question, and the level of frustration as well, right?
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. Flores from the beautiful winelands, Southern Farnim Corsi. I think once he comes out of jail, he can start his own driving school. This guy likes to park things, so yeah. So yeah, he has found a new profession. So once he came out of jail one day, I'm not sure who's going to take lessons from him because this guy forgets a lot. Have a good job, bye-bye.
Okay, got that.
Hi, Ashraf. Thank you for your show as usual. It's wonderful. I just want to tell you about something I heard recently that's been giving me a lot of thought. In ecology and in the human body, cooperation is what ensures survival. And we've all been working on the premise of survival of the fittest and competition. And I really do think that if we focused on cooperation, we would all be a lot better off. I wonder what you think about that. This is Erica from Kugompo. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Erica. Thanks for the thumbs up for the show as well. Much appreciated. I'm sure the team of, Keys and Temba and Vasani would appreciate it too because we make the team what it is, right? But, hey, in terms of cooperation, I think that's like the most obvious thing to emphasize because it's true. In today's world, it's cooperation, collaboration, co-creation. That's obvious. The reality is how few people, organizations, institutes, countries, nations, how few do just that. Perhaps a good reminder for them today. 3:30, here's the news headlines with Tonjala.
Thank you, Ashraf, on the news headlines. As the escalating conflict in the Middle East impacts on global oil prices, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources says government is on a drive to revive refineries in order to cushion the consumers against high oil prices. And clinical virologists in KwaZulu-Natal say there's no need for concern regarding reports of hand, foot and mouth disease among children, which is not the same disease as foot and mouth disease found in livestock. And Botswana's government has stressed that it does not have a U.S. military base on its territory. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy. Of course, that Springbok camp is very important, but there's additions to it, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Springbok coach Rassie Rasmus has named 2 uncapped players in the first virtual alignment camp of the season. Former junior Boks Carlo Sadi, now with the Bodo Bagels, and JJ van der Mast of Northampton Saints join a 21-man group that includes 16 Rugby World Cup winners. Herschel Yankees and Lucanio Am return to the fold alongside stars Malcolm Marx, Peter Steph Dutoit, Cheslin Colby and Manny Lebok. Erasmus says that the camp will ensure overseas base players are aligned with the box systems ahead of the international season, which begins on the 20th of June against the Barbarians in Gqeberha. In cricket, South Africa lost by 68 runs to New Zealand in the second T20 today, chasing 176 for a win. The Proteas were bowled out for 107 in the 15th over. George Linder top scored with 33 of 12 balls for the Proteas. Lockie Ferguson and Ben Sears took figures of 3 for 16 and 3 for 14 respectively. Earlier on, New Zealand posted 175 for 6, with SA-born Devon Conway top scoring at 60 from 49 balls. Vian Mulder taking 2 for 14 as South Africa's best bowler. In terms of football, coach Rulani Mokoena will be joined by a strong South African contingent as he begins his new role at Al Ittihad Tripoli. Now, Sinetemba Badela and Wendell Robertson are amongst the trusted, forming part of his technical team, alongside staff who have worked with him at clubs across Africa. Mokoena resigned from MC Alger just last week after 8 months in charge, leaving them top of the Algerian league. Elsewhere, New Zealand coach Darren Baisley says that his team are continuing preparations to face Iran in the World Cup opener on the 15th of June in LA. This is despite uncertainty over Iran's participation. Iran's sports minister recently declared it impossible for the team to play in the U.S. following airstrikes, and President Donald Trump insists that Iran are welcome, but has also warned that it's unsafe for them to attend. In the meantime, Real Madrid forward Kylian Mbappe is fit to return from injury for tonight's Champions League last 16 second leg against Manchester City at the Etihad, and Mbappe missed last week's 3-0 first leg in Madrid with a knee problem, but manager Alvaro confirmed that he is ready to play, calling him important for the side. When it comes to England midfielder Jude Bellingham, he has also travelled with the squad as he recovers from a hamstring injury, though he will not feature. In terms of golf, South African golf fans will see some of the game's biggest names this week as the Live Golf Tour stages its fifth tournament of the season at Steyn City in Johannesburg. It marks the strongest field of major winners in the country since the heyday of the $1 million event at Sun City. Local favorites Charles Schwartzel, Louis Oosthuizen, Dean Burmester and Brendan Grace will be joined by global stars, the likes of Bryson DeChambeau, John Rahm, Cameron Smith, Dustin Johnson, amongst others. And the event tees off on Thursday with $4 million, which is around 66.9 million rand for the individual winner, and 3 million rand, which is 50 million rand for the winning team. But there's a share for everyone. Even the player who finishes last in 57th place is guaranteed a payout of $50,000, which is around 900,000 rand. So 100,000 rands short of R1 million. And I think that is definitely a lot of money. And a lot of people are really looking forward to Live Golf kicking off in South Africa. Then finally, in motorsport, Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff believes that Max Verstappen's outspoken criticism of Formula One's new 2026 regulations stems partly from the horror show at Red Bull. Verstappen labeled the new cars a joke and compared racing to Mario Kart after retiring from Sunday's Chinese Grand Prix with a power unit issue while running sixth. Other drivers have voiced concerns, but Mercedes and Ferrari have been more positive, with George Russell, Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton producing close battles in Australia and China. On that note, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. Ashraf, I think we need to take up golf as a sport.
It's a bit late if you're thinking about it now. Like, you need to start at 10. I mean, how much do you want to make? 9 million rands or something like? Where were you all this time?
Why not? It's never too late. Never say never.
All I know from golf is 4, which means get out of the way, something like that. But that's a good start.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
In Gauteng, the R21 northbound in Kempton Park, slow moving towards the R25 Bupsfontein Road exit. The N1 southbound has delays near Grasmere Services, and Ballycare Drive westbound in Bryanston is where a crash is reported before St Audley Road. In KZN, the N2 northbound is where a crash is reported after Enanda Road. On the N3 northbound in Howick, a stationary truck near Balgowan Interchange and Ngeni Road westbound, slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound slow moving towards Okavango Road. The N2 outbound is a stationary truck near Borchards Quarry Road, and 35th Avenue northbound in Alces River slow moving towards Owen Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Right, so there's that adjournment still holding for now, which just means an opportunity for us to talk to you once again, and I'm sure you'd appreciate that. So first we go to Rosebank. Butana. Hi, Butana.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon.
You know it's bothering. Why the police are unable to answer simple questions?
Why is it bothering you? Why are you surprised?
Indeed. Oh, my goodness. What an answer. And why are those diaries are not supposed to be kept as a state document, and then they must be destroyed at some point after 10 years or so? Why willy-nilly just throw these things away? It's so troubling.
Well, you know what? That's why we're having the Madlanga Commission. Exactly that. If you get my point, Butana, thank you for that, right? Yeah, that's why. Lots of questions need answers, right? Right, let me pick out, get from the top. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. The Madlanga Commission has to do something about witnesses that blatantly lie before it. Today, this Sergeant Fanning Nkosi says he expresses shock by sending laughing images. This is just not on. What a liar this is. How can you express shock by sending laughing images? Anonymous in East London.
Anonymous with the laughing images. Let's do this. There's more from you, but...
How he had access to a SAPS personnel computer.
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He said he also knows people. He knows people.
He knows people inside SAPS who are going to leak SAPS personnel details.
He knows people. Yes.
No, but he would have to know people inside SAPS who are leaking SAPS personnel details, because this is a personnel screen that is being.
I agree.
And did you ask him who inside SAPS was leaking personnel screens?
Yes, I did ask.
And what did he say?
He just laughed. He refused to tell me.
So your informant, according to you, well, not according to what he said to you, was essentially in possession of information from SAPS, which he shouldn't be in possession of. Is that correct?
Not my informant, but the informant.
The informant who had been referred to you by General Shabiri, you say?
That's correct.
And that informant is in possession of information that he shouldn't be in possession of.
That's correct.
Did you take any steps to find out who was giving the information to him?
Yes, I did.
What steps did you take?
I informed the matter to General Shibiri.
Did you take any steps against this informant?
No.
Why not? I mean, it's one thing to have someone who's spying on criminals. It's another to have someone who is spying on the SAPS itself.
Because I've referred the matter back to General Shibiri because of who was the one who referred this informant to me. I was expecting such to be done by him because of he said to me he will make a follow-up.
Does it not strike you as rather odd that this informant who wanted to give you an address chose not to write the address down, take you to the place, tell you what the address was, but instead to provide you with a screen of a SAPS personnel system?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, Mr.
Well, the purpose of this exchange of information, as I understand it, was for the informant to give you an address where the informant said he had heard kidnappers were holding people against their will. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
He wanted to communicate an address. And how he chose to communicate this address, on your version, is by providing you with a SAPS personnel screen, giving the address details of a SAPS officer. That's how you say he did it.
That's correct.
Did you not ask him why he just didn't give you the address? Write it down on a piece of paper.
No, at that time I didn't.
You see, Sergeant, what I want to put to you is that this story is just simply false. And earlier on in your testimony, you suggested that you had no reason to obtain this address other than the reason given to you by the informant. You recall that? You said something along those lines. I didn't record your words exactly, but you were suggesting that you had no incentive or no reason to get this address beyond what the informant had told you about what was happening at this address.
Yes.
You agree? Well, did you have a reason to want to know about this address beyond what the informant had told you?
I had no reason because of, yeah.
You see, I want to put it to you that that is false too. Because this address, as you well know, is the address of an officer, the home address of an officer who was investigating Mr. Madlanga and Mr. Molefe. Do you deny that you knew that?
At that time, I did not know. I only knew that when this information was provided to me by the commission. But at that time, I did not know nor make a follow-up on it.
When was this information provided to you by the commission? Don't want you to mention any names, but when did you learn from the commission that this officer was investigating Mr. Molefe and Mr. Madlanga?
I can't remember.
And your evidence is that the only person you gave this address to was a General Shibiri.
That's correct, according to my knowledge.
Nobody else?
I assume, yes.
No, I'm not asking, I'm asking that you gave this address to. Did you give this address to anybody else?
Not that I can remember of.
How did you give this address to General Shibiri?
I went and consulted with him at his office.
And what did you say to General Shibiri?
I said to General Shibiri, this is what the informant has shown to me.
And did you write anything down for General Shibiri? Or did you just have an oral conversation with him?
I did not write anything down.
Did you WhatsApp this picture to General Shibiri?
I must have. I can't remember. But usually what I do, when I talk, I also send.
Sorry?
When I hear something or I see something, I also send it to him.
You see, we've looked through your phones, and that certainly is your usual practice. But in relation to this address, it wasn't your practice. This address does not appear on any WhatsApp. Why is that?
Can you repeat again?
This address was not WhatsApped to anybody. It does not appear on any WhatsApp chat in your phone. It is saved on your phone. It is a picture taken by your phone, but it is not linked to any WhatsApp.
This picture, General Shibiri is aware about this one. I have sent him. I might not be sure, but I went and discussed with him personally, and I might have sent it to him.
Well, you didn't send it to him by WhatsApp. Do you use other platforms to communicate with General Shibiri?
We use WhatsApp, we use calls.
Because it's not on your WhatsApps between you and General Shibiri. It's not there.
I stand by my statement. I did.
Sorry, you say your original statement was you might have WhatsApped it to him. Is it now that you definitely did WhatsApp it to him?
You are putting words into my mouth.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to clarify. Is your evidence now that you did WhatsApp it to General Shibiri, or just that you might have?
I might have.
In response to that, I put it to you that even though you think you might have, as a matter of fact, you did not, because there is no trace of this picture in any of your WhatsApps to General Shibiri. What's your response to that?
I've got no reason to lie about what I did with my phone and whom did I did it with or to.
You see, Sergeant, my concern is that you may have a reason to lie. And what that reason may be is that there are several people who were not happy with what this officer of the SAPS was doing in his investigations. Those investigations extended to Mr. Matlala, Mr. Molefe, and other people alleged to be involved in criminal activities with Mr. Matlala and Mr. Molefe. And those people would not like what that investigating officer was doing. And if you were leaking information to those people, you would have a huge incentive to lie about what you were doing. What's your response to that?
That's not true.
Just ask, sorry, Mr. Chaskowson. Sergeant, why did you send this to General Shibiri?
Commissioner, to inform him about what his informant showed me.
Yes, why? Why are you sending him this to show him what his informant has sent to you?
I wanted him to make a follow-up, as in where did the informant find that particular information.
But you did ask the informant, and you say the informant told you, according to your evidence, the informant told you that he's got his own people in the SAPS.
Yes.
So what was there for General Shibiri to follow up?
Because the informant refused to tell me about the particulars of those people who are giving him information. That is the reason I was referring the matter to General Shibiri, with the mind that the informant might have maybe a better comfort with him to tell him who are those people who gave him such.
And when this information, when the informant, as you say, gave you this information, It was to what end? What did he say this is and what you're supposed to do with it?
As according to me, it was with the follow-ups of those addresses that the informant alleged that there are people who are kept against their will.
And what did you do with that information that he gives you to follow up this particular one? What did you do about it?
I gave it to General Shibiri.
No, apart from, the informant gave it to you, you say, for a specific purpose, to tell you this is a place where kidnapped people are kept.
Yes.
That's how I've understood your evidence.
Yes.
I'm asking, what did you do with that information? The information that this is where kidnapped people are kept. What did you do about it, if anything? You now have an address, you have a name, which was why you are speaking to this informant, so that he can give you information that you can follow up on. So I'm asking, what did you do with that information? Once you know, or once you're told that this is where people are kept.
I referred back, I went back to General Shibiri to report back, because he was the one who tasked me that the places or the addresses, they don't show that there are any person who resides there. What would be the best is to deploy the intelligence to survey the place. So in a manner, I was telling General Shibiri on what is expected to be done on those addresses. So I gave feedback to him.
Who said the best thing is to get intelligence to look at it? Is it General Shibiri? Is it the informer?
No, that is me now.
So you went to this address?
That's correct.
You did?
Yes.
So there must be a record in your books that shows that you executed this, I call it an operation for lack of a better word, but you did follow up on this.
Yes.
And we will find a record of you having followed up on this.
That's correct.
And then you report back to General Shibiri. What do you report back to General Shibiri? What do you say to him about that operation?
I said, those addresses compared to that one of Limpopo, they look quite the same. Nobody had been staying there for quite some time. We would need observation to have a successful operation. Is there had to be any?
Okay. You did not raise any issue when you received this from your informer. You did not raise, from General Shibiri's informer, you did not raise any issue with him before you visited this address. You didn't raise an issue with him to say, it looks like one of our guys is involved in this kidnapping, keeping of kidnapped people.
Remember now, Commissioner, I got this after I went to the address. So this I got it after. That is when I went to General Shibiri and said, hey, this informant showed me this. So he must make a follow-up that how did he get it, and
so when you went to this place that you say you went to, how had you obtained the address of the place? What did the informer give you?
The informer showed me the place.
Physically took you to see the place?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then he then took me to another place. So wherever I went, I would take a photo, pin drop to General Shibiri. Then, after that informant, I think maybe according to me, he was making follow-up. He was doing his own investigation. That is when he sent me this.
So, but then you already had this address.
Yes.
By the time he sent you this.
Yes.
So you didn't need him to send you this. because you went to the place, you had the address, you say you take pictures of it, so we'll assume that you did take pictures of this address.
Yes.
And so you didn't need this from him, this picture that we are looking at.
Yes, I
If
didn't
it came,
need,
you didn't need it if it
but
came from
ye-
him.
Yes, he provided it to me.
Mm.
So for me, it was advantageous. That means we are getting more information on the addresses that we visited.
Yes. Did he say to you why, after you'd been to the address physically with him, why he's now sharing a screenshot like this with you? I mean, you do have the details, you have the physical address. Does he explain why he's sending it to you?
He didn't.
And you didn't ask?
I only asked, I want to be honest, I only asked how did you obtain such, but I did not ask why it is making a follow-up about that thing.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chaskasi.
Can I take you to page 443, which I think is probably in file 2. And you'll see on page 443, this is the chat between yourself and General Shabiri.
That's correct.
On the 12th of February 2024, there are a series of photographs of a property which was in Jane First in Limpopo.
That's correct.
Is this the property that the informant pointed out to you on the first occasion?
That's correct.
There are two observations that I want to make in this regard. The first is that the date is February 2024. And if we compare the date of the photograph at what you say was the second meeting with the informant, that date is June 2025, so it is 16 months later. You accept that? 16, it's the next year. So the properties on page 798, and they record that this picture was taken on the 13th of June 2025. How do you explain that?
It might have maybe an error on my side because I did not have in my position the communication between myself and the informant. But I do stick by my statement that the address, I went there with the informant, and this was my first address that I went with, and then followed by another one. It might have maybe a human error due to that I don't have necessary document before me.
But you accept that it was not 2 weeks apart, it was 14 months apart.
Yes, I accept, Commissioners.
The second issue I'd put to you is that these photographs are in fact sent from General Shibiri to you, not the other way around. You see, they're sent by General Shibiri to you. What's your response to that?
It's false information that is in these pictures.
What's the false information?
I am the one who sent these pictures to General Shibiri, this one of Limpopo, because I am the one who went there. I was with another colleague of mine. So now I'm amazed why this album saying General Shibiri sent it to me. Now it makes me suspicious that if this album can say, or the photograph can say, General Shibiri sent these photos to me, there are possibilities that other things that I might have sent, they were not sent by me, they were sent by the same person who downloaded this picture, made them vice versa.
You see, the chats are consistent with the fact that you went there, just not that you sent the pictures to General Shibiri, because if you look at the bottom of page 444, after he sends you these pictures, he says, the property is 200 meters from the tar road, which is main road R579 of the town. So he is essentially giving you directions to the property. He's anticipating that you will go to the property, but he's the one sending you the pictures. You see that?
I see that.
I don't have any further questions at this stage, and Chair, we've run past 4, so unless, Sergeant, you want to amplify the answer?
Yes. I think there is a problem with the person who downloaded this album. Even in future, it's going to be a problem because I know I am the one who went there. The vehicle that I used had an AVL, and I had a witness with that effect that indeed I was there. I even made calls when I was getting lost that this road is a bit skew or cocky. So I still confirm that General Shibiri did not send this to me. I am the one who sent it. The AVL of the vehicle can put me on the scene. Even my phone, the tower or the dumping can put me on the scene. That I am the one who went there. I am the one who was giving him feedback. That is the reason I told the commission from the first that when I arrived, I took the picture and sent the location. Even the person that I was with can come and testify with that effect. That means the problem here might be the downloader of this phone.
You see, Sergeant, the fact that you were there is not in dispute. General Shibiri's text makes clear that you are going to be there. He's giving you directions. He says the property is 200 meters from the tar road, which is the main road, R579 of the town. So the AVL is not going to help us. We accept that you were there. I'm just putting to you that these pictures of the location were actually sent from General Shibiri to you and not the other way around.
These pictures are false. As much as the AVL won't help us, even these pictures won't help us because they are false. I am the one, whether I was there or you believe it, but I'm the one who sent the pictures.
Well, I have to take issue with that answer. The chats reflect that the pictures were sent to you, not by you. I see no need. Well, I don't propose to take this further at this stage.
Sergeant, maybe just with the hope of getting some clarity, if you look at page 442.
Page?
442, just one page back. You see there's chat number 4. And it indicates to come from General Shibiri.
Yes.
Do you accept that comes from General Shibiri to you?
Yes.
You do? Okay. So he gave you, General Shibiri WhatsApped you, the address in Jane First, Limpopo, and he says he gives you a name, a foreign national, he's renting property, he lives there and also keeps his cigarette stock on the premises. You accept that is the details that came to you from General Shibiri?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
By the Madlanga Commission, you just heard that adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow. Right, what we're going to do, in fact, is we're going to get to the ad hoc committee right after this.
It's a very long process. So by the time you get your clearance, it's almost time to apply for a new one.
No, I think they're going to work it in terms of a project. I think it won't take such long. I did engage with them. They don't take forever.
Do you have security clearance?
I do.
Ah. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Barnett.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, General. If I could just assist there, I've just looked it up. As of 2022 to 2025, over 10,000 members of the SAPS had criminal records. Thousands of officers, including those with convictions for serious crimes like murder, rape, armed robbery, they're all employed still in the SAPS. So I thought that might assist because I remember getting the answers from the then minister. Okay, we've established definitively that the PKTT is not being shut down because the rumors fly every which way, and no move was made to do so. So you're retaining all the members in the unit. Am I correct that there are, I've only tracked down one figure, 139 members. Are there more or less? I don't know what the number is of the unit. Perhaps you could assist, and are they all staying in the PKTT, or are you intending shifting them to other specialized units or expanding the PKTT?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Member. Yes, the PKTT members, they are still there. The team is still existing. But of course, we want to expand the skill. The current PKTT of Gauteng that we established a week or 2 weeks ago consists of some of those members. They're coming to share skill. The team that I established to investigate cases emanating from ADOC and Madlanga, the ones that they've just made arrest, that guy who appeared in court yesterday, there are elements of PKTT in that team also. So it is still working, but we now establish one for Gauteng.
And the number?
The numbers.
Yeah, how big is the PKTT in terms of personnel?
Yeah, it might be a matter of safety, but let me say more or less just above 70.
70, okay.
Above
That's a lot smaller than I thought. There are many claims that there are SAPS members who rent their own personal properties to the SAPS, which of course would be illegal, some to crime intelligence. Is this true or not? Because it's a constant claim people make to me. And if it is true, who's being held to account? Have you arrested any members for doing so?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The matter is a bit sensitive in a way. There is such claims, yes, and some of the public members that you see making too much noise, some of them are beneficiaries to that. And we are investigating it. There are challenges, but we'll overcome it. We'll end up arresting them. Yes, it's true.
Good.
It's safe to leave it there.
You know, I heard you blame the system for senior officers not having top secret security clearance. And I hear from you both, my honorable member next to me and yourself, I know it takes a huge amount of time to get clearance, but has it ever struck you, and I have raised this many times over the years, has it ever struck you that a person should obtain clearance before moving into a sensitive position? What do you do if they fail their security clearance? If they find there's a criminal record tucked away somewhere, or a debt, or whatever would stop one having a security clearance of that level? I've never heard of someone failing to obtain clearance and then being removed from the position they had been promoted to. Actually, there was one. Under Ria Piecha, the head of crime intelligence lied to her about having a matric, and he was then removed. Chris Nkobo, I believe. And we had tipped her off that there was a possibility there was a problem. And unfortunately, he was put in, and then only then the clearance done, and only then was he booted out. Would that surely not be a plan?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, it is the plan that is an ideal situation, and that's where we are moving to. But as where we are coming from, there wasn't such a requirement. The requirement was, once you take up the position, you must acquire it within 6 months. It's for the first time now where I say the SMS, yes, they went through the process of selection, appointment, and they are recommending member Arendse. But now I say, Arendse, before I can announce your appointment, first security clearance, and then we can take it forward. And of course, now it's more better being applied or used than outside, because in the past within SAPS, some people would have used it. They were weaponizing it against others. Like earlier you saw, I told you that Mkonazi 2013-12, he applied. He never, it was given, it even expired, he never saw it. Mine, when I saw it, it was left with about 1 year to expire. So that's type of weaponization that one finds. But hence, on my side, in crime intelligence, we do reform. As we reform, we will also attend to that. But they will, of course, those who are going to use them to vet the rest of the environments within SAPS, not the SMS.
I'm very pleased it's all been moved to state security now, because that process is very thorough, and I know there were huge issues in crime intelligence. If I recall, there was someone selling basically clearance certificates. I mean, it went through a really bad patch. So this is really good news. When was this process changed, where you have to get the clearance before you can assume a position?
It is, well, it's now what? March. Yeah, the people that we advertise posts in January, February. That's the first time we're implementing now. I think there was 12 SMSs that are waiting for that for now.
Okay, so it's very recent. You referred to a meeting with the president. It seems, if I heard correctly, that there was no further pursuit of clarity from you by the presidency on such a critical operational matter. You just sort of backed off and didn't answer. So he assured you he was going to do X. Do you know if he did anything? Do you know if he ignored you? Do you know, what is the situation? I can't understand. Did you try and contact him? Did you write to him? Did you phone his office? How would you know if anything had happened or not?
Yeah, well, remember I saw him somewhere, I think in June or early July, when I discussed with him. And again, there he did emphasize that no, he did speak to the minister, and he heard what the minister is saying. And then he said, if I told the minister that if that unit is disbanded, it shouldn't be disbanded immediately. It must be winding down.
But you still chose not to wind anything down, yes?
Well, that's what he took it from me, because
Yes.
remember when I briefed him, I said, if ever it is done, rather let it be done this fashion, which right at the beginning he agreed, and he said he'll speak to the minister. So later, when I met him, he also said, no, I spoke to him, but I said, this is the option that it can be done.
But that was an option you ignored because you didn't close anything down, correct?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. But remember, on the other side with the minister, he changed the meeting of the 6th of March. He changed where he says, no, this thing must happen now.
Mm.
But still, we maintained.
Following the allegations that your deputy, Shadrach Shabir, was allegedly working with underworld figure Kat Madlanga to, quote, direct police operations, what systemic failures allowed a high-ranking official to be implicated in such a manner before being suspended? What have you done about it? What are you setting up to really prevent this from ever happening again?
What I'm setting up is to have a counterintelligence capacity that will, on a continuous basis, check on us, check what we are doing, where we're living, what and what and what. So that I'm sure it will improve a lot of areas.
Well, you know, you announced that over 840 senior police members would undergo lifestyle audits by the SIU, but what is the timeline? I mean, what consequences will there be in terms of enforcing some disciplinary action for those who really fail dismally? And I'm speaking again, let's refer back to all those with criminal records. Nothing's ever been done. And having raised it and caused such a fuss about it at the time, now people don't even recall that they have criminals within the SAPS. Even at your level, you're a bit vague about the fact that they are, but they are, because I got detailed reports through the then minister on that matter. Where is the consequence management that everyone in this country wants to see?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. As and when we do that lifestyle audit, if there are matters of concern, there will be definitely consequences. We will not tolerate it, won't leave it like that. We will take action.
Well, with all due respect, action has never been taken against those with criminal records.
The timelines with regard to, as soon as we finalize the administration with the SIU, we will be putting clear timelines as to when it's going to happen. And on criminal records, Honorable Member, I do acknowledge, I said, I know there was such a project run by HR some time ago. I can't say how it ended up. And I undertake, I am going to go back, look as to who and how many are they, what happened, If it's finalized, okay. If it's not finalized, there are still people. How do we deal with them? There are processes in the organization to deal with that.
Yeah. Final question. Have you found links at all between the syndicates behind the construction mafia and local business? Final question. Have you found links at all between the syndicates behind the construction mafia and local business extortionists and those infiltrating the SAPs?
You say we find links.
Yes.
That's correct.
There are.
Yes, there are links, and we will deal with them.
In the SONA, we heard about the revetting of senior police management, and it's a priority. How far along is that process?
There has been meetings recently, last week, this week. The senior managements are being briefed in groups. I think either today or tomorrow. There's a group that is being briefed to say what you must bring, what you must, all those things.
So it's happening.
It's happening. They are being briefed in groups. They will submit necessary documentation.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Let me put on my timer so I'm not deprived of time. Stopwatch, start. Thank you, Chair. Hello again, National Commissioner. First question, were you at the gates of prison before the infamous media briefing by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Come again with the question.
Were you at the gates of prison before the infamous media briefing of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
I don't know.
Because he said he was, you were. That's what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said, that you were on the gates of prison.
Well, he know more than I don't know then.
So the two of you haven't engaged since he gave testimony to this ad hoc committee.
Okay.
And he said that, no? From your understanding, National Commissioner, was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at the gates of prison around the time he did the media briefing?
No, not as far as I know on the question, not.
So there was a case that was opened against him at Houghton Police Station for torture, etc. Are you familiar with that case?
No.
It was in relation to the kidnapping of in KZN, and I can't remember the witness that we had before us that said he opened a case of torture. So you don't know of any case that's now at IPID against Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
Well, I know people open cases as they go along, Honorable Chair. And it's strange because that matter was dealt with by the DPCI. They can talk more better on that matter of, I think it's the kidnapping of some family in Kwatukuza in KZN.
Yeah.
And where they ended up in Mpumalanga, and somebody ended up being found in Mozambique, crossed illegally there. And yes,
But what I'm specifically asking about, Commissioner, is the case that they opened against our KZN Commissioner for torture and kidnapping, etc. So we had testimony here that the case lied at Houghton Police Station for almost a year before it was transferred to IPID. Now only IPID has started investigating the matter. So if you don't know as a National Commissioner that one of you, I mean, I understand cases are opened all the time, but as the head and the highest office in our SAPs, if there's a case against your your provincial commissioners and even your deputy commissioners, that's something you would or you should take an interest in, no?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I heard about it recently when the member was here. So I will hear from IPID in terms of what do they have, but I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if he was involved in that case. I know it was General Sinona and others that were involved in that case. Hence, there is a departmental case running against Sinona and others who were involved in that case, because somehow the case was a strong case, but it was messed up.
From what we understand, does include him. Lieutenant General Konasi's contract as KZN Provincial Commissioner is ending on the 31st of March. Am I correct? 2026. What's the plan? Or is there a plan, or are you going to tell us the plan?
Well, I approached him to check whether he would serve further. And also, in terms of the law, I must consult with the Premier, which I did, and he is prepared to serve. We are finalizing, of course, the final details in terms of the how part and those things. That's how far I can go.
I see that it's already on the wires. I missed it. I haven't been on social media. Let's move on to just quickly the Telkom towers. Now, you gave us the impression that there wasn't anything wrong, National Commissioner, on the concerns regarding the Telkom towers. So can you tell us what is the current status of those buildings? Are the buildings occupied?
Yeah, remember, Honorable Chair, we were ejected out with an order of the Department of Labor. Public Works was repairing that building, and they are still repairing it now. But I engaged them to say, but this repair must come to an end so that we can get back to our building. Then General Fani informed me recently that they say probably end of April, those buildings would have been finalized in terms of repair. If that's the case, then we will be back into that building.
So how much have we spent so far on a building that we haven't occupied?
We purchased the building, I think, I know it's 600 million, and subs paid and Public Works paid some part. And of course, thereafter we spent, I think, must be almost $1 billion in terms of IT and repair and installation of some other IT stuff into that building.
It's been going on for a while. How many years now? And you're not telling us more or less how much it's up to also?
It was purchased in 2016. And after that, since then, it's about 10 towers building. Since then, only 2 towers were handed over to subs, and it was in, out all the time.
It's like 10 years, am I counting about right? And how much money? Because when the building was initially purchased, those are decisions that should have been considered. How long it's 10 towers, how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost. So do you agree that the purchase of these Telkom towers has spiraled out of control? There must be some level of, if it's not corruption or just total mismanagement, for us to have spent so much time and so much money, and the police are still not, you're still not occupying the buildings.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Hence, Minister Mkhulu at some point he wrote a letter to say he's giving back to Public Works, and they must give us another accommodation somewhere.
And then the money that we've already spent has SAPS?
Yeah, but looking at things, the money that we already spent there will be a problem. So hence I approach them to say, fix, let's come into the building.
So who's going to be held responsible for making that decision on that project? Because it's a lot of money.
Who's going to?
Who's going to be held responsible? Who's going to be held responsible?
Well,
Because it's mismanagement, it's either corruption.
The current
something
Minister
else.
of Public Works was, I think he sanctioned forensic investigation to find out exactly that. And what I know is that every time we were there, we were being ejected out. And we can't force to, as an employer, force employees to be in a building which labors that you.
continues to attack the Gulf oil and gas asset and infrastructures, which has lifted the lid on oil prices up 1.4% at $102 a barrel, which is strongly correlated to the dollar, which continues to see demand as central banks are expected to hold a pause on interest rates and have a hawkish tone, seeing that inflation is continuing to rise through this the war. Higher yields are also reflected higher. We see the likes of Japan, Europe, even locally, they keep elevated. The likes of gold are therefore keeping a tight range, up strongly 0.1% at $5,011 an ounce. Platinum is up.
We do not assist with legal assistance.
When you
But of course, if you apply and you get rejected, and if at the end of the day you are found not to have, you are not guilty such that you didn't commit the crime, then you can go back and ask for your money.
Okay, so in her case, just to be clear, it was rejected on the grounds that it was there was criminality involved?
Yeah, well, even though I am not I'm not sure which specific in terms of rejection, because if it is for the case of the iPad, they were assisted. I think, yeah, they were assisted. I think the then National Commissioner approved their legal assistance, and yeah, there was.
So you're not sure about the other matters?
No, I'm not sure about the other matters, but on the iPad matter, I know they were assisted. So, yeah.
Okay. So when you suspended Lieutenant General Vuma, how long were you the National Commissioner, or how long had you been appointed as the National Commissioner?
I was appointed 1st April 2022, and in June the same year, that's when we got the court order.
Okay. So this court order, what was it exactly? What did the court order say? Because from my understanding, it didn't make, the court order was not about corruption or procurement irregularities or financial misconduct. It was more that they failed to provide a statutory document or something that was for IPID. So IPID requested, and they were saying, no, it was a classified document.
Yes. And
in
that regard, they were assisted with legal assistance.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you said that you had pressure from the Concord order, but the Constitutional Court order was just about, it was a statutory obligation that SAPS must provide this classified document.
Yes.
It didn't have anything to do with their misconduct or anything like that. So on what basis did you write to her to ask why she shouldn't be dismissed or suspended?
It is a misconduct in terms of the IPID Act.
That they didn't want to provide a classified document?
Yes. No, that they didn't cooperate with IPID.
But they were arguing that it was a classified document, that's why they didn't. Or did you do an investigation into why they didn't want to, and whether the documents that IPID was requesting, they were trying to cover up some misconduct or corruption?
That's the misconduct that was investigated after the final order of the Constitutional Court came out.
Okay. So you think that your decision to suspend her based on them following a process, or her following the process rather, of going to the Concord and allowing the Concord to make a decision on whether they should supply or provide the classified document to IPID, that was justifiable? Because they weren't doing it behind, they actually went to court and they asked the court to rule on it. So you think it was justifiable for them to be suspended, or her to be suspended rather?
Yeah, there was misconduct. When right from the beginning there was misconduct.
What was the misconduct outside of, because what I'm trying to say, National Commissioner, is that they went to court to sort a court decision on whether they should provide this classified document to IPID, right? And the court made a ruling, right? And they agreed. So they weren't doing something behind the scenes, right? The court ruling was strictly on a procedural matter, statutory obligation, which they did. I'm saying to you that, did you do an investigation on why they didn't do it? Because it might be the case that they didn't want to provide this document because they were involved in some corruption and this document was going to show that. So that's what I'm just trying to understand. So if you're saying, National Commissioner, that it was just because they did not provide the document and it had to go to the Concord to make that decision, was it justifiable?
Yeah, the investigation was about that. Remember, they were involved in the purchase of some grabber somewhere, and yeah, it was about that.
But who did that investigation? Because the Concord order didn't deal with the merits of the case. It dealt with them providing a document to IPED.
Yes.
And you acted on the Concord order that just said...
But the misconduct happened right at the beginning, when they failure to cooperate with IPED is a misconduct on its own in terms of the IPED Act. So they failed to cooperate with IPED. By cooperating with IPED when they were investigating the matter around those scrappers. So the misconduct starts there. And obviously it ran through all the courts until it went at Concord.
So they prolonged the process?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the multiple incidents of her break-ins that she reported at her home. And she also had security assessments done as well. Were you involved?
Break-in where?
At her home. She had 4 break-ins, and on the 4th one, they caught the gang that was breaking into her house and threatening her.
Break into her house?
Mm-hmm. Lieutenant General Vuma, yeah.
Okay, yes.
You don't know, honestly, National Commissioner, are you surprised?
No, I know. I didn't say I don't know.
Oh, okay, the way you're looking at me like I must tell you the whole story, and you can see that of mine.
I'm just worried.
So I'm asking you, were you involved in that? Because Becky Kele came here, right? And maybe you should respond to that, because her story is, or her submission and her testimony here, is that you and the former minister, Becky Kele, were in cahoots of trying to get rid of her. Right? Even before you became National Commissioner.
Okay.
Right? She's had death threats. She also had a security assessment done. Right? She said that there was a gang that broke into her home, which I'm sure you know. So I'm telling you stories you already know. So I want you to respond, number one. Were you involved in setting up or behind the break-ins and the threats on her life? Whether it was actually to kill her or just to threaten her or intimidate her?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Do I look like a suspect?
I don't know, I'm asking. We don't know what happens there. We've been hearing stories in SAPS. Nothing surprises us anymore. So we have to ask and remind you that you're under oath, because when evidence comes up later, we go and open cases.
Yes. Yeah, it's true, Honorable Chair.
And you know, EFF is always first to go and open
I was not
cases.
involved. The way I know Minister Kele, he would not have been involved. I know that there was a break-in, yes, and there were people arrested, unless those people say they were sent by me. But I don't know of them that they have been sent by me. I was not involved, Honorable Chair, in that break-in.
You know what former Minister Becky Kele said when I asked him that question? And you know, in his very animated voice, and I asked him, did you threaten or want to kill Lieutenant General Vuma? And his words were, if I wanted her dead, she would be.
Okay.
So what's your first reaction to a former minister saying something like that?
My reaction?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not him, so I wouldn't...
No, not him, but I'm just saying, but you know him, and you've worked with him for a very, very long time.
Yes.
So would you consider that like a threat, to say that? And does he have capacity to be able to just kill someone if he wanted them dead?
Not as far as I know. Since I know him, he doesn't have the capacity to kill.
Lieutenant General Kamalo, so you spoke here, we asked you about him stating under oath that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt, and you said he's exaggerating. Should we have someone who is head of crime intelligence in the country come to the ad hoc committee, come to Parliament under oath and say such things? And not just to the committee, but to the entire country. Did you engage him about that?
Yeah, I did engage him, Honorable Chair,
and?
On that matter. And,
seriously, did you, in a serious way, and did you reprimand him? Because I don't think it was just an exaggeration.
No, I did engage him, and we all acknowledge that yes, corruption is a challenge, and Gauteng as a province is affected to a great extent, but not as far as the 90%.
But my question here is more outside of him. I'm saying that we have a head of crime intelligence, National Commissioner, that can come here. It's either he doesn't take Parliament serious and he can just spew out things that you as SAPS have not done any analysis or any research on and declare to the entire country that 90%. He just said that and he was very serious. It wasn't a joke.
Yeah,
So
well,
how do we take someone like that serious? As a nation, how do we take a head of crime intelligence serious who can come and exaggerate something like that in such a serious platform?
yeah, well, I'm sure he's coming here, Honorable Chair. Maybe he will be able to give you the figures.
No, he's not coming back. We're done.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying just you as a national commissioner,
Yes.
do you think we can have faith as South Africans in a head of crime intelligence that can just come in a platform like this and just declare stuff like that?
Yeah, no. It is concerning, and I engage him on that. And
How did you engage him? Just nicely, like, I think you're exaggerating on 90%. Or did you reprimand him?
I said, well, I reprimanded to say, but you can't say 90%.
Tell us how you reprimanded him, because you seem very calm now. We want to see how you reprimand your generals.
Well, I
National
can't
Commissioner, give us an
perform an
example.
act, but I told him that it can't
Just
be.
try.
No.
Let the nation feel like we have a national commissioner that can reprimand his generals.
I can reprimand, ask them for sure. They know.
We're not feeling convinced, but okay. Why do you think, National Commissioner, the level of infiltration or capture in Gauteng is as prevalent as it is? What have you done, or how are we going to make an assessment on it?
Well, the assessment was done, of course, by the intelligence community, and there are areas where we know what is happening, and we have put projects in, and some around illicit mining, there's been arrest. Some of the matters are still being rounded off, and we will get results as we go on.
Okay.
And of course, remember, Gauteng have got quite a bigger workforce in the country, population same, so yeah.
I've got like 2 minutes left. Let me ask you just quickly, you said that Kat Mklala is the head of one of the big five cartels. You didn't tell us who the second one was, and you said the three are still under investigation. Who's the second one? And do you actually believe that Mr. Mklala can head a cartel? Or is it a cartel? Okay, I'm asking you too many questions. Is it a cartel in the sense of the word cartel that we see in South American countries, or is it a syndicate? Because your Deputy National Commissioner said we're not on the level of cartels yet.
Yeah, well, maybe the word might be used interchangeably, but it's a close group of people working together, and Kat is one of them, allegedly, and Katie Molefe, I did say it earlier, Katie Molefe allegedly is one of them. And
who's the second one? Oh, okay. And then the other three, we are waiting.
Correct, Honorable.
For how long?
Yeah, it depends how quick they round off with the work.
Just my last question is going to be on the General Puklani. He had Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent and their entire investigation done by Northwest SAPS. Is that something that is regular? I mean, obviously the scene of the crime, etc., was Gauteng. So can you give us your National Commissioner had on that investigation, why it was conducted, and is it something that is regular?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. There's nothing irregular in that. You do use, if you feel like you can't use local police to do a specific investigation, there's nothing wrong. You get police from somewhere to come and do the investigation.
But it was pretty much everybody from Northwest, so it wasn't like he put together a team from different provinces. It's like he handed over the entire investigation. I think it was to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Northwest.
Yeah, I can't talk for him, but there's nothing irregular in having Free State members coming to do an investigation in Gauteng.
Okay.
Actually, now I have Western Cape doing investigation in South Africa on a specific project, only Western Cape.
You won't say that too loud. You can see the DA can just start smiling. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, National Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Honorable
much,
Matthys.
Honorable Matthys. No, you have exceeded your time, you know. The next speaker is Honorable Sauls. Your time starts at 16:55 and it ends at 17:25.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
General, I want us to be clear that I'm not speaking to you from a place of perfection. I'm a chief of sinners myself. But as an MP, despite my shortcomings, I'm required to hold you and others to a certain standard, because to whom much is given, much is expected. In this very chambers, many allegations have been made publicly, but no proof has been produced to date. When I directly asked whether some generals or ministers are corrupt, I am told it cannot be said as it's still under investigation. Testimony has pointed to factions and two sides. We have heard it called a Zulu war on the record by former Minister Becky Cele. The State Capture Commission showed us that the elite will simply use the law to protect each other from arrests and punishment. The country is of the view that nothing will really happen to the big shots, General. It looks like this is just political theater, and I refuse to be one of the characters. The law of men might not do much, or it may take too long to act, but the Lord will act. Therefore, I chose today to look to a higher court. Psalms 91 says, "The Lord is a God who avenges. A God who avenges, shine forth. Rise up, Judge of the earth. Pay back to the proud what they deserve. How long, Lord, how long will the wicked be jubilant? They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers are full of boasting. God is not allied with a corrupt throne. a throne that brings on misery by its decrees. The wicked band together against the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord has become our fortress, and my God, the rock in whom I take refuge. He will repay them for their sins and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord, our God, will destroy them. Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Are you done, Honorable Sols?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to request you to repeat that verse. It's a very important verse. You know, when we speak about the Lord, that is a moment of it's a moment of reflection. Do you have the generosity through the benevolence of the chair to repeat that verse or that statement you have just made?
Chair, it's a very serious thing.
Yes, I agree 100% with you.
Speak such into the atmosphere.
Mm.
I will gladly do it again because I know what it means. The Lord is a God who avenges. O God who avenges, shine forth. Rise up, Judge of the earth. Pay back to the proud what they deserve. How long, Lord, will the wicked, how long will the wicked be jubilant? They pour out arrogant words. All the evildoers are full of boasting. God is not allied with a corrupt throne, a throne that brings on misery by its decrees. The wicked band together against the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord has become our fortress, and my God, the rock, whom I take refuge. He will repay them for their sins and destroy them for their wickedness. The Lord, our God, will destroy them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanking Honorable Souls for blessing us. But Chair, for the record, I think we need to correct a statement that Honorable Souls has made. I'm sure it was by error. It was not Minister Ele who called it a Zulu war. It was Mr. Matlanga. Just for the record, if we could correct that, please. Thank you, Chair.
Let's hear what Honorable Souls is saying.
It was actually Minister Taylor who said that, because I also questioned him on it. That's why I know.
Mm. Yes, what Honorable Saul says, he is right. The statement was made by the minister, saying that he was informed by Matlanga that it's a Zulu war. So before us, that statement was made by former Minister Cele. Honorable Ngola.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's both sides, boss. Even Mr. Madlanga did mention that he was told by the former Minister Cele that he is caught in between a Zulu war. So I think it came from this side to this side and from this side to this side.
That's fine, Chair.
We
don't know where the Zulu war originates. I withdraw.
It was an osmosis in reverse. Is osmosis and osmoregulation. The next speaker will be Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon,
Let me
Honourable Member.
Start with the PKTT. You earlier said that during questioning that you do not agree that the PKTT should be disbanded. You also, to an extent, defending the PKTT when the Honourable Breitenbach was questioning you, said that the PKTT's, the proof of the good work that they are doing lies also in the investigations that they are doing with regards to the Big Five cartel. Am I correct?
The Big Five cartel, that is done by Gauteng GC Ops.
But when you answered the question, when you responded to Honourable Breitenbach, you said that the rest of the Big Five cartel will be identified, and it's because of the good work that the PKTT is doing, and you said that is the proof why they are actually doing good work. You remember that you said that?
Yeah, correct, Honourable Chair.
Now, Commissioner, once again, I want to put the question to you that the PKTT cost a lot of money. Do you agree? I think the figure that's in the presentations are about 435 million rand since its inception in 2018. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct. It costs a lot of money, Honourable Chair.
That's more than 62 million rand, more or less, a year. Do you think, or in your opinion rather, does that cost justify the results that was yielded by the PKTT?
According to me, Honourable Chair, yes, they do justify the number of convictions that they had does justify.
But it's not a lot of convictions, National Commissioner. I mean, it's very, very few if one looks at the figures. If one takes that and you project it to the whole South African Police Service, if that is what a conviction costs, we have a problem. Because we have to convict a lot of criminals. We have a lot of criminals in this country.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, through you, the investigation of this type of organized crime cases are not as easy. And, well, out of all of the actions that we did before, the only one that worked for us is this one. Unless the Honourable Member, you say, let's pack and go back home and life goes on. I'm sure you, public, were employed by you, you have got a bigger say. If you say so, at the end of the day, it will be it. But from where I'm sitting, the number of convictions, because convictions on this type of matters are not as easy, like a matter-related, one would call it sometimes social, where somebody just steps somebody. It's complicated investigations, which one think that I take it that they are serious organized crime, and they went out of their way to do this type of investigations. And from where I'm sitting, I see that there is definitely a value in this type of investigation. Hence, we now extend it to Gauteng. There's a lot of unresolved political cases in Gauteng, and we're looking forward that they are going to be able to make breakthrough in those cases.
So I think we all would agree that political killings and solving those cases, and also through that preventing those type of crimes, the political killings from happening, is important. There's a lot of other complicated crimes in South Africa as well that I think you would agree also requires a lot of resources, and to a large extent has more victims. Would you not agree?
I do agree, Honorable Member. Hence, there are certain areas where we have capacities. For example, your Eastern Cape, we have Eastern Cape and Western Cape, we have a team of that is dealing with taxi violence. In Western Cape, we have a team that is dealing with gang violence, and now we are going to reinforce further those teams in terms of not numbers, but a different form of a skill to deal with gang violence, especially your Gauteng, Lorado Park, and those areas, and the Cape Flats. We are coming with a different model that we think is going to do our best. So each area you'll find a different form of investigation, and the investigation differs all the time. So I agree with you, yes.
With all due respect, I don't think gang violence is a new problem, and I think it's long overdue, and a lot of the other areas that you mentioned now as well. But be that as it may, Commissioner, wouldn't you then agree that if one looks at this from especially a operational perspective and a financial perspective, that the resources allocated to the BKTT, although the work of the BKTT is important, it does seem disproportionate to other task teams and other priority areas. Would you not agree with that?
Well, the most expensive project out of all this, Honorable Chair, is the gang violence in the Western Cape, not the PKTT.
Yes, but it's, I don't think we can compare it on the exact number, but in terms of the proportionality thereof, this is one team of a few members that's costing 62 million rand a year. If you take the number of officers involved in the gang-related task team, then it's not the same thing. But you're spending a lot less money proportionately. Would you not agree?
I'll agree that we spend more money on gang violence in the Western Cape with less convictions. Hence, we are changing the model now. Okay. And with PKTT, we spend that money that you say is more with more convictions.
Now, I want to get back to this. This question has been asked a lot, but I want to ask it again to you because I started with the statement that you responded to the Honorable Breitenbach by defending the BKTT's existence by saying that they are investigating the Big Five cartel. That's not the mandate of the BKTT. Why is it necessary for the members of the BKTT to do the work of organized crime?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, well, we use police in terms of the skill that they have. Wherever we see that we need that skill, we use it.
Why aren't they then not moved to organized crime? If there's a problem, why aren't those specialized people that then have the skills in organized crime not rather used permanently to fight organized crime, which is a huge problem?
Well, for organized crime, Honorable Chair, I did indicate when I think I was talking to Honorable Breitenbach that there is a strategy that we developed that we are going to have new teams dealing with that. But for now, I said we are taking the expertise of PKTT and we are multiplying it into other areas, like I said. You go to Madlanga team, you'll find elements of PKTT. You go to PKTT Gauteng, you'll find elements of KZN PKTT. That's where we are expanding the skill in that regard. Not take PKTT and put them into organized crime. We don't see it will make any sense that way.
Okay. National Commissioner, you became the National Commissioner on the 31st of March 2022, am I correct?
Correct.
That's 4 years. Your response to a lot of questions today and the previous time you appeared was that you are now doing this. You now have a new framework. You're now doing this. You're acting here. With regards to the security clearance, you're now acting. You changed it now. Why only now? What did you do for at least 3 years before now?
When I took over, Honorable Chair, you'll recall that in terms of numbers, we were challenged. There is a lot that we did. We had to rebuild the whole management of crime intelligence, which we are still rebuilding. Remember, the vetting is done from there. So I did tell you that if there are no numbers we don't employ, there is no way I can get members. But after we have employed this 10,000 times 2 times 3, we have increased the capacities in all areas within SAPS, in various areas. It's still not sufficient, but at least, that's why I said, at least the capacity in CI now, for the first time they vetted the more than 700 people in a year, which never happened before. So, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to have gotten rid of the rot first before bringing in new? Because if you, for instance, have a bag of potatoes and there's one fraught potato in there and you throw in new ones, the new ones are also going to become fraught. Isn't that what's currently happening? You're bringing in new people, you're building capacity, but you're not acting against those that have actually broken the South African Police Service.
We are acting on them. There is quite a number of people that...
Did you act against the bid evaluation committee that approved the tender of Cat and Klala?
There are people on suspension as you speak, and the process and the disciplinary is going on. But it's not all. Some are still coming. The unfortunate part was that the forensic investigation that will assist me exactly who did what was supposed to be finalized in December. Unfortunately, the team have been finalized of risk committee. I was talking over the weekend to the head of risk. They are working day, night, weekends to finalize that report, and she said to me, definitely end of March, I will have the report. So I've acted on some, but to complete the cycle, I need that forensic report.
Those same generals that were involved in the BEC with the Cat and Klala tender was subject to a disciplinary hearing or disciplinary steps not too long ago. Do you know what the outcome of that disciplinary process was?
No, the one I know is still pending even now.
The one that I'm referring to is a very strange outcome that I've heard about it, but it's very strange. The proceedings were stayed due to the fact that they're permanently stayed, due to the fact that there's no documentary evidence. You see, National Commissioner, that's the problem. This happens under your watch. You're the accounting officer. You're the National Commissioner. The rot is very, very deep. These people are not only involved in one tender. It's not just now. It's years and years and years. You were Deputy National Commissioner before you became National Commissioner. And then when you use words earlier today that we're doing the work, there's no factions. And I want to go to factions quickly. If you say there's no factions, because that was your evidence earlier, So what is it? Is it just individuals? Is it one dog eating each other? Is it dog eat dog? Is that what is happening in SAPS? Because factions will, to a certain extent, explain it. But if you say there's no factions, what? Oh, let me count my words. What is happening then?
Well, Honorable Chair, if a member of senior management identify a criminal activity or misconduct by another senior management and the steps are taken against that one, you can't call that a faction. It's not a faction.
But it's not consequent. You don't take steps against everybody that transgresses. Why was General Kumalo not suspended at all?
I explained earlier, Honorable Chair, that whatever that is alleged that a member has done it must conform to a misconduct in terms of the regulations of SAPS. If it doesn't conform to that, then how then do you suspend a member? Otherwise, you will end up suspending members for whoever says this one did this, then you suspend. This one did this, then you suspend. There is policy, disciplinary regulations. You take that which is alleged to have been done, you weigh against the disciplinary regulation, and it must constitute misconduct in terms of the regulations, and you take steps. But if it does not, there's nothing you can do, Honorable Chair.
Why did you try to settle with General Vuma and get her to accept her early retirement and sign a non-disclosure agreement?
Because the amount of money of litigation that we were spending was becoming more and more if one compares to chasing whatever case is there.
But you believe that she was guilty, that there's prima facie evidence of transgressions on her side. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, there was.
But you wanted to settle?
Well,
so no consequence management at all?
What I'm saying is, Honorable Chair, one did weigh against what we have spent and what we are still going to spend in terms of against the same official. That's how one weighed that. And if we're going to spend more public money chasing this specific individual, and which is closer to pension, then rather the person go.
Well, if she was really...
Those are the options that one way.
If she was really guilty, and if she's guilty, then I think the public would appreciate, even if it costs public money, that an example is set so that this corruption ends. Because the problem is that if one looks, and National Commissioner, you were here in the very beginning when we started this process, we all knew a lot about the corruption and the allegations and the rot and the poor performance of the South African Police Service. But I think this committee and what we've heard in this long time that we've been busy here is so much worse than we could ever imagine, because the number of people that are actually guilty and that there's allegations and prima facie evidence against is astounding. But there's no consequences. People are suspended, they sit at home with full pay for years and years and years, and then then the cases are dropped, and they're appointed at metro police departments with big salaries or any other places, and there's no consequences for transgressions. And a whole national commissioner does that, and that's your testimony, because you wanted to save a little bit of money whilst billions are being stolen from the South African Police Service due to corruption. But you said no example.
But remember, through you, Honorable Chair, remember, it doesn't mean that when you do that, then it's done away with the criminal case and everything. The criminal case is still running.
Where's the criminal cases against General Vuma?
It's still being investigated by DBCI and
for 4
some
years.
by IDEC.
For 5 years. No, National Commissioner, that's very bad. That's really very
But
bad.
currently, the people that are on suspension, they are starting to go to their trial now. It's only the senior managers that we are enlisting the services of external service providers that we are still awaiting the state attorney to finalize those matters.
Thank you, National Commissioner. I think the bottom line is that you cannot now tell us that you're now going to change the course of the ship that is sinking. You should have done it whilst you were the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing. When you were appointed as the National Commissioner, I know that you had to rebuild a lot of things, but certain steps you didn't take. And now it's as if it's news to you. It's not news to South Africans that suffer due to crime. It's not news to South Africans that see the corruption. And this committee highlighted it. And with all due respect, the buck stops with you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. Can I check how many more speakers do we still have so that Honorable James, that is given. You don't have to raise your hand. I'm planning to adjourn the proceedings after you have spoken. So,
if you do that, I'm going to tell what you are doing there.
I want to check how many more speakers want to speak after Honorable James. No, don't worry, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Skosana, before he took the microphone, he said no. Honorable Shongwe will come later in the proceedings. Can we?
But Chair, do you think you also have a sense of Mkhunu syndrome? Do you think you have a sense of Mkhunu syndrome as well? Later doesn't mean last.
Yeah, no, last is Honorable Cameron.
Okay.
Honorable James, you are 20 minutes. Start now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General. How are you today?
Afternoon, Honorable Member. I'm fine, and you?
I'm good, thank you. General, do you realize that with great responsibility, the responsibility that you carry, comes great sacrifice as well?
I know, Honorable James.
You're aware the sacrifices that comes with this job.
I sacrifice every day, day and night. You would know better. You phone me anytime. Yeah, thanks.
I would have loved to hear you say I sacrificed those parties that I was invited to by General Sibia.
Well, I didn't know there are issues, Honorable James.
Because right now, do you realize that it could have been a setup?
Yes.
Knowing that what we know now,
yes,
because parties are networking opportunities.
Correct.
So General Sibia was flexing, showing off his muscle, inviting the cartel, having you there as well, and exposing you to a cartel. Do you realize that? Now, when we look at everything.
Yeah, now I realize, yes, might have
yeah, you were being set up properly, unfortunately. I want to move straight away to what you and I touched on earlier on, right? Because ek het nog genoeg gehoor van PKTT. I want to hear about Gauteng counterintelligence, because that's where it's burning. Am I right?
You are correct, Honorable Member.
That we are barking up the wrong tree here. Am I right? By probing so much on PKTT and not probing about what's happening in the STARS team. Because this is where our eyes and ears are meant to be. We've heard a lot, we've heard many testimonies come and many people testify before this committee, generals, and give us the exact status about the PKTT. We haven't heard anything about the Gauteng counterintelligence. Can you tell us here today, since you said earlier on that your analysis showed that there's a clear link between this task team, that there was intention to stop the work of this task team, and this is why the disbandment of PKTT came along. Am I right?
Yes, Honorable.
I want to then ask you, how many active cases does this task team have?
I don't have figures, but
More or less.
No, it's quite a number. Must be between 10 and 20.
Between 10 and 20 cases. Okay, what is the nature of these cases?
Well, it's murders, case of drugs, case of gangs and cartels working together. Those are the type of cases we're dealing with.
Drugs, gangs, the ones General Kwanaze was referring to. Remember, General Kwanaze said that they're setting up our communities, selling drugs, distributing drugs. Gangsters, we cannot get a grip on it. He spoke about the cartels.
Yeah, it's about the manufacturers and distribution,
Of
import,
drugs.
export.
Everything that's like a department, it's like a company with various departments.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Honorable Member, as we say, it's a counterintelligence investigation. We can just go as far as that.
Yes, I know. What is the progress of these investigations, these 10 or 20 investigations?
So you are asking, as I tell you, how far are we
Yeah.
with the other three?
Yeah, before someone tries to stop it again, we want to know.
No,
Because it seems like there's heat coming from this team.
Yeah, no, we are getting there, Honorable Chair. It's safe to say so.
You
I
can't
say
give me more.
I can't say we are getting closer to who, but the investigation is progressing quite well.
Any arrests made to date?
Any arrests?
Yes, there has been.
Well, this arrest, they've been made and they interlinked, yes.
Kat Matlala is one of the arrests that's been made.
Correct, Honorable.
Molefi, one of the arrests that's been made.
Correct.
35 charges of all sorts, Molefi. Murder, everything, drugs, same with Kat. Am I correct?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
And you say this is the task team that wanted to be stopped. I want South Africans to have a clear picture of this team, the task team that wanted to, that the minister intended stopping. So you are saying to us today that the minister intended to stop a task team that made arrests of people that has 35 charges, Mr. Molefe, of murder and all sorts of things, drug dealing, drug manufacturing, the same with Mr. Kat Matlala. Is that what you're saying, sir?
I said so earlier, Honorable
Thank
Chair.
you, sir.
Yes,
one of the cases in this task team, does it involve Senzo Miyewi? I can't pronounce that, but anyway.
Senzo.
Can someone say that surname? Dankie.
No. Meiwa is a different, it's a cold case team that is dealing with Meiwa case.
Jerry Boshogo?
It's correct, yes, same.
Part of it. Okay. Murder of witness D?
Murder of witness D is the Madlanga investigation task team. Of
Okay.
course, it does have elements of both, yes, but it's a different one.
All right. So it is clear today that we should have been asking more questions about this task team, but clearly you also cannot reveal too much about it because of the sensitivity of the nature of the cases being investigated here and the links to politicians.
Yeah, no, we can't reveal much. There is still.
But there's a
other-
politician linked here earlier on, and you said earlier on that the wrong task team was disbanded and the politician is the minister.
No, I never said politician is the minister. The question was, is there politicians and
No,
senior
sir.
police officials?
We asked you earlier on, this morning when there was a clarity question, I said, did the minister disband the wrong team? And you said yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Yes.
No, yes. No,
So
that-
by
that is a
virtue of
yes.
you saying yes, the politicians involved in this is the minister. He's one of the people that's been earmarked in these investigations. Because of the links, because of the chats, because of the exchanges that has been presented, we
Yeah,
are
no, that-
connecting the dots here. So it
Yeah.
is the minister.
Yeah, no, that is under investigation, yes.
General praat net die waarheid. That's all.
Ek praat, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, we want to feel you today.
But I will not venture into investigation.
Yeah, but there are
Honorable
certain
Chair.
things where the writing is on the wall. Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very interesting to know that.
There's still more charges coming for those that are out there. Even those that we've arrested already. There's
Okay.
more coming.
Let's not
I'll leave
compromise.
it there, yes.
I wouldn't want to
But you
compromise the
asked for
cases because I actually want to see these people that's been feeding drugs to our communities behind bars. Because it definitely is a cartel. It is a cartel. We thought that it's a syndicate, but it's a cartel simply because a cartel has basically infiltrated even the state and now serving as ministers. That is the extent, because that is exactly like the likes of Pablo Escobar. I'm going to move on. You previously indicated that there were efforts to disband the GC ops. What do you think, what was the main motive behind this, and who stood to benefit?
As I said earlier, Honorable Chair, if it got disbanded, so of course those that would have benefited, this arrest of Madlanga Ketim would not have been there, or they would have gone out of bail forever. So they would have benefited, them and others would have benefited.
So if the minister had disbanded this team, we would have seen an individual, a criminal with 25 charges and 35 charges of murder walk the streets today. Is that what you're saying?
I said what I said, Honorable
I
Chair.
want us to be
Yes.
so clear. I want South Africans to hear
Yes,
this.
no. Yes, if the team was disbanded, yes, you wouldn't have these people going for trial now. You wouldn't have had them.
Based on the evidence presented in various forums, including commissions of inquiry, do you believe the criminal syndicates or even the cartel structures have infiltrated SAPS to where we're at now?
Yes, no, we do agree they have infiltrated, correct. They've infiltrated the subs, yes.
So the cartel has infiltrated SAPS. The cartel has infiltrated the state, and the cartel has infiltrated also SAPS, which is basically the same thing, but
Agree, Honorable Chair, but not only subs, other arms of state also.
as well.
Yes.
So what General Kwanaze said was true. When you referenced the infiltration of the various departments.
Yeah, no, I agree, Honorable Chair.
I want to ask counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is meant to probe and investigate police officers based on if there's a threat or a risk associated to them. Am I correct? Within
And,
SAPS, they sort of investigate police.
Yeah, that's part of their mandate.
Okay. So in all of this that has been happening for years now, where was counterintelligence in all of this? Waar slaap hulle? Where are they in all of this? We've never even heard of counterintelligence. Policemen are compromised on a daily basis. We hear about police being corrupt in our communities. Why don't we see the deployment of counterintelligence to various stations where you hear that, police are corrupt, they get taking chocho from drug dealers, and we hear all these sorts of things. Where is counterintelligence? And why are they so inactive?
Well, after we increase the numbers, you won't see them, but at least you will see their actions. There's quite a number of takedowns that they do now in terms of. I spoke earlier about an arrest of a brigadier. That's counterintelligence, just an example. So.
Give us your annual stats. How many policemen have they taken down? Now that we know that SAPS has been captured by a cartel, how many members has this counterintelligence department unit, whatever you call it, taken down?
It's quite a number, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member, but I don't have figures. I just gave you an example of one, but there is more than that they are busy with, and yeah, I'm sure some will see soon unfolding.
Okay. General, there were 3 members that appeared before this committee not so long ago, and members gave us, said that there were drugs stolen from the labs. It was on camera, the drugs were in the bin, they reported it. They gave us a list of dozens of generals to which they reported this to. It was Colonel Ramolebo, Colonel Malachi, Colonel Ramalepe. Do you know them? Are you familiar with these names?
I am familiar with the names, Honorable.
Yeah? And they told us that they went from pillar to post. And at one stage, someone told them about, no, we can't deal with this now. You're just going to open up another can of worms. They reported victimization. They reported about drugs going missing. And they went to everyone and no one assisted them, including you. Can you tell me how far is this matter?
Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member, the matter, they did come to me to report. I took the file, I tasked the Division Inspectorate, and Inspectorate investigated the matter. And most of the matters in there have been investigated before and finalized. Some, not really, or we don't know what happened to them. And Inspectorate did identify that there are certain areas which they don't know exactly what happened. Then I said, okay. They gave me feedback recently, I think Thursday last week. Then I said to the Inspectorate, now I'm tasking you to go and investigate those areas. But some of the matters, for example, somewhere I think they were accusing some brigadier's appointment wrongly, and that person was dealt with, fired. And then, but the person went through SSBC, the arbitration, won the arbitration, and is back. So, but some of those matters has been attended, but there are those that are not finalized, which I task this team now to say, now, you are not going to investigate, we are rectifying, you do this, you do this. For example, at the forensic, I introduced that there be a SOP in terms of the movement of drugs, how it should be done. So that's a new thing. But I went further to engage the NDPP to say, I can't be sitting with a huge lot of drugs. Internationally, they are no more doing that. They confiscate drugs, take samples, destroy, and you keep your samples. If the sample says drugs, then you know what you destroy as 10 kg is drugs. So fortunately, the current NDPP is buying into that, and we are finalizing our SOP in that regard. That will reduce, for me, that I must keep looking for storage of drugs. It will reduce drugs a lot, so we'll only have a little bit of samples. But there has been SOPs in that regard, and some of the matters, without specifying one by one of these members, I said they must be investigated, and we start rectifying. The team gonna start rectifying. I haven't seen them because I saw the investigation team only on Thursday.
Okay.
So I haven't seen these members to give them feedback yet.
All right, so you intend giving them feedback on their matter?
I will, after
Please,
year
General.
after, because I was busy preparing to come here. So I will be able to give them that feedback.
Thank you very much. And then I have one more, not one, but 2 more questions.
But you should not only accept that they are victims, because they might also somewhere be wrong, because some of them were found.
That's
wanting at
fine,
some
General, as long as there's movement
we are
and as long as there's communication.
Thank
I also want to know, you touched on exhibits in the lab. Now, this is the reason why they go missing, because these cartels and these cronies within SAPS, they create the problem, you throw money at it, and then the cycle starts all over again. I want to ask, the exhibits all the drugs, because I've been part of the drug dismantling operation a few times. For how long do these drugs stay in the lab? Let's say we have a big drug bust at Awartambo now and we confiscate millions worth of drugs. How long does it stay in your lab? What's the longest time drug exhibits has stayed in that lab?
Well, they stay in the storage, not necessarily in the lab, but they stay until the case is finalized.
Which is how long? Give us an estimation of years.
Well, it depends when the case finalized. Some cases take 5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
So we're saying we have a drug bust today, and this drug bust will only conclude within 5 to 7 years.
If there is an arrest, but if there is no arrest, get tested and disposed of. Where there are areas where we do confiscations, for example, and you end up not knowing who's the owner of the lab, especially those labs that are in the farms.
Before I forget this question, just while we're on drugs, you mentioned earlier on the case that happened at DCS where the drugs was found outside with the member. I agree with you that she couldn't be charged. You said that this case, for some weird reason, happened under the 6th administration. And this case keeps on popping up. This case where they allege that General Konaze didn't make a drug arrest. Can you tell us why this case keeps popping up?
I've got no idea, Honorable Chair, through you, Honorable Member. I have got no idea why it came all of a sudden during this administration. But you'll recall what General Mkhwanazi said, I think in the portfolio committee, it was communication between him and Mkhozi. That's how the case ended up coming back again. But I don't know the details, why something that was resolved come up now.
Do you think it's an attempt to smear General Konazi?
That's what I think, nothing more than that. That's what I would think, yeah.
General, I just want to see. If drugs and firearms are leaking from within SAP structures, which is extremely concerning. Looking at what happened over the weekend, the mass shooting in Eldorado Park, where 6 people were shot, a young girl, 18 years old, shot in her head. Looking at the previous week, the mass shooting in Westbury. Looking on the Cape Flats, the mass shooting on Lavender Hill. I think there were 3 or 4. All these mass shootings, drug-related. Looking at the weekend, when I watched 2 gangs in Hanover Park, a gang fight live on TikTok for 2 hours, where eventually they were shooting at each other, smashing people's homes, and not a single SAPS van showed up. Does that not qualify General Konazi's statement where he said, they are setting us up, our communities up for failure? Does that not directly link to this cartel that you are investigating?
For now, I wouldn't say, but yes, it's possible that eventually there is drugs. Where there are gangs, there is drugs. So there should be, in one or another, a link. Hence, in terms of drugs, there is agreement with the NDPP, and we spoke about firearms, but we haven't finalized it, because on firearms also, my view is, which I told him, is that normally firearms are not required at court as evidence. They accept the 112 statement. So why should then we keep the firearm all along, which we can test the firearm, there is proof it's firearm, and it is this specific firearm, and then we destroy it. So that part, Also, I am currently exploring it with the NDPP so that we can see if that can be accepted and the judiciary accept. Then we'll have no more these huge or big storages of firearms. As they come, then we know. We sample and we destroy.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you, Chair. No more parties, General. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General Masemula.
Your 30 minutes expires at 18:18.
Okay. Honorable Member.
Thank you for coming back, General. And I think when you get to me, you are towards the tail end. We are almost done. We truly appreciate your cooperation. General, there's just been, maybe let me explain what I want to do so that even as we ask you the same questions, you understand that for us now, this is really the final stretch, as I'm saying. There's been evidence that has been led, there's been counter allegations and so forth. And to be honest, let me not speak for everybody, I don't know what to make of most of it. What has been your view about what you've been hearing, by some of your colleagues that have come here? What makes it difficult for me, at least, to come to a conclusion is that I think there in SAPS, I don't know how to say this in English, so when you don't agree on something, this one opens a case, this one goes DC, this one says there's allegations. So what do you make of this whole issue?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Member and Honorable Chair. I don't think it's more there are dedicated men and women that are doing the work. But yes, there are those that will concoct things just for the sake of tarnishing other people's name and or arresting them. And unfortunately, you might find that on the other leg of the justice cluster, they might have their own people in, if you go to NPA. So there are those type of things, but there are men and women dedicated to do the work, and where there is those that commit crime, action is taken.
Okay, why would we believe you, for example, over anybody else?
Well, it's not about, I am telling the story of what I know, but at the end of the day, it is for the honorable member whether to believe or not to believe. But I'm sure you have seen colleagues have come in, we've seen facts coming out. I'm sure you have seen what comes out at the Madlanga, and I'm sure you're still going to see more. That's when you'll get a better understanding of what is happening.
Okay, your answer to the previous question actually made me think of one of the questions that I had. In the evidence that has been presented to us, there's obviously been allegations against SAPS itself, criminal intelligence, IPED, and IDEC. Now, as National Commissioner, what do you make of the relationship between these institutions, and what do you think needs to be done? Because even now, you were just saying, some people then have access to a certain component of the justice system. What needs to happen here between SAPS, IPED, and IDEC so that they are not used in these battles between police officers?
Yeah, I think one of the things that should maybe be looked at thoroughly is these agencies should look at how you employ, for example, because you sometimes find a poor performer, let's say in subs. I don't want to say useless person, a poor performer. That will leave subs, but then you find him in this other, institutions. And you know the person's capability. And but when one is there, objective is just to do 1, 2, 3, whether there's any material, yes or no, but doing certain things. So, yeah, I think there needs to be some sort of, we employ police, IPID employ IPID people, IDEC employ IDEC people. Not employ subs from subs to IPID and to IDEC. Somewhere you're going to find a group disgruntled about certain other group, and the fight will continue. But at the same time, where there is wrongdoing, especially people involved in this organized criminals, there has to be dealt with by both agencies. There has to be dealt with, not a matter of like what we just said now with Honorable James of smear campaigns, those type of things. No, really deal with where there are problems, deal with it.
Okay, thanks, General. Now, you said in your testimony, I think you were speaking to Honorable Ngola, you said the PKTT could not be disbanded because the threat for which it was established was still there. What do you mean by this? Because Minister Mkhunu testified that in the year before he sought to disband the PKTT, there was only one political killing. Maybe you could tell us that in this year, how many political killings have we had so that we can understand what you meant by the threat for which it was established is still there?
Well, one of the political killings I would still remember is that is last year, March, is the one of Mandini, and there has been others thereafter. I can't really offhand recall, Honorable.
Give us a ballpark number.
But also remember there is cases that they are carrying, that they are investigating.
No, I get that, General. I would assume, because where I was going is to then understand if these matters are ready to be enrolled or whatever, why the team needs to be there. I mean, we have listened, throughout these proceedings, the numbers that, for example, you have Honorable James putting in terms of deaths in the Cape Flats, in terms of drug-related issues. So I'm trying to get to this PKTT, this threat that it's protecting, leave the ones that, because I'm sure almost even when you were proposing winding down, you would wind down, but people who are running cases, investigations, those remain. So how big is this threat now as it sits based on the number of 1 in the previous year? And in this year, would it be, we've had more than 10 political killings?
Yeah, I don't want to guess. I didn't do that. Let's at some point break, I check, but I don't want to. But bear in mind that there is over 50 traditional leaders' cases where, from KZN, that the team is investigating. I think in 1 or 2 cases, they've made a breakthrough. There is still more than 48 to go that they must. Remember, when these things happening, we just gave them, extend that mandate to investigate traditional leaders, because in KZN, they were killed in quite big numbers. So there is still a lot of work to do in there.
Okay, and then the average case cycle time for the PKTT as opposed to ordinary detectives, would you be able to give me a sense?
You might not be, no, I don't really want to guess, but I know that some cases that there were sentences recently are cases from 2021, 2022, which there have been sentences now recently. But that needs to be worked out and one be able to give it.
Okay, so is it your testimony that the PKTT has got shorter case cycle times than ordinary detectives?
No, not shorter, Honorable Chair. Not shorter because their cases are quite complicated. So if there was time, I could share this with you. Cases of 2017, 15, 18. This page is full of 2017, 18, and 19. And it's been finalized with a guilty verdict. So
I think I've got that presentation, General. I think I was looking for more, you know, the indicators that you use to measure success, whether there's different processes in terms of ballistics, whether it's budget, but because you said, and I'm quoting you directly here, you said, this thing is doing well, and throughout these proceedings, we've been wanting to get to understand this thing that's doing well. But let's move on. When Mr. O'Sullivan was testifying here, he says that he received information that on the 3rd of July and the 4th of July at the Police College in Pretoria West, you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi were putting finishing touches on the presentation General Mkhwanazi would use on the 6th of July. Were you involved in the drafting of that media statement, General?
I think it's the evidence that I gave already, that the team came to brief me, and I tasked them to work on the presentation for me, and they did work on it.
But then you said General Mkhwanazi went further.
Yes.
So you were not involved in the further, and what did you then do when you realized he went further than what he had briefed you on?
Well, after he have done what he have done, so that was what under the bridge, and it was in the public domain. So,
is it the same sort of attitude that you had when General Khumalo said 90% of Gauteng is corrupt? Like, was it like, oh, okay, it's water under the bridge?
No, I don't say it's the same matter, but there was no reason for me to chastise him after he have read what.
Thank you again. Ashraf Hospitality Association speaks on Iran conflict and negligence behind SA's water crisis. Good evening. The Federated Hospitality Association of SA says it's noted some